instructions in the studio. Now listen.
Go ahead.
You go 2 blocks till you get to Cahuenga.
What?
Cahuenga. That's a boulevard.
Oh, yeah.
Then you go south to Alta Vista until you reach Los Feliz Boulevard. Left on Los Feliz till you get to Graciosa Drive. Then 2 blocks as you pass Estrada Street, El Centro, Figueroa, San Benito, Loma Vista, Puerto Alco, until you get to 8th Street.
8th Street?
Yes.
Well, what a quaint name for a street. Go on.
Now stay on 8th till you get to Sepulveda. Sepulveda to San Marino to Pico, and there you are.
Lily, I had these instructions yesterday, and I couldn't find the place. San Marino, Loma Vista, Vista Loma, Santa Pico. Oh, what such streets.
Well, couldn't you ask a policeman to help you?
I did. I asked a policeman, but he couldn't help me. He only spoke English.
Okay, I'm all dressed. Let's go.
Let's go. Where are you going? And why haven't you left months ago?
I'm going to the studio with you.
Oh, no.
Edwin, I promised Agnes she could go with you. She wants to see the stars.
I got my autograph book, my smelling salts. I'm ready for action. Hooray for Hollywood.
Quiet. Lily, what are you doing to me? First you dressed me up in this outfit. Now you've chained Agnes to me. At least give me an organ to grind so we could pick up a few pennies.
Edwin, Agnes won't be any trouble.
You heard her, Buster. She says I'm going, and I'm going.
My dear Agnes, I assure you, once the people at the studio see you, Lassie is through.
Edwin, you'll be late. Agnes is going.
All right, put her on the leash. Let's go.
You sure you have the directions?
Yes, I sewed them inside my sport jacket. Goodbye, Lily. If you never see me again, you will know the state demanded that I pay the price for hurling Agnes into the La Brea tar pits.
Hurry up, lover boy.
Goodbye, Edwin. Bye, Agnes.
So long, honey. I'll take good care of Junior.
Now, let's see. We go south on Cahuenga to Los Feliz, then pass Graciosa Drive, Alta Vista, Vista Loma, El Centro, and Figueroa. Is that right, Agnes?
Si, senor.
Let's go.
Edwin and Agnes have been walking for an hour, carefully following the instructions to the studio. They have now passed the same Nutburger stand for the 4th time.
I told you we should have turned left on Loma Vista.
We did. We went wrong on Los Feliz. You had to chase that woman with your autograph book for 3 blocks. I told you she wasn't Bessie Love.
How about that half hour you wasted with those kids?
Now, Agnes, I couldn't be rude to the little tykes. They wanted my autograph.
Till they found out you weren't Gabby Hayes.
This isn't getting us to the Empire Studios. Oh, if that infernal sun would only stop beating down on me. Oh, when I think of those lucky people back in New York up to their knees in that wonderful, cool slush.
Let's ask somebody.
Ask somebody. We've asked every person we've met. They either have just got into town themselves, or they try and send you a tip sheet for Santa Anita.
Why don't we circle back to Los Feliz Street?
Not again. If I spend any more time on Los Feliz, I'll be eligible to vote there.
Maybe if we keep walking. Hey, look, here comes the cab. Yell.
Oh, it's no use. They never stop out here. Taxi! 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 I told you.
Let me try. Hey, you big jerk! Come on, he stopped.
Where to, folks? Get in, Agnes, before he changes his mind.
He does, and he gets a rock through the windshield.
Oh, good to sit down.
Well, where'll it be, folks?
Driver, do you know where the Empire Motion Picture Company hides its studios?
Empire, yeah, let's see. That's in the valley, isn't it?
Judging from the few pictures I've seen of theirs, I would say yes. Death Valley.
Hey, Barney Oldfield, let's go, huh? We got instructions.
According to the instructions, we should wind up around Pico and Sepulveda.
Sepulveda. Gotta learn those names if you want to get around out here. All French, you know. Look, double joke.
Look, driver, I have to get to Empire Studios.
Well, I'll get you there, folks. You just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. You, folks from the East?
Yeah, Manhattan, New York.
Well, you're in God's country now.
I know.
I don't know what all that shouting is about New York. I was there once. Not a bad little place, but nothing to do at night. Give me a town that has some action, like out here. There's always something to do. If a man wants to bowl, he can bowl.
Good.
Not like some towns, when the sun goes down, they pull in the sidewalks. Out here, they got bowling alleys that don't close down till 9 or 10 at night.
God, it's another Barbary coast.
You take me, for instance. I'd rather bowl than eat. Even got my own bowling ball.
Well, I hope the two of you will be very happy.
Now, don't get the idea that that's all you can do out here at night is bowl. No, sirree, Bob. Tell me, you play bingo?
No, I've led a very sheltered life.
Now, you talk about excitement.
Who was talking about excitement?
Well, about 6 years from come April, a fellow and his wife rushed into my cab, see, and he yelled, Santa Monica Maternity Hospital, quick. Never made it. Halfway there, it happened. Baby was born right in this cab. Right where you're sitting. 8-pound boy. Well, sir, a year later to the day, another husband and wife hailed me. Seen her in the hospital, he yelled. Never made it. 6-pound girl right here in the cab. Right where you're sitting.
Good.
Say,
Huh?
You two married?
My dear man, I assure you, you have nothing to worry about. Please, I've got to get to Empire Studios. Hurry, will you?
Yeah, you people from the East every time. Hurry, 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 hurry. We folks out here take it easy. We have a saying, Hasta manana.
Hasta manana.
Yeah, Hasta manana means tomorrow you may die.
From boredom. Yeah. Right here in this cab. Right where I'm sitting.
Would you like to see a few sights?
No.
Well, it's only a few blocks out of the way. I'll show you where I bowl.
No. The temptation is almost overpowering, but I'm fighting it off. Get us to the Empire Studios.
Oh, we're going to get there. We'll get there. Mona Lisa, man, I've named you Mona. Say, I just thought of it. You know what'd be a smart thing for you folks to do?
Yes, get out of this cab.
Now, you ought to get out there and see that Forest Lawn Cemetery.
Thank you, but we'll let you know when we're ready.
It's a beautiful place for you. For you. Oh, that forest land. Them mountains on one side, those flowers and plants, them marble mausoleums gleaming in the sun. Everything's so nice and peaceful.
That's living.
Well, how about it? It's not far out of the way.
No, just get us to the studio. I'm an hour late already.
Hey, hold it. Stop.
Agnes.
There's the movie star's home. Wow, isn't it gorgeous? Whose is it?
Oh, that's a bowling alley. How about it, huh?
How about what?
Like to bowl a couple of strings? Got the ball right with me.
No, but if you'd like to stop and bowl, why can't we drop you off and drive on?
Oh, boy, wouldn't I like to stop off and bowl? The young lady seems to be interested in seeing some movie stars' homes. Now, Buster Crabbe has a little place.
Never mind.
Sightseeing buses, the movie stars' home. That's where the real big money is. I'm saving up for my own bus.
How interesting. Now, get us to the studio, quick.
Yes, okay. Be there in a minute. I'll just cut across Ventura over to Alta. Say, what was that studio again?
Oh, no.
Now, there's your studio, Pico and Sepulveda.
Hey, Mr. Montague, wake up. We're here.
What is it?
We're here. There's the studio.
I don't believe it. It must be a mirage. I'm sure in a minute it'll disappear and we'll be back on Los Feliz.
Well, come on, let's get out of this cab.
I sort of hate to do it. Like leaving home. After all, we've been living in it for 6 hours.
Hey, look, walking into the studio. Quick, my smelling salts. It's May Bush.
Agnes. Oh, Agnes. All right, driver. How much do I owe you?
Well, now, let's see. Call it $14 even.
$14.
Well, it would be a lot more, but I stopped the meter while I was showing you around Forest Lawn.
All right. I was trapped. Here's your money. Agnes, let's go.
Hey,
what is it?
I didn't know who you were until I just recognized you.
You did?
Are you kidding? Oh, boy, wait till I tell my wife I've been driving around all day with Gabby Hayes.
Here was a day well wasted.
You're not kidding. Come on, let's go in here. Here's the main door.
Let's go in.
Hey, look, there goes Sabu. Hey, Mr. Sabu. Autograph, Mr. Sabu. Hey!
Oh, Agnes, come back. Watch out for an elephant. Why did I bring her? Oh, well. May all turn out for the good. She might get stepped on. I'd better go in and get the fuss over with.
Yes, sir.
Well, here I am.
And who are you?
You may tell the big brains of this enterprise that Edwin Montague has arrived.
Just what do you do, Mr. Montague?
I'm a tap dancer.
Thank you.
My dear young man, I'm Edwin Montague of the New York Theater, who was dragged out here by your studio to make a motion picture of Shakespeare's great play, Macbeth.
This studio is going to make Macbeth?
Yes.
Oh, dear. Here goes another wage cut. Will you please wait in the waiting room, Mr. Montague?
Oh, no.
And here's a magazine to read. The latest issue of Screen Confessions.
Thank you. What luck. My copy hadn't arrived this month. By the way, if a woman by the name of Agnes is scraped off the bottom of an elephant's foot, put a tag on what's left. I'll pick it up on the way out. Through here?
Yes, sir.
More sitting around. Oh, why did I ever leave Forest Lawn? Compared to this place, Forest Lawn was jazzy. Let's see this magazine. This article looks interesting. How I Found True Happiness in Marriage by Elizabeth Taylor. I wonder who she is. Well, as long as she's happy. Whose picture is this? Marie Wilson. Gad. It says, recently divorced Marie Wilson declares I am now looking for a man who will love me only for my mind. That'll be a search. What's this?
Pardon me.
Yeah?
Mr. Montague, you won't remember me, but when you did Hamlet back in 1935, I was the third assistant stage manager. My name is Walter Lott.
Oh, a pleasure, Mr. Lott. I never expected to meet anyone who was even minutely exposed to culture in Hollywood. Visiting?
Well, no, you see, I'm with this studio. I'm a director.
Shame on you.
Gosh, Mr. Montague, I'm so sorry to see you like this.
Like what?
Well, the magnificent Montague of the theater, hanging around looking for extra work.
Extra work?
Oh, it's unfair. It's a dirty, rotten shame. You gave your life to the theater, and now you have to come begging for a day's work.
I assure you I am doing very well. This studio practically shanghaied me out here. They're starring me in Macbeth.
Macbeth? This studio? Oh, Mr. Montague, you must be hungry. Let me buy you a meal.
No. No, thanks. I had a cheeseburger at Forest Lawn. I tell you, I'm out here to do Macbeth. Take me to someone in charge of this asylum.
Mr. Montague, are you serious?
I assure you I didn't drag my body 3,000 miles as the super chief flies just for the orange juice. Now you're going to take me to the head of this studio, or must I wait for visiting day?
Macbeth. Mr. Montague, you come with me. I'm taking you right to B.B. himself.
Thank you.
Through this door,
Thank
sir.
you.
This way. Here's his private office. Let's go in. Hello, B.B. I want
Hold
you
it,
to meet...
Walt.
Yes, BB.
Where's Corngold?
He's in New York.
New York? What's he doing in New York?
You sent him out this morning.
Well, get him back here right away. Columbia's cleaning up with Vaughn yesterday. We're starting shooting tomorrow on a new picture. Vaughn the day before yesterday.
Okay, BB.
What's up, Walt?
B.B., I want you to meet one of the greatest actors of the American theater.
Walt, you delivered him. You got him here. Ho, wait till Republic Pictures wakes up tomorrow and finds out we got Gabby Hayes.
Oh, no.
What's with the oh, no? We'll double what you got at Republic. Walt, talk to her.
B.B., you see, this isn't Gabby Hayes. This is the greatest actor in the world, the famous Edwin Montague. You've heard of the magnificent Montague.
Yeah. I always thought it was a horse.
A horse? My dear man, I have an overwhelming desire to puncture your eardrum and let the air out of that balloon head.
Mr. Montague...
Of all the insufferable, stupid fools.
Walter, I like this boy. I like his spirit. Buy him. Buy me that boy. I must have that boy.
But, B.B., this...
He's a natural for the comedy bellhop and ladies' night at the YMCA.
A bellhop. I am reaching new heights.
But, B.B.,
Quiet.
BB,
Where's Corngold?
just left New York for Hollywood.
Well, catch him in Chicago and send him back to New York to buy that ladies' night story. Tell him we're desperate. The sky's the limit. Up to $200.
Check, BB.
B.B., Mr. Montague came here for Macbeth.
I don't care. We'll pay him double what Macbeth is willing to pay him. Buy me that boy. I want that boy.
But Macbeth is Mr. Montague, show B.B., show him Macbeth.
Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 8. I will not yield to kiss the ground before young Malcolm's feet. I throw my warlike shield, Leon Macduff. Ho, ho!
BB,
Where's Corngold?
he's on his way back to New York.
What is he doing? Chasing dames? I want him on the lot tomorrow. We're finally going ahead with Way Down in the Ozarks. We found a hog caller.
Look, B.B., listen. Mr. Montague came out here to do Macbeth. It's a play by William Shakespeare.
Well, get it for him. Buy it. I like this boy. When I like someone, anything they want, they can have. You want Macbeth? Buy it for him. I want my boy to be happy.
Buy it.
BB,
Where's Corngold?
just landed in Chicago.
He's always in Chicago. Tell him to get hold of a writer called Bill Shakespeare. Bring him to Hollywood. I'd like to see this Shakespeare in my office tomorrow morning.
So would I.
Like the way I work, huh? Anything for my boy, and you're my boy.
B.B., for heaven's sakes, look, Shakespeare is dead.
BB,
Where's Corngold?
he just left Chicago.
What has he always got against Chicago? Contact him on the plane. Tell him Shakespeare is dead. He can release it to the newspapers. Something dignified. The studio regrets the untimely death of William Shakespeare. You know, get in a couple of plugs for the picture. Send flowers.
Got it.
Tell him to trace down Shakespeare's widow and buy Macbeth from her. Tell him for Pete's sake, just for once, not to go on the make. She just buried her husband.
Check, BB.
There it is. You asked for it, Montague. You got your Macbeth. You're my boy, and for my boy, anything.
B.B., listen. Macbeth is a kind of a play.
What's it about? King Kong type of thing? We got a great monkey on the lot.
Could he ever feel more at home?
B.B., Macbeth is a...
Allow me to explain. Look, B.B.
What's with this B.B.? Just call me B.
Yes, look, B. Macbeth is a classic.
About the Kentucky Derby?
No, this is the story of an ancient Scotch king.
Hold it. Is there a dame in it?
Yes, Lady Macbeth.
Oh.
Where's Congo?
Who needs Corngold? This is my discovery.
Discovery?
What a day for the studio. I got the dame for Lady Macbeth. She'll be sensational. That's all. Just discovered it today.
Phoebe?
Did you find a name for our new discovery?
Yes, Bubbles Borden.
Bubbles Borden. Terrific.
Bubbles Borden as Lady Macbeth.
You don't like the name? Change it. You're my boy. Anything for you. Send in Bubbles Borden. Mr. Montague, meet your Lady Macbeth.
Agnes.
Mr. Montague, get me out of here. These guys are nuts.
You two know each other? Get romance items in all the columns.
Now, wait a minute before the proper authority drops a net on all of us and carts us away. Why do you want to do Macbeth?
Yeah, baby, we're a tiny little studio. Why Macbeth?
You think I'm dumb? I just read the announcement of Empire Pictures across the street is making Macbeth with some new star, Raoul Randolph. We'll make it with Montague in 2 days and beat him to the punch.
Oh, no, I'm in the wrong studio. Let's get out of here, Agnes.
Coming.
Wait a minute. Wait, my
This
boy.
way out, Agnes.
I'm with you.
How did you ever get involved?
Who knows? I was halfway up the elephant to get Sabu's autograph when some guy yelled, "Buy me that girl," and slam bam, alakazam, I was Bubbles Borden at $25 a week.
What an outfit. They offered me $50.
You gonna check into Empire?
Not today. I don't want to hear another word about Hollywood, stars, or pictures as long as I live. Let's get home.
There's a cab.
So no cabs. Here, get on this bus.
Okay.
And now, folks, the first movie star's home that you're going to see on this sightseeing bus is the home of Buster Crabbe.
Oh, no! My money. He bought the bus.
And as an added treat, I'm taking you all to Forest Lawn, the most beautiful cemetery in the world.
Will you talk to me, Bubbles?
Yes, Raoul.
Hooray for Hollywood.
Join us again next Friday at this same time for another visit with The Magnificent Montague, starring Monty Woolley. Created and directed by Nat Hiken and written by Nat Hiken and Billy Friedberg. Ann Seymour was Lily, Kurt Kelton was Agnes. Included in tonight's cast were Alan Reed as BB, Peter Leeds as the receptionist, and Jim Backus as the cab driver. This is Eddie King saying stay tuned for Duffy's Tavern, which follows immediately.
Well, say, I meant to ask you, how was Mrs. Richardson's party the other day?
Oh, it was very nice. She's the most perfect housekeeper I've ever seen. Her house is absolutely immaculate.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
Her table looked just beautiful. Of course, there was a good reason for that.
Well, why not? America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Something strange going on in the living room of the Nelsons at 1847 Rogers Road. There's David, age 12, and Ricky, age 8, on their hands and knees creeping toward the Davenport. Their faces look so serious. Must be somebody hiding back there. I wonder who it is. Maybe it's Nick, the family dog, or maybe it's little Will Thornberry from next door. Hey, those feet look awful big for... Why, it's Ozzie. Now, what's a full-grown man doing hiding behind the Davenport?
We got you!
Okay, fellas, okay, you caught me. I surrender.
Gee, Pop, you aren't playing right. We're supposed to be the cowboys, and you're a bad Indian.
Well, I'm doing the best I can.
You're supposed to show a little fight.
Well, I've been saying bang, bang, but you guys won't fall down.
You've been missing us.
According to the laws of Fort Nelson, you're entitled to a trial. I vote we shoot him.
I vote we shoot him, too.
It was hardly worth getting the judge out of bed for.
Indian, have you any last words?
Yeah, me quit.
You can't quit, Pa.
David, this is the third time you've captured me, and it's the third time I've been sentenced to be shot, and I quit.
Don't quit now, Pop. Let us capture you once more, like the first time when we tied you up.
Well, okay, just once more, though. We Indians have other things to do. This afternoon I have to pose for a new nickel.
You get the lasso, Ricky. I'll hide here behind this cactus bush.
Which cactus bush?
This one here, with the yellow lampshade on it.
You know, this time I think I'll surprise you guys and show a little fight. I think it's about time the Indian tied up two rather short cowboys.
That's what I've been saying, Pop. You've been making it too easy. You get him from that side, Ricky. I'll get him from this side.
Grab his feet, David.
Throw the lasso.
No, you don't.
Get the rope.
A little different this time, isn't it? How do you like this?
You sure are strong, Pop.
You can really fight when you want to.
Thanks, boys. Now untie me and let me up.
Unloosen it over there, Ricky.
Yeah.
That's it. Now you can get up, Pop.
Yeah.
Watch your foot.
Oh, holy smokes.
You really busted it, Pop.
What was that?
Nothing, Harriet, nothing serious.
I'll see you later, Pop. Come on, Ricky. Ricky?
He's already gone.
Oh, Ozzy, for goodness sakes, my antique vase.
Well, I couldn't help it. I bumped into it accidentally. Besides, antiques are supposed to look old. Certainly looks much older now.
The whole living room looks older. What happened to the scatter rugs?
Oh, they're scattered around.
The place looks like a cyclone hit it.
Oh, Harriet, don't be so fussy.
I don't mind telling you I'm getting pretty tired of straightening things up around here. The more work I do, the messier the place looks.
Well, suppose it does look a little disorderly now and then. After all, it's a home. People live here.
That's no reason for it to be messed up all the time.
It isn't. Do you know anybody's home that looks nicer than ours?
Yes, I do. Mrs. Richardson's, for one. Her place looks absolutely immaculate all the time.
Well, she doesn't have any children to mess the place up. Don't forget we have two.
We have three. Here, pick up your Indian hat, Tonto.
Hello, Mrs. Nelson.
Oh, Mr. Richardson, come in.
Thank you.
I hope you'll excuse the appearance of this living room. The boys have just finished a game of cowboys and Indians.
Oh, forget it. As a matter of fact, it...
Oh, Mr. Richardson. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Oh, I don't know who could have put that footstool there. Let me help you up. I hope you didn't hurt yourself.
Oh, not at all, not at all. Please think nothing of it, Mrs. Nelson. It's been a long time since I've tripped over a footstool.
Have a chair, won't you?
Yeah, thank you, but I really can't stay. I just stopped by with this issue of Good Housekeeping. Mrs. Richardson said there was an article in it you wanted to read.
Oh, thanks very much, but I could have picked it up.
Well, it was right on the way. I have to go to the store and get Mrs. Richardson some scouring powder.
I have a can of it she can have.
We buy it by the case.
Your wife is such a wonderful housekeeper. I do envy her so. Your house always looks so immaculate.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
What a pleasure it must be to live in a house like that.
Yes, Mrs. Richardson enjoys it very much. She used to be a bacteriologist, you know.
Oh, please sit down. You can stay for a few minutes, can't you?
All right, I will.
Oh, my goodness. I guess one of the boys left his pencil box on the chair. I'm so sorry, Mr. Richard.
No. It's quite all right. It's been a long time since I've sat on a pencil box.
I wish I'd known you were stopping by. I could have at least given the house a quick going over.
Oh, really, Mrs. Nelson? It looks wonderful, very comfortable. It reminds me of our house back home when I was a boy.
Well, we have two youngsters, and you know how boys are about keeping things orderly.
May I ask you a very direct question, Mrs. Nelson?
Of course.
Well, you've seen my wife at various social affairs. You've played bridge with her, seen her at club meetings.
Yes.
How does she look without a dust cap?
She looks fine fine, Mr. Richardson. She doesn't spend that much time cleaning the house, does she?
Mrs. Nelson, I love my wife. She's a wonderful woman. We've been married now for 10 years. 10 spotless antiseptic years. But living in our house is like living in the operating room of a hospital. Would you mind awfully if I smoke my pipe?
Oh, of course not. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you're very kind. Been a long time since I've smoked in the house. What a wonderful day. Tripped over a footstool, sat on a pencil box. Now I'm smoking my pipe.
Why don't you put your feet up on the hassock? Make a day of it.
Thank you. Am I keeping you from anything, Mrs. Nelson?
Oh, nothing important. I just have to wash the dishes a little later. The sink's full of them.
Dirty dishes. Could I see them?
Kidding, Mr. Richardson.
Perhaps a little. But I do mean this, every word of it. Don't ever change anything about this house, Mrs. Nelson. It's perfect. As I walked in the door, something seemed to say, this is a real home. People live here. Happy, comfortable people.
Oh, hi, Thorny.
Oz, you're just the man I've been waiting for. I have a present for you.
Present for me?
Yes, sir. I've been cleaning up the yard, and I came across an old boiler. And it's yours.
Oh, thank you, Thorny, but I really have no use for an old boiler.
Neither have I. Oh, you'll like it, Oz. It's rusty. Makes the water nice and red. Gives you a ruddy complexion.
I hate to seem unappreciative, Thorny, but I really don't want it.
Well, it's a present. You can't give it back.
I haven't accepted it.
You have so. I carried it over and leaned it against your garage. You haven't said thank you, Oz, but I know it's in your heart. And you're welcome.
I bet I can guess what happened at your house. Catherine pushed you outside to clean up the yard.
What a ridiculous idea.
The same thing at our house. Harriet's on a cleanup campaign, too. She just practically drove me out of the house, gave me a big lecture about keeping things neat and tight.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think she's right.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not, Oz. I really mean it. Just think of all the things a woman has to do around the house. She does the cleaning, the cooking, the shopping, taking care of the kids, and the sewing, the mending, the laundry. The least we men can do is cooperate. Try to make her job a little easier.
Well, maybe you're right, Thorny.
Well, of course I am. Matter of fact, until you started talking about it, I never realized what a wonderful job Catherine does around our house. Work, 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 all day long, 7 days a week. Standing over a hot stove all day, cooking meals, mending clothes, getting me off to work on time, keeping the place tidy. You know something, Oz? I'm going in the house and tell Catherine to stop this grind and get out for a little fun. I'll see you later. Oh.
What's the matter, Thorny?
I just remembered Catherine's not home. She's out playing bridge someplace.
Hi,
Pop.
Hi, Pop.
Hello, boys. Ricky, are those your books on the hall stairs?
Yes, they are.
Well, take them upstairs, will you, please?
Okay.
As a matter of fact, fellows, from now on, we're going to be a little more careful about keeping things neat around here.
Are we going to have company?
No, it has nothing to do with company. It's just that we've got to start showing a little consideration for your mother. I just went upstairs and there was a towel lying right in the middle of the bathroom floor. Somebody just thrown it down.
Wasn't me, Pop.
Wasn't me. I haven't washed my hands for a couple of days.
We're going to start making some new rules around here. No more lounging on the sofa with our feet propped up on a chair. No more throwing banana peels in the fireplace. No more rope twirling in here, and no more pillow fights in the bedroom.
Is this how it is when you're in jail, Pop?
No, Ricky, this is how it is when you're part of a well-organized family. We're going to help your mother keep our house well-organized. No more wrestling in the living room, no more tossing the football in the house, no more sliding down the banister, and no more shooting firecrackers in the cellar.
Holy smokes!
Look at this living room. You guys have been home about an hour, and it looks like a mess. Let's start in right now by straightening up this room. Make it just as neat and clean as Mrs. Richardson's. Come on, we'll make a game of it.
Okay, come on, David. I'll be Hobble on Cassidy and Pop's a cattle thief.
No, not this time. I have a better game in mind. Let's make believe we're the Nelson Cleanup Commandos. I'll be the captain, and you guys will be my troops.
You don't have to do that, Pop.
Well, I just thought the idea of the game would make it easier for you guys to live up to. Be a lot of fun, you and Ricky being the troops.
You don't have to make it a game, Pop.
Oh, okay, if you don't want to make it a game. But let's get started anyway. Ready?
Sure.
Okay, Pop.
Attention!
Pop, we said you don't
David,
have to...
did I give you an argument when you wanted to be cowboys? Now let's go. Attention!
I'd sure hate to see the Nelson house get like the one poor Mr. Richardson lives in. But if that's the way Harriet wants it, that's the way it'll have to be. It's the woman who makes the rules, you know. Been that way for years. And it's still the thing to do. Just the way it's still the thing for a guy and his girl to go for a stroll on Sunday afternoon. And it's still the thing when that young couple are married to own 1847 Rogers Brothers, the finest silver plate in America. Yes, now, as over a century ago, 1847 Rogers Brothers is the right choice for silver plate whose beauty and workmanship is unexcelled. Now, as then, that famous year mark 1847 stands for the very best. Nowhere else will you find the same lovely features, the superior imagination of the pattern designs, the exquisite detail, the extra luster and weight of each piece. Only 1847 is so much like solid silver. So, see it tomorrow, won't you? For remember, it's still the thing, as it was over a century ago, to choose 1847 Rogers Brothers, the finest silver plate in America. Man's work is from sun to sun, but a woman's work is never done. Yes, it's an old familiar saying, but it's based on years and years of experience. Through the ages, historians have recorded proof that man never changes. Back in the old Roman Empire, there was Antony and Cleopatra.
Anthony?
Here in the milk bath, Cleo.
Anthony, I'm getting tired of this. You always leave your things lying around. The trophy room's a mess.
But, baby.
From now on, I want the place kept in order.
But, baby.
I mean it. Starting today, when you've finished your milk bath, don't leave the empty bottles in the tub.
Even before Antony and Cleopatra, back in the days of the caveman, woman was faced with the same problem.
Neanderthal? Neanderthal!
Here in the dinosaur room, Una.
Neanderthal, I'm disgusted. Look at this place. It looks like an absolute mess.
But, baby.
You ought to be ashamed. Look at yourself, a full-grown man, 4'3". I spend all day cleaning and now look at it.
But, baby, what's wrong with it?
This cave looks like a hole in the wall.
Even royal families have encountered this domestic conflict. In one particular case, I think the husband deserved the sympathy. The case of King Solomon.
So we're getting tired of this. We try and keep the palace clean, and you keep messing it up. Why can't you help us keep it tidy? Huh?
But, babies.
Today, at 1847 Rogers Road, 3 sturdy souls have set forth to rectify this injustice. Now, with contented smiles and aching backs, they carefully seat themselves in the living room, which they've put in order. Not a spot, not a smudge, not a thing out of place. Yes, it's a pretty self-satisfied Ozzie, David, and Ricky that greet Harriet as she enters.
Oh, well, hello. So quiet, I didn't think anybody was in the house.
A home should be quiet, Harriet.
I'm wearing my wool pants because my corduroys make too much noise when I walk around.
What happened to the living room? It's so clean.
The way a home should be.
Why don't you put your feet up on the footstool, dear?
No, Harriet. I'll just keep them flat on the floor. They look so much neater that way.
David, why don't you and Ricky play a game of cards or something instead of just sitting there like a couple of wooden Indians?
We didn't want to get out the card table, Mom. It might mess up the living room.
Oh, David, go ahead and get out the card table.
Gee, honest, Mom? No, thanks. I guess we'll just sit here like a couple of wooden Indians.
I can't get over this house looking so neat and clean.
Well, we've done a pretty good job, don't you think?
I ran the vacuum.
I dusted.
And I washed the windows. Look at that one, not a speck on it. So clean it doesn't even look like it's there.
It isn't, Pop. I left it open.
Well, you better close it, David. We don't want a lot of dust blowing around in here.
Where's Nick?
Outside in the yard where a dog is supposed to be, Harriet. We don't want him getting hair all over the rug and the furniture.
A little hair on the rug doesn't hurt anything. I haven't been that fussy.
The dog stays outside. He sheds a hair here. He sheds a hair there. He sheds a hair somewhere else. Pretty soon, what have you got?
A bald dog.
Yes, and a rug that has to go to the veterinarians to be clipped. The dog stays outside.
May we be excused? We have some homework to do.
All right, boys, but walk very carefully.
I'll get it.
Would you please, Harriet? I'm going out to the garage and smoke my pipe a while.
Hello?
Hello, Harriet. It's Mother.
Hello, Mother.
Something the matter, dear? You sound a little strange.
I don't wonder. There's strange things going on around here.
Really? Something I should know about?
Oh, no, Mother, nothing important. In fact, it's a pleasure for a change.
Well, I hate to say this, Harriet, but you aren't making very much sense.
Well, I'm not trying to be mysterious. It's just that the whole thing is a little difficult to explain. Ozzie and I have been playing sort of a little game.
Oh, that's nice. Especially so near Valentine's Day. Shall I call back later, dear?
Oh, no, he's out in the garage now.
Hiding?
No, Mother, no, we're not playing actual games. It's just that Ozzie's trying to teach me a lesson, and I won't give him a tumble.
Oh, well, be careful, dear. Mary Henderson threw out our sacroiliac, and she was only playing charades.
This is a different kind of a game. I gave Ozzie a little lecture about messing up the house, so now he and the boys have started a cleanup campaign.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Well, yes, but they're carrying it to ridiculous extremes. I think the idea is for me to beg them to get back to normal.
Well, then why don't you do it, dear? Make them happy.
No, I think I'll use a different approach. You know the old saying, there's more than one way to rope a steer.
Well, you do what you like, dear. You know I don't like to interfere. I'll forget the whole thing. I won't even call to see how things work out.
All right, Mother.
But you be sure and call me.
Okay, Mother, goodbye.
Oh, hi, Emmy Lou.
What are you doing out here in the garage?
Mrs. Nelson's trying to keep the house clean, and I get ashes on the carpet.
Daddy says it keeps the moths away.
Well, maybe so, but the smoke curls up through the curtains, and I kind of like to lean back on the couch, and that crumples up the pillows.
But my goodness, Mr. Nelson, the man has a right to be comfortable in his own home.
Well, after all, this garage is part of our home, and you'd be surprised. It's not too uncomfortable lying here on the concrete.
What does Mrs. Nelson think of all this?
Oh, as a matter of fact, she started the whole idea. Frankly, Emmy Lou, she was getting pretty darn sick and tired of cleaning up the house, only to have us come along and mess it all up, she said.
Do you want my opinion, Mr. Nelson? I think this whole thing is a dangerous threat to your home and happiness.
Well, I don't see how.
I read a book once where a woman became obsessed with keeping her house clean. It was awful. She worked from morning till night cleaning. It began affecting her. She began to change in appearance. Her neck grew longer. She wore an old black smock. Her feet grew together. And at the end of the book, she wasn't a woman any longer. She was a vacuum cleaner.
What a terrifying story.
Yes. Imagine taking a vacuum cleaner to a dance.
Yes, the suction would keep untying your shoes.
You'd not a saver, Mr. Nelson. Go in there, take a stand, mess up the house.
Maybe you're right.
Sure, you're not a mouse. Take the bull by the horns. Sure, you're a lion, not a lamb. You've been the goat long enough.
No wonder the house is a mess. All those animals in there.
Your coat on the hall table.
Yes, I know I did. Where are your coats, boys?
In the hall closet.
The hall closet? Throw them on the Davenport where they belong.
Oh, boy. Pa's being tired of being clean,
No, it's
too.
not that, boys. Not exactly. I'm doing it for your mother. See, it's dangerous to have a house that's too neat. It can do things to you. It can change your appearance. Ricky, don't pucker up your lips like that. You look like a vacuum cleaner.
I don't understand, Pa.
Simply this. We're going to change this antiseptic tomb we've been living in back to a comfortable home. We'll start by dropping this potted ivy right on the floor.
Gee, Pop, that'll make an awful mess. What'll Mom say?
Oh, she'll probably rant and rave for a few minutes, fly off the handle. We can't help that. It's for our own good. Now, where's a good spot? Here, David, take this and drop it right over there on the floor.
Me? Oh, no, Pop. Why don't you do it?
I have an idea. Ricky, you're closer to the floor. Maybe if you dropped it... Ricky? Ricky? Where did Ricky go, David? David? Maybe it might have the same general effect if I just messed up a few pillows. After all,
Oh, I see my potted ivy all over the floor.
But, baby, Harriet, honestly, I don't know how it happened. I was standing here with the potted ivy in my hands, and all of a sudden something yanked my feet, and down I went.
Oh, here, I'll give you a hand.
Hey, what's this? Well, no wonder I fell down. Somebody lassoed me.
Yeah, for a minute I thought I was going to miss you.
You mean you deliberately lassoed me and made all the mess?
Now, don't be angry with me, dear.
But I don't understand. I thought you liked the house like Mrs. Richardson's.
Well, not quite, dear. Not after talking to Mr. Richardson. In fact, I got the lasso idea from him.
From Mr. Richardson?
Uh-huh. I went over there to return a magazine I'd borrowed, and there was Mr. Richardson, a big smile on his face, stretched out on the couch, smoking his pipe, his feet up on the radio phonograph, just having a wonderful time.
For goodness sakes, where was Mrs. Richardson?
Tied up on the back porch.
Back in just a moment. Well, now, that's the way things ought to be. Natural, livable. And it was Harriet who said it straight, too.
There are a lot of wives who could take a lesson from Harriet, all right. A lot of wives get hysterical over the tiniest bit of dust and blow their tops when some little thing is out of place. Practically make you take off your shoes when you come in the house.
Your wife like that?
Heck no. My wife's swell. Maybe that's why I bought her that set of 1847 Rogers Brothers last week. And you know, Mr. Smith, you're absolutely right about that 1847 silverware. It's really great, isn't it? Really beautiful workmanship.
Well, where else but in 1847 Rogers Brothers could you find those gem-like open-work knife handles, for example? Or the extraordinary height and depth of the beautiful ornamentation? And then there are the striking patterns themselves. Each one, you know, adoration, eternally yours, first love, and remembrance, is designed to suit an individual taste and preference.
I was pretty impressed with the price of 1847 Rogers Brothers, too. Hasn't gone up a cent since 1945.
Oh, that's a wonderful thing, all right. And gosh, I bet you're getting lots of attention since you gave your wife that set.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Smith, she's been so busy showing it to everybody on Rogers Road that I've hardly seen her. Wish she'd settle down. The house is beginning to look all upset.
Well, you got to expect that kind of reaction, you know. After all, 1847 Rogers Brothers is the finest silver plate in America. Oh, and by the way, there's an interesting story and color pictures of the Nelson family in the March issue of Movie Stars Parade magazine.
Harriet, are you awake?
Just about. What's the matter?
Something's been preying on my mind for hours. Where did you learn to use a lasso?
Go to sleep.
Fine chance with this thing running through my brain.
What's running through your brain?
The thought of you and that lasso. You're too good with it. I keep thinking back to our wedding day.
What about it?
Tell me the truth. Was I roped in?
Again next week to another adventure of Ozzie and Harriet, starring Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard.
And remember, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Yes, Harriet, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were John Brown, Tommy Bernard, Henry Blair, Janet Waldo, Lorene Tuttle, and Marvin Miller. Original music was composed and conducted by Billy May. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the National Broadcasting Company and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. How much will $10 buy today? Well, for one thing, a 22.5-pound care food package for any individual or group in 11 countries in Europe and in Japan, Korea, and Okinawa. It will feed a starving baby for the first 3 months of his life. It will buy enough all-wool material to make a full suit for an adult man. It will buy 2 all-wool blankets to keep the cold of winter and despair from a shivering heart. $10 buys a lot. So send your check today to CARE, New York City, New York. In Canada, address CARE at 193 Spark Street, Ottawa. This is Vern Smith speaking.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, Kraft presents from Hollywood, California, Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, I want to remind you that these are challenging days for every one of us. It's our duty to produce more to help meet our country's increasing needs. And that takes plenty of good food, as you wise homemakers know. Wholesome, nutritious food that provides the energy and nourishment your hard-working, hard-playing family needs. That's why you should know about Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Parquet Margarine is a delicious food that's packed full of wholesome nourishment. It's one of the best sources of food energy you can serve. And important to you housewives who know how essential vitamins are, every pound of Parquet Margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A, making it a reliable year-round source for your whole family. What's more, Parquet is the margarine with the delicious flavor, whether you use it at the table for baking or for pan frying. So why not give your family the benefit of this grand-tasting, nourishing food? Tomorrow, ask your dealer for a pound or 2 of economical Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
Come on, wake up, Judge Hooker. Pay attention to your checkers. It's your move.
I know it, Gildersleeve. I was merely studying the board.
What, with your eyes closed? Let's speed this up. We haven't got all night here.
All right. There, and there. Now crown me.
I'd love to, but I haven't got anything to do it with. Hooker, I don't see how you keep beating me, honestly. In fact, I don't think you do, honestly.
Gildersleeve, you're a pushover. You couldn't win a game from a backward baboon with a dozen checkers up your sleeve.
I could, too. I wouldn't need a dozen checkers. I'll show you, Hooker. Set 'em up again and pull in your belt. Because this time I'm going to beat the hell out of Leroy. How are you tonight?
Hi, Uncle Mort. Hello,
Judge Hooker.
Leroy?
Say, Unc, can I?
Can you what, Leroy?
Well, I hate to keep pestering you about it, but can I see the circus tomorrow afternoon?
Not unless they happen to pitch the tent in the front yard of the Peter B. Flugelhammer Junior High School.
Is that where you go, Leroy?
Yeah, Flugie Junior High.
Say, I grew up with Peter B. Flugelhammer Sr. That's who the junior high school was named after.
Well, I thought the school was named after Peter B. Flugelhammer Jr.
No, Junior was the son of Senior, after whom the junior high school was named. Poor Junior. He never could finish senior high.
Yo.
But gee, Uncle Mort, could you call up school and ask if I could skip tomorrow?
I did, Leroy. I even went so far as to predict that you wouldn't be feeling very well tomorrow.
What did they say?
They told me that an excuse for illness while the circus is in town must be accompanied by a note from your doctor.
Shucks, that's a heck of a note.
Yes. Well, there's no use grousing, young man. Remember, school must come first. Now, sit down and get started with your homework.
Yes, Leroy, your homework, that's the thing that's going to count in later life, not going to the circus.
I don't think so, Judge. Because in my later life, I expect to be a lion tamer.
Oh?
You don't need any education for that. All you need is a kitchen chair and the right kind of breakfast food.
Well, yes. This lion taming is new, though. Last week you were going to become a pitcher with the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh, that was last week.
Oh.
Gee, I wouldn't mind missing the circus so much, Uncle Mort, but I hate to see those passes go to waste.
Oh, did you get passes, Gildersleeve?
Did I get passes? Yes, sir. I've got certain connections.
Yeah, Uncle Mort gets the right number of beans in that jar in the drugstore window.
Oh. Yes, I connected that time.
Gee, Uncle Mort, are you sure you can't take me?
I'm sorry, Leroy, but you'd better make up your mind to skip the circus.
Oh, gee, a guy can't get any fun out of life.
You know, Gildersleeve, sometimes I think our school system has become too scientific, too streamlined.
You're right, Judge. These days, everything is streamlined. Except me.
Yes. Things were a lot different in the days when I went to school.
What a memory.
I sat next to Petey Flugelhammer.
Huh?
That was long before he was elected lieutenant governor and then named the school after himself.
Oh.
We had none of this modern stuff like getting a doctor's prescription to go to the circus.
Yes, it was the same in my school days, too, Judge. Of course, I'm not as old as you are.
What do you mean, Gildersleeve? You were shaving when I was a little shaver.
I was not.
You were, too.
All right. I was always taught not to contradict my elders. Come to think of it, Judge, we kids used to have a lot more fun than modern children have. I can still remember some of the tricks we pulled at school.
So do I. Shenanigans, they were called.
Yes. I'll never forget the time I dropped a paper bag full of water on the Spanish teacher. Only it turned out to be the new athletic coach. And when he caught me, boy, was he athletic.
That's nothing. I once sneaked up behind Miss Pettibone's desk and tacked her dress to the floor. Kids don't do a thing like that these days.
Yeah, kids can't do a thing like that these days. Say, Judge, did you ever put eggs in the principal's umbrella?
No, did you?
Uh-huh. I had my own hen, and I saved eggs for a rainy day. I can still see him lifting that umbrella over his head.
Well, I put alum in the water pitcher at our graduation exercises.
Oh, that's a peachy stunt. What happened?
I didn't graduate.
Ah, yes, youth. Sometimes I wish I were a kid again, just so I could pull a few more of those cute little innocent juvenile pranks.
Well, they're a thing of the past.
Yeah.
I never hear of kids doing those things these days. Not enough imagination, I guess.
That's right. You know, I remember when a dog and pony show came to our town, and all us kids made up our minds to go. You know how we got the afternoon off?
No, how?
Well, I climbed up on the schoolhouse roof and stuffed my coat into the chimney. Boy, I wish you could have seen that smoke pour in and those kids pour out.
Gildy, I'll bet you worked hard.
Oh, that wasn't anything. Did I ever tell you about the time we smuggled the horse up in the bell tower at college?
Gee, no, Uncle Mort. Tell us about it.
Well, I borrowed this. Leroy, I didn't know that you were still here.
Sure, you told me to do my homework. Say, did you ever do any homework, Uncle Mort?
Stacks of it.
Gee, when did you find the time? Didn't it interfere with your jokes?
Now see what you've done, Gildersleeve, giving the boy a wrong impression of our childhood.
Me? You started it, tacking teachers' skirts to the floor. And you, a Superior Court judge. Aren't you ashamed?
Well, how about you, egging the principal on and trying to brain everybody with bags of water?
What do you mean, everybody? Just our Spanish teacher, Miss Olafson, that's all. Now, Leroy, don't get us wrong. Judge Hooker and I were merely reminiscing about an era that doesn't exist anymore.
I'll say it doesn't. You couldn't get away with those corny gags today.
Those gags weren't corny, Leroy. They were mighty clever. Huh? Oh, yes. They were terrible. The big kids made me do them. I'm ashamed of myself. Aren't you, Judge Hooker?
Yes. I was a bad boy.
You see, Leroy?
Gee, you two treat me as if I was 12 years old.
You are 12 years old, Leroy.
Sure, I know it, but I don't like to be treated that way.
You'll have to hurry, Marjorie, if you're going to the circus with me.
I'm almost ready. What's the rush, Uncle Mort?
Well, I'd like to get there on time for once. No matter when I start, it seems I always arrive in time to get caught in the opening procession. One year, a hippopotamus chased me around the ring twice, and I never did find my seat.
It's too bad Leroy couldn't get off from school to come with us.
Yes, the poor boy. Well, we'll bring him back a red balloon and a little whip with the tassel.
Hey, anybody home? Hi.
Leroy!
Gee, I'm glad I caught you before you left for the circus.
Well, Leroy, what are you doing home at this hour?
School was dismissed just now. Come on, let's go to the circus.
By the way, Leroy, why were classes dismissed?
Well, you might call it an accident.
Accident? What was the accident?
Oh, nothing serious.
Then what was it?
Oh, it seems they had to get all the students out quick on account of all the rooms had to be aired out.
Aired out? They did? Why?
Well, nobody knows for sure exactly, but the general opinion is that somehow or other, a skunk got into the air conditioning system.
Oh!
Circus swell.
The best I've ever seen.
How did you like the fellow who did the swan dive into the tank of burning gasoline, Uncle Mort?
I liked him, but I don't think Secretary Ickes would. Leroy, there's something that's been troubling me. It's that skunk in your school.
You mean Mr. Proctor, the principal?
No, Leroy. The one that got into the air conditioning system. Do you happen to know how it got in there?
No, I don't. Say, remember the tiger that rode on the elephant's back? How did they train him to do that, Uncle Mort?
Oh, with kindness, I suppose. Leroy, did you happen to have anything to do with it?
With the tiger, Uncle Mort?
No, the skunk.
That wasn't a skunk, Uncle. It was a tiger. Tigers and skunks have different kinds of stripes.
I know they have. I'm talking about school.
But, I've been thinking. Isn't it a strange coincidence that this accident occurred on the day the circus came to town?
Yeah, funny, ain't it? Say, Uncle Mort, what do you think would happen if when the lion tamer had his head in the lion's mouth, the lion suddenly had a sneeze?
Well, I don't think anyone would say gesundheit. Now, Leroy, I hope that nothing Judge Hooker and I said about our school day pranks caused you to try to imitate us.
Oh, no, sir.
You understand we were just talking about old times.
Yes, sir, like Judge Hooker says. That's about all you old-timers have got left. Your memory.
Yeah. What did you say? Good afternoon, Bertie. Is Leroy home from school yet?
Well, let me look in the refrigerator. No, sir.
Did you expect to find him in there?
No, but I can tell if he's here by what ain't.
Well, maybe he wasn't hungry this afternoon.
That boy? Why, he's nothing but appetite held together by skin and bones. Oh, what's the matter?
Well, there's a lot of strange things going on at Leroy's school, and I'm afraid that maybe I'm partly to blame.
How come you messing around the school? Is you one of them pants teachers?
No, it's just that Judge Hooker and I were talking about some little pranks we used to play when we were in school. Little harmless things, you know. Well, Leroy happened to overhear us, and now I'm afraid he's showing us the modern versions with the chromium trimmings.
What makes you think little Leroy's doing fumadiddles?
Well, did you read the afternoon paper?
No, sir, it never gets to me till the following morning.
Oh, yes. Well, I've got it right here. Listen to this. Juvenile joker startles school. Police were called early today to investigate a large, stout lady's body seen suspended from the window of Principal Pulteney Proctor at Flugelhammer Junior High School.
Oh, who was it, Miss Proctor?
Yes. No, but listen. Closer inspection revealed that the body was a dummy, stuffed with old football pads, wearing a green and purple silk dress size 48.
Green and purple silk? Size 48?
Yeah.
Sounds like my Sunday go-to-meeting dress. The one that was kidnapped off the clothesline last night.
Yes, doesn't it?
Well, what's my dress doing in the newspaper?
I don't know, Bertie. Shh, Bertie, here comes Leroy.
Do you think he did it?
Afternoon, Uncle Morse. Hiya, Bertie. Say, is this your old dress?
That's my new dress, Leroy, and what you doing with it?
Why, Piggy Banks just gave it to me. He says the wind must have blown it over into his yard. He found it under a window.
Young man, isn't this the dress that was hanging out of Mr. Proctor's window this morning?
You mean on the dummy that was suspended from school? Well, how could it be if it belongs to Bertie?
What do you think, Bertie?
I ain't saying nothing. I'm only too glad to get my dress back without paying ransom. I'm going to hide it this time.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. Look, Leroy, don't think of me just as your uncle and your guardian. Think of me as your pal, your buddy. Now, if there's anything that's troubling your little mind, why don't you just come right out with it?
Well, okay, Unc. There is something that's been bothering me.
I understand. Go right ahead, my boy. What is it?
Well, how did you ever get that horse up into the bell tower at college?
Oh! The reason I asked you to come here tonight, Judge Hooker, is because you and I are turning Leroy's school topsy-turvy.
Why, I haven't been near the place.
We've been doing it by remote control. Remember how we shot off our mouths in front of Leroy about our school day monkey shines?
Yes, and say, I just remembered another one.
Forget it. Leroy's been up to all our old tricks.
Oh, his teachers have caught him, huh?
No, that kid's smarter than we were. But we got to stop him from going on with him.
Well, maybe if I gave him a little lecture.
Hooker, you don't understand children. That wouldn't work at all. We've got to pretend we don't know what's going on.
That shouldn't be hard for you to do.
When Leroy comes in, that'll be our cue to start casually chatting about the evils of practical joking. Subtle propaganda, you know. How about it, Hooker?
We can try it. Too bad this whole thing had to happen. You know, Gildersleeve, it would never have started if you hadn't opened your fat face.
Me? Why, it was you that started it, you little travesty on justice.
Is that so? Why, Gildersleeve, if you had the intelligence of a jackass. But no, why should I daydream? There's no use arguing with you.
Why not?
Because I don't argue with blubberheads.
Well, I do, you blubberhead. Just because you're a judge, do you think? No, I can answer that myself. You don't think.
Don't you provoke me, you big wad of wind.
Oh, that settles it. I'm going to lambaste you with...
Oh, excuse me, I didn't think...
Come right in, Leroy. I was just telling Judge Hooker how to baste a lamb. Wasn't I, Judge Hooker?
Huh? Oh, yes, yes. Don't let us disturb you, Leroy, my boy. Go right ahead and do your homework. Just pay no attention to us.
I won't.
As we were saying, Judge, don't you think that juvenile delinquency often starts with some innocent boyish prank?
When were we saying that? Oh, of course, Gildersleeve. Quite often a young fella starts out for a lark and winds up in a cage. How's that?
Oh, Judge. Then you think that practical joking can lead to serious consequences?
Surely. It starts out with a fella dipping girls' pigtails into inkwells, and then he becomes bored with that and puts firecrackers in the coal scuttle.
Yes. Or water in the teacher's galoshes, and then setting them out to freeze.
Never heard of that one before.
Huh?
That's only good in real cold weather.
Well, in summertime, you can always put flypaper on all the chairs.
Yes. With the words "kick me" printed on the back. Say, I did that when I was in 4th grade. You should have seen the fun at recess.
You know, I used to hunt for frogs during recess and put them all in the lunchboxes. Once I made a mistake and put one in my own lunchbox.
Did I tell you about the time that I snagged our principal's wig with a fish pole and then hoisted it to the top of the flagpole?
Oh, boy. I wish I could have seen... Oh, my goodness. What have we been saying?
Huh?
Leroy, don't you pay any attention to this old... Say, where is Leroy?
I don't know. You said pretend he wasn't here, and by George, he isn't.
Yes, and a lucky thing, too. How did we ever get started talking like that again?
I remember distinctly. You began it, Gildersleeve.
Me? Why, you feeble little fuddle-headed fuddy-duddy.
Smile when you say that, Gildersleeve.
Smile? I'll laugh right out loud.
Hello, Marjorie. Hello, Pierpont. I came to see Meatball. Who?
Meatball. You know, Leroy. Only you don't like us kids to call him Leroy anymore. Like I don't like to be called Pierpont.
All right, Piggy. Come on in. Oh, Leroy, Piggy Banks is here to see you. Come on in the library, Pig. It's right that way.
Thanks.
Well, come on in. Don't be bashful.
But your uncle, that's him behind that newspaper, ain't it? What's the matter with him?
Oh, nothing. He always does that after dinner. He's digesting his food.
Oh. Ain't we going to disturb him?
No, we had roast beef and potatoes for dinner. Nothing will bother Unc for another hour at least. Now, let's get going on that history stuff.
Well, I know Miss Keller's going to ask us about the vice presidents tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. She's going through the book exactly the way she did last year, the first time I took the course.
Okay, I think I got it memorized. But is she going to ask us the names of all the vice presidents?
She did last year. I kept a diary.
All right, but gee, what a question to ask. Well, you take the list and see if I get them right.
Shoot.
John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr, Aaron Burr.
You said that. Say, Meatball, what do you think of the stuff that's been pulled off at school lately?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think of it?
Oh, I don't know. Have any idea who's doing it?
Gee, I don't know. You got any idea?
Well, I don't know. Who do you think?
I don't know. Let's get back to the vice president.
Okay. Shoot.
John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr. Say, I wonder who put the iron sulfide in Miss Keller's inkwell.
How'd you know it was iron sulfide, Meatball?
Shucks, anybody knows that's the stuff that puts the smell in inkwell. You know who pulled that one, Piggy?
Let's get back to vice president.
Okay. John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr. Gee, I don't know what good knowing the vice president is going to do a guy who's going to be a stuntman in the movies.
I thought you were going to be a lion tamer.
Well, lion taming's just one of the stunts I'm going to do.
Talking about stunts, did you hear about the one somebody just pulled tonight over in the schoolyard?
Which one's that?
I bet you know about it already.
Well, maybe I do and maybe I don't. I ain't saying. What are you talking about?
Oh, about what they did to old man Flugelhammer's statue. Somebody dressed him up in a set of red flannel underwear and a corset.
No kidding.
Yeah. Boy, if they ever find out who did that, they'd be expelled from school pronto, I bet.
Let's get on with the vice president's Pig.
All right. Say, could I borrow a glass of water? We had corned beef for dinner.
Sure. Come on out in the kitchen. I'll get it for you.
Boy, wait till Mr. Proctor sees the woolies on Flugie.
Did I hear right? Red flannels and the corset on Flugie? Or was I just dreaming? No, there's Piggy Banks' hat. It's true. Oh, let me think. Yes, that's what I'll have to do. Yes, 6. Hooker's just as much to blame as I am. I can't let Leroy be expelled. Hello, Judge. This is Gildersleeve. You got to help me with something. I can't explain now, but I'll pick you up in about 10 minutes. We got a date with an old schoolmate of yours.
You sure this is the right part of the schoolyard?
Why, of course.
Not so loud, Gildersleeve.
Oh.
I'm a Superior Court judge. Can you picture what would happen if I'm caught?
Yes, scandalous, isn't it?
Oh, why do I let you get me into situations like this?
Because you haven't got any more brains than I have.
And where in the name of Goots and Borglum is that statue? Never mind, I found it.
Yeah, that's Flugelhammer up there. Flannels, corsets, and all.
Let's not hang around here all night, Gildersleeve. Come on, I'll boost you up.
Well, wait a minute, I'll take this top coat off.
All right.
Yeah, that's better. All right, get down now. Upsy daisy.
Oh, my poor back. You'll cave it in.
Push my other foot up, Judge.
I will if you take it out of my hip pocket.
Yeah, there. Is that better?
No. Ow, now it's in my ear.
Well, in one ear and out the other.
Gildersleeve, get up there.
Yeah, okay. Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
Judge, do you notice a sudden cold wind?
Can't say that I do. Which way is it coming?
Up. Judge, hold my feet so I won't fall.
I got him. You're all right. Solid as a rock.
No, you're holding Pete's feet.
What?
The flat-footed flugelhammer. Yeah, that's better. Now I can get to work. I wonder where Leroy ever found this corset.
Make it snappy, Gildersleeve. Who do you think you are, Gypsy Rose Lee?
Yep. Okay, I've got it now. Here, catch it, Judge.
Hurry up before somebody catches us.
All right. Hey, Leroy must have sewn this underwear on. I never knew the little rascal could sew.
How's it coming, Gildy?
Just another second. Yeah. Cut out that whistling, Judge.
I'm not whistling. That must be the night watchman.
Oh?
Come on, rip it off. Let's scram.
Okay, head for the car, Judge.
Hey, who's that?
This way, Judge.
Quit calling me Judge, Gildersleeve.
Oh,
Don't you believe him, Gildy?
Oh! Scatter, Judge, scatter. I'll meet you at the drugstore.
I wonder why the principal sent for us, Uncle Mort.
Well, now, you let me handle the whole thing, Marjorie.
Do you think that Leroy might be in some trouble?
Well, I didn't want to tell you, Marjorie, but your brother has turned his school into a midget version of Hellzapoppin'.
Leroy? But he had such a fine record.
He had, until he heard Judge Hooker and me brag about the foolish antics we performed as children. Oh, I hang my head when I think of it. And I'd like to hang the judges, too.
Oh, now, Uncle Mort, it can't be that serious.
No? Well, come on. You'll see. You know, after all, boys will be boys. Leroy is just a bit high-spirited. And what's wrong with that, sir? You were a boy once yourself, weren't you?
Me? No.
I was talking to the principal. Rehearsing, I mean. After you, my dear. Yes. Look at George Washington and the cherry tree. Just high spirits? Washington was a boy, too. We were all boys.
Uncle, are you all right?
Of course I am. No, I'm not. It's been a long, long time since I was called to the principal's office, but I still get that old feeling.
Me, too.
Yeah.
Well, brace up, Uncle Mort. Here we are.
Okay. Let's go in. Hope he doesn't make us stay after school, Marjorie. Mr. Proctor?
Yes?
I'm Leroy Forrester's uncle, and this is his sister, Marjorie.
Well, I'm glad to see you two. I want to talk to you about that young man.
Yes, I know, Mr. Proctor. Really, he's a fine boy at heart.
I realize that. There's something I want to tell you.
Sure,
about.
But you were a boy once yourself, weren't you, Mr. Proctor?
Of course I was.
You see, Marjorie, didn't I tell you? Mr. Proctor was a boy once himself. Probably high-spirited, too.
Surely. Now about your nephew.
I hope you're not going to be harsh with him.
But why should I be, Mr. Forrester?
Excuse me, my name's Gildersleeve. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Did you say Gildersleeve?
Yes. Did I say something wrong? That happens to be my name.
And does that happen to be your top coat hanging on that hook?
Where? Yes. How did it happen to get here?
Last night, that coat with your name in it was found by our night watchman.
Oh, my goodness. Excuse me. I just remembered a dental appointment.
One moment. Here's something else that belongs to you. Your red flannel underwear and your corset.
Corset?
Why, Uncle Mort, I don't understand.
Neither does Mr. Proctor.
I understand only too well. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? A grown man. A big, fat, grown man. Going around at night putting union suits on statues.
Uncle Mort, what is this? Now, can't you explain?
Sure, if I can get a word in edgewise.
Actions speak louder than words, Gildersleeve. It's a lucky thing for you that Leroy Forrester is your nephew.
It is?
Yes. I'd expose you in a minute, but I don't want to spoil Leroy's big day.
Leroy's big day?
Oh, what has he done now?
That's why I sent for you. Today, he's going to be presented with the Chamber of Commerce Medal as the outstanding student in Flugelhammer Junior High School.
What? Leroy? Well, I knew it all along.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I want to ask you, what is the most welcome compliment a hostess can receive? Well, I'm told it's sincere appreciation of the dishes she serves, comments on the lightness of her cakes, the flakiness of her pie crust, exclamations on how downright good everything tastes. So here's a tip for you housewives. For baking that's sure to win compliments, use delicious parquet margarine made by Kraft. You see, Parquet margarine is a genuine flavor shortening, not a bland, tasteless fat. Yes, the same delicate, appetizing taste that makes Parquet margarine so delicious for table use gives added flavor to baked foods, too. And Parquet mixes so easily and creams so smoothly, it's really pleasant to use. Remember, too, that Parquet margarine's flavor makes pan-fried foods taste better, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. And whether you serve delicious Parquet margarine at the table or use it for cooking, you are giving your family a nutritious, wholesome energy food. Remember, too, that Parquet is an excellent source of vitamin A. So give your family the benefits of this delightful, nourishing food. Serve them economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay. It's made by Kraft.
That's a beautiful medal, Leroy, and I'm mighty proud of you. But, won't you answer just one question for me, my boy?
What is it, Unc?
Who was responsible for all those escapades around your school?
Now, Uncle Mort, I positively don't know. What's more, I don't want to know. And then even if I did know, you don't think I'd squeal on my pal Piggy, do you?
You're a bright boy, Leroy. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
United States Hardware, exclusive distributors for Traveler television sets, brings you now Mickey Rooney, Louis Stone, and Fay Holden in The Hardy Family. Traveler Television is proud to present The Hardy Family, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture series, which brought delight to millions and reflected the common joys and tribulations of the average American family. And now, by transcription, here are the same great stars in the parts they created on the screen: Louis Stone, Mickey Rooney, and Fay Holden, The Hardy Family. Friends, when you decide on a television set, be sure you decide on a Traveler, America's greatest television value. And here's why. Traveler television sets give you lifelike pictures that are clear and so easy to watch, with a big 16-inch picture tube that makes it possible to see television at its best, even in a well-lighted room. Yes, and only Traveler television sets have push-button tuning, the simplest form of station selection. Just push the button for the station you want, and click. True sound, true pictures pop in instantly. It's so easy to operate, a child can do it. And Traveler television sets in distinctive, conventional, modern console cabinets enhance the beauty of your living room or den. Yes, you get all these quality features in a Traveler for the amazingly low price of only $249.95. But don't let this low price mislead you. Traveler television sets have all the quality features that you would expect to find in sets selling at a much higher price. So before you buy any television set, visit your Traveler television dealer and see, hear, and compare. Then you, too, will decide on Traveler, America's greatest television value.
For some strange reason, the thing that has exerted the greatest influence on my son Andrew during his life has been food. At the age of 8, he decided to leave home one day and see the world. But when dinner time approached, he decided to see enough of the world and was at the table at the usual time. In our home, we set our watches by Andrew's mealtime arrival.
James, was that the front door that slammed?
Yes, it must be Andrew home for lunch.
Oh, it can't be. The clock says 5 minutes to 12.
And the clock must be 5 minutes slow because Andrew never is at mealtime.
Hiya, Mom, Dad. Oh, what a beautiful domestic picture. The two of you at the table like that. Don't move, Dad, don't move. That's the way I want to remember you. Just like that always.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to go in the living room for a while. You know, we'll be in these same positions tomorrow.
This may be the last time I'll see you like this. I won't be joining you at the dining room table anymore, Dad.
Oh, Andy, you mustn't go on a diet. There isn't enough of you now.
Well, you don't understand, Mom. I've reached an important decision. Dad, I'm going to be a bachelor. Well, I think people around town are beginning to point fingers at me and whisper that I'm afraid to face the world alone, tied to my family's apron strings.
Oh, that's silly. Your father never wears an apron.
No, not a young man. Lots of young men live at home until they're ready to strike out on their own.
But I'm in business now. It's time I had my own place and assume my own responsibilities, Dad.
Well, there's nothing wrong with you staying here as long as we have a room for you and plenty to eat. You can save money that way.
That's just the trouble. I'm saving money at your expense.
Oh, but the additional expense is really very little, dear.
Why, we hardly noticed.
No, look, I made up my mind, folks. I know I make a lot of extra work for Mom around here,
Oh,
too.
no, dear. I hardly noticed it.
So, Dad, if you'll just return the money I've been giving you to save for me, I'll be leaving. By the way, how much have I saved?
Yeah, you hardly notice it.
Oh, well, I know what I've got to do. I've got to live alone and be completely self-supporting.
Well, son, I guess you made your decision. There's nothing we can do about it.
Oh.
Good luck to you, boy.
But, James, you'll starve to death.
No, Emily, we can't continue to think of Andrew as a child, no.
Thanks, Dad.
But, James, how can you take this so calmly?
Well, I guess once in the life of all parents becomes a moment like this. We've just got to face it.
Well, look at it this way, Mom. You won't be losing a son. You'll be gaining a spare room.
Oh, I just don't feel right about it.
I'll only be living a few blocks away. I've made arrangements to check into the Carvel Bachelors Club.
Bachelor? Oh, that sounds so wicked.
Mom, all men are bachelors, unless they're married.
No, that's not true. Some of them are widowers.
No, Emily, you mustn't make a fuss about this. Andrew's made up his mind. We'll have to make the best of it. But, son, there's just one thing that does concern me a little.
Oh, what's that, Dad?
Well, I'm a little worried about the money situation.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, I hadn't thought about that.
And that's the most important thing you'll have to consider in making this move.
Yeah, I can see it is now. Tell you what, I'll still keep sending you my $6 a week contribution to the house until you get yourself reorganized, huh?
Oh, Andrew, I wasn't worrying about us. It's you I'm thinking of.
Oh, you mean you think I may not have enough money to get started on, huh?
Yeah, that's my biggest worry.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want you folks worrying. You send me $6 a week.
No, I'm afraid we couldn't do that, son.
Well, just let me work everything out, will you? It'll be all right. Well, I better go and start packing now. I'll be moving out in about an hour.
James, we just can't let him do this thing. Why, he won't last a week on his own.
A week? I'll wager he won't last 2 days.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, once when I was very young, I decided to leave home. But I was back home by dinner time the next day.
Oh, really, James? Then you think Andy will be home again by tomorrow night at dinner time?
Emily, I wouldn't be surprised if he beat my time by at least 2 meals.
Oh, hi, Andy.
Oh, Pa. May I come in for a moment?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I was just hoping you'd drop by.
I've got something rather important to tell you.
And so have I. Tomorrow night is the big dance, and I was wondering if you were going to go formal.
Probably for your own good, I'd better cancel that date with you tomorrow night.
Andy Hardy, for your own good, you'd better keep it.
You don't understand, child. People might start to talk about you if you went out with me.
Well, I've been going out with you for a long time, and nobody ever says anything.
I know, but that was before I was a bachelor.
Oh, what?
I just dropped by to tell you that I'm no longer living at home.
Oh. Well, what happened, Andy?
Well, I suddenly realized that it was time I got out on my own. Now that I'm living alone, a single, unattached, extremely attractive bachelor, I'll be in great demand.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I expect you to take me to that dance.
It's starting already. I'll have to fight 'em off with clubs.
What are you talking about? Fight who off?
Well, don't you see? I'll be caught up in a constant social whirl. Debutantes will be clamoring for me. Society will open its doors. This is the way you meet people and make contacts. Why, even on dull nights, they'll want me for a fourth at bridge.
It's going to make all this difference just because you're living alone?
No, I'm not exactly living alone, Polly. I've checked into the Carvel Bachelors Club, a very exclusive place for eligible gentlemen like myself.
And why should this affect us?
Polly, you know the stories people tell about bachelors. I couldn't let you in for anything like that.
Well, I never heard any stories about bachelors.
Oh, they're terrible. There's always some scandal hanging around a prominent bachelor.
Well, there's no scandal around you, is there?
No, but this is just my first day. Give me time.
Well, do you mind if I just hang around you until a good scandal comes along?
No, you've got to understand this, Polly. There'll be gay parties for me, penthouses, yachts. I'll have to be visiting dignitaries. I'll be traveling strictly with the upper crust from now on, dear girl.
Well, I guess there's always room for one more crumb in the crust.
Now, Polly, look, don't be bitter. This isn't goodbye forever. You'll be reading about me. I'll soon be the most sought-after man in town. Before long, I may be the most popular bachelor in the nation.
Oh, hello, Andy. Come on in.
Thank you, Jim. I came to see you in your official capacity as president of the Junior Chamber of Commerce.
Good. What's on your mind?
I'd like to give you my card, if I may, sir.
Your card?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've known you for years.
I know. I just had these printed. Take one for future reference.
Oh, all right. Let's see. Andrew Hardy, available for meeting visiting dignitaries.
Yes.
Will attend social functions on short notice.
That's right.
Ideal partner for debutantes on their coming out parties.
Oh.
Well, that sounds great, Andy, but there's just one trouble.
What's that?
Well, there aren't any debutantes coming out this year in Carvel.
Oh, I put that one in there just in case. Can't overlook any possibilities, you know.
Oh, yes. I heard you'd checked into the Carvel Bachelors Club.
Oh, have people started talking already?
Well, just one.
I guess the scandal has started. Good. Takes a little scandal to make a bachelor colorful.
Andy, I was just talking to your father.
Oh, well, I just wanted to let you know that I'm available for certain duties and functions now, things that I'm well suited to represent the Junior Chamber on, you see.
Uh-huh. For instance?
Well, you know that good-looking movie actress who's making personal appearances around the country?
Yeah.
She may stop over here in Carvel.
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm sure you're aware of my sophisticated and suave manner. And the fact that I'm a very sought-after bachelor.
Well?
Well, just got my tuxedo back from the clean.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If anybody in this Chamber of Commerce is going to meet an attractive movie actress and escort her, it'll be me.
Huh?
Why do you think I bother to be the president?
But look, Jim.
Look, Andy, a single unattached man like you ought to be able to find a million exciting things to do.
Yeah, you're right, Jim. There'll be other times, huh?
That's the idea.
I'll just go to the club and do what any single man does on a dull night.
Well, what's that?
Wash out a few pair of socks.
Hardy family will return, but first a word from your announcer. See, hear, compare. Then you too will agree no other television set offers you more value for the price than a Traveler television set. That's right, friends. You see, Traveler television sets were designed with you in mind. That's why only Traveler television sets give you push-button tuning, the simplest form of television tuning. Yes, and Traveler thought of your vision, too. That's why they've given you the best 16-inch picture tube ever developed, with no distortion, no flickering. And for a thing of beauty, Traveler television sets come in magnificent hand-rubbed console cabinets, furniture styles to enhance the beauty of your living room or den. And remember, you can buy a Traveler television set with a big 16-inch tube in a full-size console cabinet with built-in antenna and exclusive push-button tuning for not $349, not $299, but only $249.95. But don't be misled by the low price. You get all the quality features found in sets selling for $100 more at this low price of $249.95. So why pay more? Decide now on making your television choice a Traveler television set, the family television set. For the name of your nearest Traveler television dealer, call United States Hardware at Angelus 9-8252. That's Angelus 9-8252. Call them tomorrow.
And now back to the Hardy Family, starring Mickey Rooney, Louis Stone, and Fay Holden.
Well, Andrew was determined to strike out on his own, so there's one less at our house tonight. Emily's still afraid that Andrew won't be able to support himself in the style to which he's become accustomed. But I've always believed the best way to make a young man self-reliant is to let him shoulder responsibility. And I fully expect Andrew to shoulder his responsibilities right back home before many hours have passed.
Oh, James, I can't get used to that empty chair at the table.
Now, Mother. This is something we both knew had to happen sooner or later.
Oh, well, why couldn't Andy have stayed with us until he got married? Then he'd have someone to take care of him.
Well, Emily, society seems to feel that the husband should take care of the wife.
Well, then Andy better not marry into society.
Well, I hope now that Andrew's a bachelor, he's enjoying as good a dinner as we are tonight.
Oh, dear, I'm going to have to start to learn to cook all over again. Just look at all those mashed potatoes going to waste.
Yes, well, Emily, maybe it'd be a good idea if we got a dog to take Andrew's place.
Oh, yes, maybe an Airedale. They have hair just like Andy's.
Yes, there is quite a similarity.
The dog can sit in Andy's place at the table and go to the market with me like Andy used to.
Well, there you are, you see. The dog might work out as a substitute for the boy. One thing, certainly, he couldn't borrow any money from me. Of course, I'll miss our little man-to-man talks.
Well, you can have a nice man-to-dog talk.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't get along very far with that. See, I don't speak Airedale very well.
Oh, James. No, I'm afraid a dog just couldn't take Andy's place. There's only one solution to our problem.
Oh,
You've got to go right down to Carmel Bachelor Club and bring Andy home. Well, I just know he's not happy there.
Well, he's probably not even at the club. Remember, he's a young, eligible bachelor now. Why, he's probably caught up in the social swirl already. Out dining at some lovely home, having a magnificent feast. In any event, I guarantee you that Andrew is not going to starve.
Mr. Fisher, may I ask you a question? One of the rules of the Carvel Bachelor's Club is that nobody speaks loud at the table. Oh. I haven't heard anybody in this place speak, period.
What has a bachelor got to talk about?
Are you kidding? Well, a bachelor's life is gay, exciting, full of romance and adventure. It's carefree.
Have you taken a good look at the fellows around this table?
Yeah, looks like an undertaker's convention. Of course, not you, Mr. Fisher, not you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. It's the food in this place. You'll age 10 years in a week.
I know what you mean. I feel about 5 years older since I had the soup.
That wasn't soup. That was beef stew.
Beef stew? Why, there wasn't a piece of meat in the stuff.
I know. There isn't a stomach in the place that could handle a good husky piece of meat anymore.
Gosh, if the food is so terrible here, why don't you eat out someplace?
Out?
Sure, get yourself invited to some home for the evening.
Son, the last time one of the fellows from here was invited to a home for a meal, they couldn't get rid of him for 3 weeks. They brought him back here in a straitjacket with gravy still on his chin.
Why, that's awful.
Took us 2 days to get his fists unclenched. And then do you know what we found in them?
Vienna sausages?
Olive pits.
This place is plain murder.
Luckiest fellow here is old man Hayes down there at the end of the table. Doctor advised him not to eat anything.
But you can't live without eating.
In this place, it's worth a try.
Oh, I'm certainly not going to get in that kind of condition. You fellas just don't know the advantages of being a bachelor. You don't know how to operate. Why, you know what? That telephone will probably start ringing here tonight, and I'll have more invitations than I can handle for the evening.
Mr. Hardy, we've got a little something here that we usually save for the younger members.
Huh?
Might give you a pleasant evening.
Well, thanks, Mr.
Fisher. Things aren't so dull here after all, huh?
No. Of course, this is a little too strenuous for most of us, but I think that you can take it.
I can take it? What is it?
A very well-preserved photograph of Miss America of 1912.
Emily, ready to go to the movies?
Oh, yes, dear. But I can't help thinking how much Andy used to enjoy going with us.
Yes, I imagine the movies are much too tame for Andrew now.
Oh, dear, I do hope he doesn't get mixed up with too wild a crowd.
Oh, he's a pretty level-headed boy. I don't think we need to worry about him getting into any trouble.
I know, but with all those other wild bachelors, you can't tell what he might be swayed into doing.
Now, Emily, you've got to stop worrying. He's on his own now, and he'll just have to work out his own problems.
I can just see him now at that awful wild club.
No, Emily, don't imagine.
Crowding around a bar with all those other bachelors, singing risque songs and drinking.
We're poor little lambs who have lost our way. Who have gone astray.
I can't stand any more of it.
Would you care for another glass of warm milk, Hardy?
No, thanks. I've had enough warm milk now to feed 50 cats.
Shall we do another chorus of the Whip and Poop song?
No.
We haven't cut up like this for a long time.
Maybe we better not, Mr. Fisher. We don't want to bring the police or anything. Mr. Fisher, are you sure the telephone in this place hasn't been disconnected?
Oh, no. It rang just last week.
Oh, then somebody did get a call.
It was the wrong number.
Oh, look, it's almost 8 o'clock. Somebody better call pretty soon if they expect to find me available for the evening, that's for sure.
Mr. Hardy, it brings a breath of fresh air into the club to have you around.
Oh, thank you.
Say, if you get an invitation to go out, can I listen in on the extension?
Certainly. Yes. I rather expect a call from a Miss Alice Hart. She's one of the year's debutantes, you know. She's coming out tonight.
Coming out awfully late, isn't she?
Oh, well, these social functions don't get started until the wee small hours of the morning, Mr. Fisher.
I was up until 3 o'clock last night.
Oh, a social function?
No, indigestion. But it was thrilling to be up at that hour anyway.
Well, I've got to do something to pass the time here. Isn't there anything to do for entertainment around here?
Jones and Murphy are having a pretty hot chess game over there in the corner.
Well, Mr. Fisher, they're both asleep.
Yes, but when one of them wakes up and makes a move, wow.
Well, don't you ever have a dance here or anything, huh?
We did hold a dance once 2 years ago. We all took rumba lessons for a month, and then when the band showed up, they played waltzes all night.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's too bad.
Oh, we didn't take it too hard. It would have been very difficult dancing with no women anyway.
I wonder why that telephone doesn't ring.
Well, if you'll pardon me, I'll be going to bed.
But it's only 8 o'clock, Mr. Fisher.
Ah, yes. I remember when I first came to this club, too.
Oh, somebody will call. Somebody will call. You'll see. Somebody will invite me out yet tonight.
Sure, son.
The whole world can't forget a poor, lonely bachelor like me.
One of the easiest things to forget is a bachelor. You don't belong to anybody, and nobody especially wants you. Good night.
Good night, Mr.
Poor Yoshi. He's lost his way.
Polly! Hey, Polly! Polly. Can I talk to you a minute?
Andy Hardy, what are you doing here at this hour of night?
I've been out doing the town. That's what I had a terrific night. Hobnob with all the class of Carvel, I did.
Well, I'm very happy for you. Good night.
No, wait a minute, Polly. I've got to talk to you. It's not like you think at all. I didn't tell you the truth. Nobody invited me out tonight.
What? No debutante?
That's not the right season for debutantes to come out. That's why I came over here.
Well, I'm certainly not coming out at this hour.
I got to talk to someone for a while. It's terrible being a bachelor. I sang the Whippin' song so many times, I'm all puffed out. Polly, if you still want me to, I'll take you to that dance tomorrow night and dance every single dance with you.
Go to the front door. I'll be right there. Let me get a coat on.
Oh, swell. Oh, little black sheep, lost your way. Thanks for coming out, Polly.
Did you actually come over to apologize?
In all humility.
And you're willing to give up this idea of being a bachelor?
Well, now I haven't given it a very good chance. I still say if you got
Put your arms around me, Andy.
I still say being an unattached man has its advantages because, you see, when somebody asks... Oh, no, wait a minute, will you, Polly? I promised to take you to the dance, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to have to... Oh. Wow!
You were saying, Andy?
I was just saying that what has a bachelor got that a single man in his right mind can't have?
The Hardy family will return.
Friends, before you decide on any television set, ask yourself this question. What other television set offers a big 16-inch tube for lifelike pictures, push-button tuning for easier station selection, the new improved built-in antenna, and a magnificently furniture-styled full-size console cabinet? All these quality features for only $249.95. Yes, friends, your only answer can be the Traveler television set. Traveler television sets are advertised and sold from coast to coast and are featured by many leading television and department stores. So for America's greatest television value, see your Traveler television dealer. For the name and address of the dealer nearest you, call United States Hardware at Angelus 98252. That's Angelus 98252. Call tomorrow.
Now here again is the Hardy family.
I'm going to wake up the phone.
What's that? Who's that?
Oh, hi, Dad. Hi.
Hello, Andrew. Mother, no, it isn't a burglar. It's our bachelor son.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy.
Mom and Dad,
I expected him to be home for dinner tomorrow, but I never thought he'd make this good time.
Oh, but dear, what are you doing with your shoes in your hand?
Now, Emily, don't ask questions. You were just saying a few hours ago how you wished you could hear Andrew getting up in the middle of the night to go down and raid the refrigerator.
Hey, that's right. I was just going to raid the refrigerator, huh? Oh, now, I'll bet you both think I'm carrying my shoes because I was trying to sneak back into my room.
Oh, of course not, dear.
Ah, such thought never occurred to us.
No. Your bed's all turned down, dear.
Huh?
I just pretended you'd be coming in.
Oh, you know what? I ought to have my head examined. I'll be honest with you. Look, I was sneaking back home.
Oh, really?
No.
Yes, I was. This being a bachelor is a lot of malarkey. You read about their exciting lives in the papers, but don't believe it. People may talk about bachelors, but believe me, bachelors have nothing to talk about.
Oh, you poor dear. Well, there's half a roast left in the refrigerator yet. I know you haven't eaten.
I've never been so hungry in my life, Mom. 6 more days at that bachelor's club, and I'd have completed a 7-day diet.
I guess you've learned that home is where the heart is.
You're so right, Dad. I'm never going to leave here again. Not until I get married, at least.
Oh, Andy, that's wonderful.
Yep, this is the greatest place on earth, Mom. And you know something?
What?
I like it so much, even after I get married, I may bring my wife here to live.
The Hardy Family, starring Louis Stone, Mickey Rooney, and Fay Holden, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Conspirator, starring Robert Taylor and Elizabeth Taylor. The Hardy Family is written by Jameson Brewer and Jack Rubin, based on characters created by Arania Ruberall. Direction is by Thomas A. McAvity. Original music was composed and conducted by Jerry Fielding. Supporting cast included Eleanor Tannen, Earl Ross, Jack Moyles, and George Neese. Your Traveler television dealer, in cooperation with United States Hardware, invites you to listen to another transcribed half hour with the Hardy Family. Next week, same time, same station.
City in New York, the makers of Old Gold cigarettes present the Comedy Theater. The only radio program which brings you every week the greatest stars and the greatest comedy. Tonight's play, The Show-Off, starring Fred Allen. And here is the director of the Old Gold Comedy Theater, Mr. Harold Lloyd.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play, The Show-Off, really presented quite a casting problem. You see, the ideal person to portray the role of Aubrey Piper had to have these characteristics. He had to be a radio comedian at one time. He had to talk through his nose. He had to have large, baggy eyes, and he had to have a wife named Portland. So, after months of searching, we came to the conclusion there was only one man that had all these attributes. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Well, Harold Lloyd, I remember you. You used to be in the movies.
Fred Allen, I remember you. You used to be on the radio.
Gosh, my grandmother used to take me to see you in pictures, Harold.
When radio first started, my mother used to put a crystal set in my cradle.
Really?
I'd tune you in with my safety pin.
Now, wait a minute, Harold. We can't be that old. It must have been two other guys, Montgomery and Ward or somebody.
Could be. Fred, I understand that you have just completed a picture called It's in the Bag.
Well, how did you know, Harold?
You're advertising it under each eye.
And under each knee, if you'll take a look at my trousers. But let's forget my assortment of bulges for the moment, Harold. How about telling the audience about tonight's play?
All right, Fred, here we go. Our story tonight takes us to Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn is a quiet little place at the end of a bridge. It's noted for its cemeteries, a tree that grows there, and its baseball club, the Dodgers. At the other end of the bridge, there's another city. It's called, Oh, yes, thank you, New York. Now, Brooklyn is also noted as the home of an assortment of rather odd characters, not the least of whom is Aubrey Piper. Aubrey has recently blown into the Fisher home as the suitor of daughter Amy, and you can tell exactly how the rest of the family feels about him if you listen to what Mother Fisher has to say.
I tell you, Clara, I've never heard anybody talk so much in all my life. It's a miracle to me how Amy stands for him.
They say love is blind, Ma.
Well, it ain't deaf. Clara, he darn near talked the ear off Pop the other night, telling him he was a big executive of the New York Central Railroad. Bosh.
Listen, Ma, for your information, he's an attendant in the baggage room. A big executive, my eye.
Amy thinks he's a bigger man than the president. Oh, there goes your brother working on that fool invention of his again. Joe?
Yes, Ma?
Stop that hammering. What'll the neighbors think at this hour?
They'll think I'm hammering. Gosh, Ma, it's only 8 o'clock. I got a lot to do.
There'll be enough noise when Amy's boyfriend gets here.
Oh, him. Is that windbag coming again tonight?
Shh, there's Amy now.
Oh, hello, Hello, Clara. Well, what's the matter with all of you? What are you looking so glum about?
Can't expect us to be as happy as you, Amy. Everybody don't go around with a millionaire.
Well, Aubrey may not be a millionaire yet, Ma, but just give him time.
Yeah, he'll need plenty of it.
You sure got on your glad rag, sis. Mr. Big must be arriving early tonight.
Yeah, must have been a slow day down at the baggage room.
What baggage room? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Aubrey Piper. He works in the Grand Central baggage room.
Who told you that?
My husband told me. He has lunch in the same drugstore with Aubrey every day.
Oh, that's how much he knows.
And what about that story he gave us about the draft board? Says he was turned down because of a floating kidney.
Well, Aubrey has a floating kidney. He told me so himself.
Well, why doesn't he buy an anchor for it? Floating kidney. That's something else Frank found out about. Frank knows a man on the draft board. Aubrey was turned down because he's colorblind.
Oh, isn't that silly? Why would he lie about a thing like that?
Child, that man would rather lie than tell the truth any day in the week.
Oh, so long, Mom. I'm going home.
Not a bad idea, Clara. When he gets here and starts talking, you'll never get out.
You said it. Mark my words, Amy. That fellow's a four-flesher. Uh-oh, here he is now.
I'll get it.
Hello, folks. And, Amy, how is my little lammy pie? You look sweeter than the cellophane on a lollipop.
Hello, Aubrey. Here, I'll take your hat.
It's a Hamburg. You can smell the onions on it. And how is our sweet little gray-haired mother this evening?
I was all right till you came in.
You're a little corny, Ma. I'll send that joke in to Can You Top This? Clara, leaving so soon?
Yes, I've got to be getting home. Good night.
Sit down, Aubrey. Oh, you must have had a hard day.
Oh, yes, it has been trying, Amy. Decisions to make every minute, important cases to handle.
You mean suitcases, don't you?
I had a long conference today with the board of directors. They wouldn't think of ordering even a Dixie cup without getting an okay from me. Well, Joe, my boy, how's the young Thomas Edison?
Okay, Mr. Piper.
And how's the invention coming along?
I'm still working on it.
The War Department can use his silk process in the making of parachutes.
You know, I perfected a substitute for silk that would have put every silkworm in the country on relief.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir. My silk had twice the luster, twice the wear, at 1/2 the cost. I tell you, Joe, my boy, if the brass hats had listened to me, this war would have been handled differently.
And how did your silk invention work?
Very simple. The liquid was squirted through the filaments before the threads were tied together.
Before the threads were tied together?
Yes, sir. You know, I toiled day and night perfecting that silk process for parachutes, and then the big boys turned it down. Why? Because they thought I was a nobody.
Oh, that's your father. Open the door, Joe.
Okay, Ma. Before you tie the threads together, you squirt the liquid. Oh, hello, Pop.
Hello, son. Here's the evening paper, Ma.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if it isn't Father Fisher, the head of the family. A family's like a glass of beer. It's not the same without a head.
Hello, Piper.
And how's the big chief tonight?
Don't slap me on the back.
Can't take it, eh, Popsy?
I told you not to slap me on the back. I never saw such a pest in all my life.
Pa, please.
Well, tell him to keep his hands off me.
I've got the old boy's goat. You're not mad, are you, Popsy?
Popsy.
Well, hi-ho, alack-a-day, folks. I've got to get along.
Oh, Aubrey, must you leave so soon?
Now, where do you think you're going?
To the opera, Popsy. They're playing Verdi's Rigoletto tonight. Looks as though Verdi's got another hit.
The opera? Oh, I'd love to go, Aubrey.
Well, some other time, baby. Business before pleasure, you know. I can't disappoint Mr. Hollister.
Mr. Hollister?
Paul Hollister, president of the road, you know. Oh, he's an opera bug. Has 2 seats all season in the Diamond Horseshoe.
You're going to the opera with Paul Hollister?
No one else but Popsy.
Oh, yeah? Well, then, tomorrow, Piper, I'm having lunch with Harold Ickes.
Why, that's impossible. Ickes and I are having lunch at the Waldorf. Well, I must be off, Lammy Pie.
Good night, Aubrey.
Good night, Lammy. Good night, Marconi. Good night, Mother and Dad. I'll bring you back a Figaro from the opera.
Going to the opera with the president of a railroad. Who does he think he's fooling? Now, you listen, Pa. Clara told me tonight that Aubrey works in the baggage room, gets $150 a month, and not a penny more.
I'm surprised they give him that much.
You tell Clara to mind her own business, Ma. She took the man she wanted, and I guess you took the one you wanted. And if I want Aubrey Piper, I'll take him.
Well, remember this, Amy. If you do take him, be sure that you keep him. And that he keeps you. And don't be coming around crying for your pop to help you out.
Aubrey Piper can support me. He's told me so himself.
Oh, Amy, has it gone as far as that?
It's gone further. If you want to know, we're engaged.
What?
Yes, and we're going to be married.
Married? When?
Next Wednesday, that's when.
Holy smoke.
Oh, mercy me.
Married to that pie-eyed Piper.
Now, back to the Old Gold Comedy Theater presentation of The Show-Off, starring Fred Allen. All right, Mr. Lloyd.
Aubrey and Amy have now embarked on the sea of matrimony. It is several weeks after their marriage, and Aubrey has brought home a little surprise for his bride.
Well, Lammy Pie, here it is. Just a small token of my affection for you.
Aubrey, an automobile. Oh, how wonderful. Oh, but I thought it was impossible to buy a car these days.
Not for little old yours truly. I put a little pressure on and got a priority. One of my best friends is the smiling Irishman. How about a brisk spin around the block?
Oh, I love it.
Well, step in, Lammykins. Let's go places.
Oh, isn't this simply grand?
Rolling along the open road in a high-powered car, a pleasure fit for a king. Well, first now, we'll warm up the motor.
Oh, Aubrey, this is the happiest day of my life. Won't it be wonderful when we go on our honeymoon? When are we going?
Well, it depends, Lammykins. It's a little difficult right now, gas rationing and all. But when I get to Washington, I'll drop in and see Chester Bowles. Chet's head of the OPA. He'll get us a B car.
Oh, will you teach me to drive sometime?
Oh, no time like the present, Lammy Pie. Driving is really simple. This is the gas here, you see. Here's the brake. Now, to shift the gears, you...
Is it supposed to do that?
Well, it's fluid drive. I guess I forgot to put in enough fluid. I'll try it again. Now we're all set. Amy, get ready for your first driving lesson. Now, to start, you put your foot on the gas pedal and press down.
Aubrey, dear, slow down. There's a red light ahead.
Red light? Why, that's a green light.
Why, Aubrey, you must be colorblind. Aubrey, be careful.
Careful? I'm driving in the safety zone. Now watch this, Amy. I'll accelerate.
Aubrey, you just missed that old lady.
Now look, to make a right turn, you...
Aubrey! You're heading to that drugstore. Aubrey! Aubrey, look what you've done. Right through this plate glass window. Oh, now what's going to happen?
Hey, who does that guy think he is? Superman?
This driver's he's alive.
I almost killed that poor old lady.
Here. What's going on here? Who was driving this car?
I was, officer.
What were you doing in this Jeep driving up on the sidewalk? Ain't the street good enough for you?
That other car crowded me off the road.
What other car? You like all Sunday drivers with your alibis? Let me see your owner's license.
My license? Why, certainly. When you see the name on my... Why, that's strange. I don't seem to... Well, I took my license out at lunch at the Union League Club.
Is that so? What's your name?
Aubrey Piper.
You two stay here. I'll get the license number on the car.
Aubrey, dear, aren't you always supposed to carry your license with you?
Well, to tell the truth, honey, technically this car doesn't belong to me.
It doesn't belong to you. Whose car is it?
Well, legally, it's still the property of a friend of mine. Harvey Albright, one of the boys down at the office. Merely a question of transferring the ownership, a bill of sale, a few...
Hey, Mr. Piper, I think you'd better come along with me.
This is preposterous, officer. I demand to know the charges.
You've got no registration card. You could be driving a stolen car. You drove through a red light. You smashed this plate glass window.
And you've been drinking.
Drinking? I've never touched a drop of liquor in my life.
You've been drinking martinis. I can smell the olives on your breath. Come along.
I warn you, officer, this incident will be called to the mayor's attention immediately. The little flower isn't going to like this.
Little flower, huh? You're talking through your buttonhole. Come along, Big Mouth. You can tell it to the judge.
Yes, sir. I tell you, the citizens of this borough are left entirely unprotected. Where was LaGuardia when I needed him most? Probably down at the opening of a new butcher shop, throwing out the first meat hook.
Oh, LaGuardia, my eye. You were in a spot, and it cost Father $1,000 to get you out of jail.
Clara, please.
Amy, you make me tired, too. That was practically Pop's life savings. Seems to me your husband might stop blowing off for a minute and think that over.
Oh, for heaven's sake, be quiet, both of you. Joe, stop that hammering.
What's that, Ma?
I said stop hammering. There are headaches enough around here.
Speaking of headaches, Aubrey, how come you're not working today?
I took the day off. I'm house hunting. Can't stand that hovel we're living in anymore. We're thinking of moving into a home of our own. Place on Shore Road I rather like, duplex.
Oh, well, Amy, I just don't understand you. How you can talk about moving to the swellest part of town when my husband had to pay your rent this month.
That's a lie. Aubrey, how can you let us say that?
Now, honey. Don't get upset. Don't get excited. There is a certain amount of truth in your sister's remark.
What?
I was, shall we say, temporarily pressed this month. Hollister away in Washington, Chase of the Chase National out of town.
Oh, come off that high horse, Aubrey. You and Amy will have to come here and live. My husband isn't paying your rent next month.
Oh, that's the phone. Answer it, Amy.
Okay, Ma.
Probably your pa. He's late tonight.
Hello? Yes? Yes, this is Mr. Fisher's home. No, this is his daughter. What? What's happened to him?
Oh, is something wrong? Something wrong with Pa?
Well, how serious is it?
Oh, he's been hurt. Clara, he's been killed. I know it.
Now, just a second, Ma, darling. Let Amy talk. Let's find out what it is.
At Brooklyn Hospital? We'll be right over. Thank you.
Oh, tell me, Amy, what happened?
Now, listen, Ma, there's nothing to worry about. It's not serious. Pa had a little accident over at the defense plant. They took him to the hospital. We've got to go over right away.
Now, don't worry, folks. I'll get the finest surgeon in the country if I have to fly him in from the Mayo Clinic.
I don't know how I'll stand for it, Clara. If I let that windbag husband of Amy's live here, it won't be a week before he's telling folks that he's letting me live here.
Well, it's too late now, Ma. I'm afraid you'll just have to bear it. It'll be some time before Aubrey lands another job.
Well, there's one consolation. Your poor pa being in the hospital, he won't have to listen to that everlasting gab. But it's going to be pretty hard, all of us living here on what Joe makes. Guess we'll have to manage. Oh, I guess that's them now. Open the door, Clara.
All right, Ma.
Hello, everybody. Here we are in toto in the flesh. One big happy family.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Clara.
Hello, Amy. Set your suitcases down. I declare I don't know where I'm going to put everybody.
Any place at all, Mom. Tell the canary to move over in his cage. Just bunking here for a day or so, you know. Expect to call any day now to join Hollister down there in Washington.
I bet Hollister can hardly wait.
I'll fix up Pa's room for you, Amy. Leave the suitcases here, dear. Aubrey will bring them in later.
Yeah, suitcases are his specialty. Or is that part of his distant past?
Amy, you come too.
All right, Mom. Oh, answer the door, will you, Aubrey?
Sure thing, Lammy Pie. Coming. Well, my good man, what can I do for you?
Does Mrs. Fisher live here?
She certainly does. Whom do I have the pleasure of addressing?
I'm from the Consolidated Insurance. My name is Gill.
Well, step right in, Mr. Gill. Glad to see you. Have a chair.
Why, thank you, Mr.
Piper's the name. Aubrey Piper. Mrs. Fisher is inside with my wife. She'll be right in.
Oh, that's all right.
Tell me, Mr. Gill, Anything coming to Mrs. Fisher because of the accident?
Well, yes, not much, but we hope it'll tide her over until Mr. Fisher recovers his health.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Of course, Mrs. Fisher is always welcome in my home here. But she's an independent old soul, always talking about being a millstone around my neck. Wants to move into a place of her own. I tell her she's foolish.
Oh, very nice of you, Mr. Piper, to feel that way.
Well, people tell me I'm crazy, but that's the way I am. So you're in the insurance game, Mr. Gill.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting field, insurance. Was in it myself for 10 years.
That's so.
Yes. I liked it pretty well, but I got out after a while. No future. Transportation's my line now. Say, you look like a go-getter. Why don't you come over and work for our outfit? We're on the lookout for smart young men.
Well, gosh, I'll have to talk that over with my wife, Mr. Piper. Sounds like an attractive idea, all right.
Aubrey, will you bring in the big suitcase?
In just a minute, Amy, dear. There's a gentleman here to see your mother.
Oh, Ma, there's somebody here to see you.
Coming. Nobody can't get a minute's peace in this house.
This is Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gill, and this is my wife, Amy. This is Mr. Gill from the Consolidated Insurance Company.
It's a pleasure, lady.
How do you do, Mr. Gill?
Oh, dear me, I don't know anything about insurance. Come in here.
What is it, Ma? What's the matter? Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? I'm very pleased to meet you. And now about your husband's policy, Mrs. Fisher. Here's our check for $1,000.
You're sure there's no trick in it?
No, there's no trick, Mrs. Fisher. That's money we like to pay, and we don't like to pay.
Yeah, I guess that's the way I feel about taking it.
I know what an independent little lady you are, Mrs. Fisher. Why, your son-in-law here's been telling me that you had some foolish idea you were a millstone around his neck.
Oh. What else did Mr. Piper say?
Why, that's about all. He didn't like you feeling that way. Well, you've got a nice little home here with Mr. Piper. No reason for you to move out.
Now, Clara, what did I tell you? Didn't I say he'd be telling folks that he was letting me live here?
Now, Ma, not in front of Mr. Gill.
I don't care who it's in front of.
Mrs. Fisher, your son-in-law didn't mean any harm.
I think I know what he meant better than you do, Mr. Gill.
Oh, Ma, please.
Well, I guess I'd better leave. I seem to put my foot in it somehow. Good day, all.
Well, of all the low-down, contemptible tricks.
Now, Mother, wait a minute.
What do you mean telling people this is your house?
He didn't mean it, Ma.
Now, the whole thing was merely a misunderstanding, Mother dear.
Now, look here, Aubrey Piper. We know all about you and your misunderstanding.
Clara, are you trying to tell me...
She's trying to tell you that you're a fool and a liar and a show-off.
And now, here's Harold Lloyd and The Show-Off, starring Fred Allen. Okay, Mr. Lloyd.
Well, there's trouble in the Fisher family with Pop in the hospital and Aubrey in disfavor with his in-laws. Yes, sir, adversity is staring our hero in the face and has made him a different man. Listen for yourself now, and you will hear how this change has infected the family.
Aubrey, Clara is trying to tell you that you're a fool and a liar and a show-off.
Ma! You keep out of this, Amy. This is for your good as well as his.
Well, what do you want him to do, Ma?
I want him to behave like a man and stop pretending he's something he isn't. Oh, now who can that be?
Why, he must be crazy, whoever's at that door. Just a minute, for heaven's sake.
Ma!
Why, Joey, what's the matter with you?
Have you gone crazy pounding on the door like that?
Mercy me, what's happened to your boy?
My invention, they bought it. Whoopee!
Oh, darling, how wonderful.
Congratulations, Joseph, my lad. I knew we'd put it over.
Why, I just can't believe it.
Here it is in the paper. Brooklyn youth makes important chemical discovery. $100,000, Mom.
Oh, well, Ma, don't you understand? Joe sold his invention for $100,000.
And we'll make $1 million before we're through, my boy.
Wee! Now, you keep out of this. What have you got to do with it?
Well, it's a funny thing, Mom. But, you know, I signed all the papers this afternoon in the lawyer's office, and Aubrey has something to do with it. He gave me an idea.
What idea could he give you?
Well, remember what he said about squirting that liquid through the filaments before you tie the threads together?
Now, Joe, he was just repeating something you told him the day before.
Yes, but you see, he got it backwards.
Yeah, he would get it backwards.
Yes, but Ma, that's what made the whole thing work. Aubrey got it backwards and it worked that way.
Oh, what's the difference? $100,000? Why, it's a fortune.
Joe, my lad, if you're wise, you let me handle that money for you. I'll double it inside of a week.
I'll bet.
Funny thing about lawyers, Ma. When I first talked to them, I closed the deal at $50,000. And when I went up there today, they had the contract all made out for $100,000.
And they're getting away with murder at that.
Oh, keep still, you. You don't know anything about this at all.
Well, maybe I don't. But they thought I did.
Who thought you did?
The lawyers. I went to see them Saturday afternoon after you told me, Joe, that they were interested.
Well, I'll be darned. And what did you tell them, Aubrey?
Simply that I was head of the family, that they were taking advantage of your youth. I told them the deal was off unless they doubled the advance, gave you one half the net, and marketed the product at their own expense.
Did they know who you were?
Well, I merely told them I was connected with the New York Central Railroad.
Well, I certainly have to give you credit, Aubrey. That's the way the contract reads, all right.
Oh, Lord, I'll never hear the end of this.
Gee, that's wonderful, Aubrey.
I'll have to give you a little commission on this deal, Aubrey. You certainly deserve it.
Skip it, my boy. I want you folks to have a good time on that 100 G's. Just depend on me, and every dollar will go an extra mile. Yes, sir, I'll be joining Hollister down there in Washington. And Joe, my boy, I'll be looking after your interests every day. If necessary, I'll take it to the top. Right to Truman.
Oh, Aubrey, you're wonderful.
You're only saying that, Amy, because it's true. This is Fred Allen.
This is Harold Lloyd saying good night to you for Old Gold. And I hope that you'll be with us again next Sunday when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Appointment for Love, starring Virginia Bruce. See you then.
Fred Allen has just completed for producer Jack Scarborough the hilarious comedy It's in the Bag, released by United Artists. Now, until next Sunday night when the Old Gold Comedy Theater presents Appointment for Love, starring Virginia Bruce, this is Ben Grau saying good night for Old Gold.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? And then of a sudden but stay. I'll tell you what happened without delay. Well, of course, it hasn't been 100 years since the Andersons bought their car, but you get the general idea. In Springfield, in the driveway beside the white frame house on Maple Street, the Anderson Chariot is getting quite a going over, like this.
I don't care what you say, Father. It is a wreck, and you know it.
Is that so? For your information, Betty, they don't build cars like this anymore.
They don't build covered wagons either.
What was that?
Nothing, Dad. I was just thinking.
He said they didn't build covered wagons either.
Oh, he did he?
Okay, Kathy, just you wait.
But if you find the car so objectionable, we can arrange for you not to be annoyed with it any longer on Thursday nights.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Dad. I think it's fine.
Well, I don't. And I don't even want to borrow it anymore.
Good. I'll keep that in mind.
Look at it. The paint all worn off, the upholstery all faded.
You know, that's the trouble with you kids. You don't look beneath the surface. That's where your value is. Do you know there's 30% more metal in this car than in any 1950 model on the road?
There is, huh?
There certainly is. Now, you see this body panel? It's a little banged up, I admit that. But listen to it. That's solid. That's good, honest metal.
Dad.
Cars today aren't built that way. None of them. They sound tinny and cheap.
Dad.
Have you seen the fenders they're putting on the new cars? Just like paper mache.
Dad.
But on this car, well, listen to this. But
Gosh, Dad, I was trying to tell you.
I don't know. Why do things like this always happen to me?
Daddy, why did you knock the fender off the car? Kathy, you'd better be quiet if you know what's good for you.
Jim, I'm ready to leave any time you are.
That's fine, Margaret. Just fine.
But you'll find a basket with lunch on the kitchen table, so why don't you... Jim, what on earth did you do to the car?
I didn't do anything to the car, Margaret.
Daddy knocked the fender off.
I did no such thing. All I did was give it one or two little taps.
Jim, Mr. Gilhousen said it wasn't going to last.
Mr. Gilhousen, that crook, he doesn't know any more about fixing a car than Kathy does.
I didn't do anything.
Charges me $7.80 to put a fender back on, and doesn't even use a good grade of Scotch tape.
You want me to get the sandwiches, Mom?
Leave the sandwiches alone, Bud. We can't go to a church picnic or any place else until we get the car fixed.
We can put the fender on with wire, Dad. It didn't look too bad the last time.
All right, go get the wire.
I think there's a whole bunch of it in the garage.
Mr. Gilhousen. A fine mechanic he turned out to be.
Father.
He's a butcher, that's what he is. Anybody who can't put a fender on so it stays put...
Father, may I please have the tickets for the picnic?
You certainly may not.
But, Father, Mr. Liggett said I could ride with them.
Oh, he did he?
And we'll be there hours before you.
You're going with us or you aren't going at all?
But, Father...
Hurry up, Bud.
I can't. Kathy got the wire all tangled up.
Oh, I did not.
There's a roll on top of the workbench, Bud. Bring that.
Okay.
Father, I certainly think...
Betty, you're going in our car or you aren't going. Now, that's final.
Oh, pooh.
Jim, don't you think you're being a little severe? Betty wants to spend more time with Janie Liggett, that's all. It isn't that she's ashamed to be seen in our car, is it, Betty?
It certainly is. That old heap.
You see, Margaret, she's ashamed of us. She's too good to ride in our car.
I'm not too good, but that isn't even a car. Just a bunch of old bolts held together with bobby pins.
Here's the wire, Dad.
Betty, that car is good enough for me. And if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for my family. Is that clear?
Here's the wire, Dad.
And any time you think that you're better than the rest of us, well, we'll just do something about it. And let's not forget it.
Here's the wire, Dad.
I heard you, Bud.
Gosh, how did I know?
Sounds like your needle was stuck. Here's the wire, Dad. Here's the wire, Dad.
Daddy.
Kathy, be quiet.
Gee whiz.
Bud, I'll hold the fender in place and you wire it together.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, I know what Betty had in mind. She was only thinking of our good. Weren't you, Betty?
Oh, sure.
They're going to have a drawing for a new car, and if someone isn't there...
Someone will be there, Margaret. We'll all be there. Not that we'd ever be lucky enough to win a new car.
Hold the front up a little higher, Dad.
How's that?
Okay.
I've been going to church picnics since I was 4 years old, and the only people who ever win new cars are old ladies of 90 who wouldn't be caught dead with anything but a horse and buggy.
Father, if they pick our number and we aren't there...
We'll be there. Now stop worrying about it. How's it going, Bud?
I think it's almost finished.
Betty, go in and get the lunch.
All right, Father.
And lock the door on the way out.
Yes, Father.
I think that's as good as I can do, Dad.
Well, it seems firm enough.
I wouldn't lean on it too hard. It's all rusted away on the inside.
Well, it'll certainly last until we get home. And believe me, I'll give that Gilhousen character a piece of my mind tomorrow morning.
Hurry up, Betty. We're ready to leave.
Be right there.
I'll get the motor warmed up while we're waiting.
Want me to do it, Dad?
No, I'm perfectly capable of starting my own car. Now what's gotten into this miserable wreck?
Bang on the dashboard, Dad. Sometimes that does it.
I did bang on the dashboard. Just cold, that's all.
Is this all of it, Mother?
Yes, dear, thank you.
No good.
Jim?
Bud, jump up and down on the bumper a few times.
Okay.
What's wrong with the car? It won't start again.
Be quiet, Kathy, please.
Well, it won't, will it?
Try it now, Dad.
Bud?
Yes, Dad?
Jiggle the wire on the distributor.
Okay.
I never saw it to fail. The car runs like a dream, except when you need it.
Oh, Mother, there's Janie Liggett. What am I going to tell them?
Well, you just have to tell them.
Betty?
Yes, Father?
What time is the drawing for the new car?
I don't know, Father, but if we aren't there...
Don't worry, we'll be there, but just in case it takes us a while to get started, well, here. You take the tickets and go ahead with the Liggett.
Oh, Father!
If we should happen to win the car, well, go ahead. We'll meet you out there.
I'm coming. Goodbye, everybody. See you later.
Betty, be careful, Betty.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
I don't mind riding in your car.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'm brave.
Hey, Dad.
What is it, Bud?
There's a pencil stuck in the distributor.
I know. That's to keep the wire in.
Well, the pencil's in, but the wire's out.
Bud, fix it. That's why it won't start.
Okay.
I knew it wasn't anything important. Just a loose wire, that's all.
It's all set, Dad.
Okay. Stand back. I'll try it again. Yeah. See? All right, everybody. Let's go. Put the hood down, Bud.
Okay.
Let it down easy so it won't shake the pencil loose.
Okay, Dad.
Come on, Margaret. What are you and Kathy waiting for?
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
we've got a flat tire.
Ridiculous thing I've ever seen. There must be some way of keeping that fender on.
We'll be there in a minute, dear, and then you can fix it properly.
What do you mean, properly? How can you fix a fender properly with those silly hunks of wire?
It isn't the wire that's breaking, Dad. Pieces are coming out of the fender.
It only fell off 3 times.
I know how many times it fell off. I know what's the matter with it. I don't know how to fix it, that's all.
Daddy, there's the picnic.
Where?
Right over there.
Dad, look out.
What?
There's a bug. There it goes again.
That makes 4 times.
Oh.
Jim?
Fiddlesticks.
Kathy, why don't you run ahead and find Betty?
Okay, Mommy. I'll see if anybody knows who won the car.
Come on, Bud. Let's take another whack at it.
I don't think it's going to do much good, Dad. Look at the holes in it.
Idiotic-looking contraption.
Dad, I think I know how we can do it. If we can get some long pieces of wire, we can... No, that won't work.
What won't work?
I thought we could run the wire under the car and over the hood and tie it on that way.
Bud, that won't work.
Well, that's what I said.
No good fender. No good moth-eaten, lopsided, pot-bellied. Kathy,
Daddy!
what is it?
Daddy, we won.
We what?
Yeah.
Kathy, are you sure?
I just saw Daddy, and they called our number, and we won. Jim, how wonderful.
Well, Bud.
Boy, oh boy.
Bud, would you care to join me?
What are you going to do, Dad?
I'm going to show this no-good, misguided fender just where it gets off. And that's right here. Turn it over, Bud.
Like that?
That's it. Now, watch. I guess that'll show it.
Can I jump on it too, Daddy?
Sure, go right ahead. You too, Bud. Have a good time.
We got a new car. We got a new
Move over, Oh, will you, Cassie?
Jim, isn't it wonderful?
It certainly is.
I wonder what color it is.
If that isn't just like a woman. I suppose if you don't like the color, we'll have to give it back.
Oh, no, but I just thought it might...
Father, isn't it wonderful? Isn't it simply lush?
It certainly is. Where is it?
Father, what are they doing?
Never mind them. Where is it?
But, Father, they're ruining the fender.
Who cares about an old fender? We won a new car, didn't we?
Oh, Father, no. We won a ham.
Well, it's not the first time folks have expected one thing and ended up with a lot less. It just points up a fact we've learned, you and I, many times. You've got to make sure of what you get in everything. In a pound of coffee, for instance, you want to make sure of the flavor you get. You want the most in flavor for every penny you spend. To millions of folks, that means getting the one coffee famous for flavor above all others, our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor. You won't find it, you know, in any other coffee. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a mighty good reason why. It's our recipe, and there's no mistaking its importance. It's the one and only recipe of its kind. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee, and our Maxwell House people carefully combine them just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that good to the last drop flavor. And it spells the big difference between just any coffee and coffee at its Sunday go-to-meeting best. And this difference adds up to more enjoyment, more flavor for your money when you pour Maxwell House coffee into those cups on your table. So next time, bring home that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House. Enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop. You know, for some reason or other, automobile people are a cheerful lot. The smiling Irishman, the laughing Lithuanian, they're a gay group of fellows with lilting hearts and names to match. In Springfield, it's Fred Haney, the happy Hibernian. And that's where the Andersons are headed, like this.
Father.
What is it, Betty?
Don't you think it's about time we gave up on this old heap?
Betty, please don't annoy your father.
Well, jumping creepers.
It's all right, Margaret. I'm used to being ridiculed. After all, I'm only her father.
Everybody has to get so personal about everything. Why is it such an insult if I think we need a new car?
Betty, this is more than a car. This is an old friend which has served us faithfully and well. And you don't give up an old friend just because it's a little droopy in the fenders. You treat it gently, humor it, restore it to health.
The best thing you can do for this friend is give it a decent funeral.
For your information, Betty, this car will be as good as new in less than a week. And it'll be good for another 12 years.
Holy cow.
Golly, the car's even older than I am.
It makes more noise, too.
Father.
What is it, Betty?
As long as you insist on having the car fixed up, can we please have it painted?
I fully intend to have it painted. A new fender, a new paint job, a few little touches on the motor here and there. We'll have a car you can be proud of.
Can we have it painted blue, please?
What's the matter with black?
But it's always been black, and black is so dark.
Well, we'll get a light black.
I like red. Then you can pretend you're riding in a fire engine.
You know, Margaret, I should have had this done a long time ago. I had the car fixed up, I mean. When I think of the way I've let it get run down, well, I should have had my head examined.
That's what we've been telling you.
What?
I didn't mean, green's a nice color.
Is it?
Well, if you like green.
You know, for a while I thought maybe we'd get a new car.
Golly!
But then I said, why?
Oh.
I can have this one fixed up for $50 or $60, so why go to all that unnecessary expense?
Did anybody say they'd fix it up for $50 or $60?
No, but I'm just figuring conservatively. Maybe it'll only be $40.
What a dreamer.
Bob.
I don't know. When I was a boy, children showed a little respect for their parents. They didn't spend half their life...
Jim.
What is it, Margaret?
Isn't that Haney?
I know it's Haney's. I've only been here 1,000,000 times. Where was I, Bud?
They didn't spend half their life.
They didn't spend half their life trying to make up wisecracks about their fathers. Now, behave yourself.
Okay, Dad.
Father.
I know, Betty. You want it painted blue.
Well, I just thought...
You want blue, Kathy wants red, Bud wants green. How would it be if we settled for a nice Scotch plaid?
Well, hello, Jim. Got the whole family with you this time, huh?
That's right. Say, Fred, I'd like to see if we can't...
We want it painted red.
Kathy.
And make the horn louder.
Kathy, get back in the car and sit down.
Yes, Daddy.
Fred.
Father, look.
What?
That yellow one, isn't it a dream boat?
Betty, I'm trying to tell Mr. Haney...
Boy, look at that foreign job. Is that something?
Margaret.
Dear, I know you and Mr. Haney want to talk, so why don't the children and I just wander around and look at the different cars?
An excellent idea, Mrs. Anderson. Excellent.
Oh, Bud, look at that one. It's got a motorcycle on it.
That's for deliveries, Dopey.
Mother, have you ever seen anything like that blue one?
It's very nice, dear.
Well, maybe now we can talk.
Don't tell me you're finally going to give up on that wreck.
What wreck? That's because it looks a little shabby.
Why don't you face it, Jim? You need a new car.
Fred, I'm not spending any $1,600 for a car.
$1,663.20.
Pardon me.
Including license and tax.
I'll take 12.
Jim, I've known you for a long time. I value your business. But more than that, I value your friendship.
Then tell Gilhausen to fix my car so it'll stay together.
He can't, Jim. It's old. It's worn out. You're just throwing good money after bad. Will you please buy a new car? You don't have to buy it from me. Buy it from anybody, but buy it.
Are you all finished?
Yes.
No. Just tell Gilhausen to fix my car right this time.
Of all the stub... Gilhausen.
I'm over here, Fred.
Come here, will you? Ben-Hur is back.
Very funny.
Holy smoke, Mr. Anderson. I don't have to work on that thing again, do I?
No, you don't have to. I know a lot of places that'll be very glad...
Just a minute, Jim. Don't get up on your high horse. If you want it fixed, we'll fix it. Won't we, Gil?
We'll fix it or we'll give it either a transfusion. Why anybody would want to throw good money into that wreck?
Gil?
So we fix it. Where's the fender?
It got stepped on.
It what?
It's gone. It fell off. Because you don't know how to put a fender on.
I put fenders on before you was born. But not fenders like your fenders.
All right. All right, Gil. We'll just have to put on a new fender. Okay, Jim?
I suppose so. And while we're at it, let's do it up right. Let's paint the whole thing. Get the motor tuned up, fix the lights.
Have you got all that, Gil? This time we're going to fix it right.
Well, that's more like it. So, we start with the fender. Look, you see this big hole in the panel?
Yes?
That's where I got to bolt the fender. On a hole. So, we need a new panel.
A new panel. Go ahead, Gil. I'm writing it down.
Wait a minute. Why can't you just
The new panel bolts onto the body, only it's all rusted away over here and it won't hold. So, we need a new body.
Look, Fred, all I want you to
Frame
do...
won't take a new body. It's too light. New frame, chassis, rear assembly, transmission. You got it?
Got it.
New crankshaft, flywheel, feed line.
Mr. Gilhausen.
Connecting rods, clutch, camshaft.
Mr. Gilhausen.
New springs, muffler, exhaust, shocks, bumpers.
Mr. Gilhausen.
Horn's all right.
Mr. Gilhausen, forget about the whole thing, will you? Just fix the wire in the distributor and I'll be happy.
Mr. Anderson, look. Lift the hood, will you, Fred?
Okay.
Thanks, Fred. Now, you see that wire, Mr. Anderson? It goes down there and hooks onto that. But it can't because it's loose. Here, you see this? You got a cracked block, the water pump's broke, the radiator leaks, the piston assembly's shot, the valves are gone. You got to get a new motor.
Just because you can't hook up one little wire, huh?
What am I going to hook it on?
Jim, we're trying to help you, and with a job this big, we'll give you a special rate.
Well, that's more like it. What does it come to?
The whole thing?
With a paint job.
You want me anymore, Fred?
No, thanks a lot, Gil.
Okay. See you later, Mr. Anderson.
You bet. Go ahead, Fred. Figure it up. And sharpen your pencil.
Well, let me see. 1538, 247, 496.
496?
The whole thing, including labor and parts, comes to exactly $1,678.
60? That's $15 more than a new one.
Jim, this is all on a piecework basis. And besides, with seat covers, you'll have a car that's practically new.
1,600. Margaret!
Well, I told you in the very beginning, Jim.
Margaret!
Jim, is anything wrong?
$1,600. It's an outrage. That's what it is, an outrage.
Well, you think it over, Jim, and whatever you decide, just let me know.
$1,678. That's the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
What did he say, Dad?
Is it going to be blue, Father?
Daddy, the man let me shoot the grease gun.
All right, get in. We're going home.
Aren't you going to have it fixed?
I said get in.
I want to stay and shoot the grease gun.
All right, children, let's not argue. Do as your father says.
I'll get another mechanic. That's what I'll do. Haney isn't the only dealer in Springfield. Tell me my car isn't any good. $1,678.
Dear, don't you think if you talk to Mr. Haney again...
Haney? He's a worse crook than Gilhousen ever was. He's 10 times as bad. Somebody will fix this car, and it'll be good for another 12 years. And another 140,000 miles.
Oh, Father.
Have you heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day? Well, we're sitting in it right now.
100 years?
Holy cow, Dad.
This car's as sound as it was the day we bought it. It's a good car, solid and sturdy. I'll put on a fender, get a little paint, a few tires. What was that?
Another fender fell off.
Well, we'll put it back on.
Dad.
Jim, we've just got to get a new car.
Fred! Fred! Oh, Fred!
You see, of course, if you're not a dunce, how it went to pieces all at once. All at once and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst. End of the wonderful one-horse shay. Logic is logic. That's all I say.
Yes, logic is logic. And when it comes to coffee, that's the reason you naturally look for the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And it's yours in the coffee with the world's most famous flavor, our good to the last drop Maxwell House. That wonderful flavor begins with our Maxwell House recipe, but we don't stop there. We know that air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers like paper bags can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we carefully vacuum pack our Maxwell House in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you can be guaranteed coffee fresh as the hour it was roasted, without one bit of flavor wasted. So these days, be sure you get the most in value in flavor and freshness. You always will when you open up a pound of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Robert Young. Since the beginning of this year, as you probably know, we on Father Knows Best have been working hand in glove with the Inter-Industry Highway Safety Committee. Our particular phase of the overall problem was the enlistment of teenagers and their parents in a good drivers club. And now, after 5 months of campaigning, we'd like to make our first report. And for all those connected with this safety movement, we have news I consider little short of miraculous. Since the inception of this campaign, 2 3/4 million pledges have been requested by the teenage drivers of America. Think of it, 2 3/4 million. In large cities, in small hamlets, the young men and women of this country have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt the basic integrity of their generation. We are proud of them, prouder than we can say. By recognizing their common problem, by driving safely and carefully, these young men and women have brought added security to the highways and everlasting glory to themselves. We congratulate them on a job well done and ask only that they continue their good work in the future. Good night.
Now yours to enjoy, an instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir?
I'll have the veal cutlet, garden peas, a tossed green salad, and a bottle of cold Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes, sir. Finest beer served. Anywhere.
Enjoy the life of Riley with Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Whenever you take a taste of it, you give it a hearty cheer. Again and again and again and again, it's Pabst Blue Ribbon you'll buy. Again and again and again and again, your taste will tell you why. So enjoy the life of Riley with Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. With Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere. Proudly presents The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley. Saturday is the best day of the week for Chester A. Riley, at least theoretically. He only works half the day and has a long, free afternoon which he can then spend with his family. All week long, he looks forward to it. And so, every Saturday afternoon around 1 o'clock, you'll see an eager, smiling, somewhat breathless Riley bounding up the steps of 1313 Blueview Terrace, flinging open the door and shouting happily,
Okay, folks, strike up the band. Riley's home. Hiya, Peg.
Hello, dear. Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Yes, I've got my knitting club this afternoon. Oh, I left your lunch in the oven. Now, all you have to do is heat it up, and if I'm not home by 5 o'clock, start peeling the potatoes for dinner.
Yeah, but Peg, I thought...
Hey, Mom, did you see my sweater?
Well, hello, Junior.
Hi, Pop. Goodbye now.
Where are you going?
The movies.
Yeah, but
Mother, could you let me have $1?
Well, hello, Babsy.
Hello, Daddy.
Here, I'll give my little girl $1.
Oh, thanks, Daddy. Bye now.
Wait a minute. Don't nobody make a move.
But, Pop,
Stay where you are. What's going on here, anyway? That's a fine way to act. I can hardly wait for Saturday afternoon to come along so as I can see my family for a change. I open the door and 3 of you are out before I can even shut it.
But, Daddy...
You ought to have a little more consideration, Babs. Junior, I don't mind so much. I bump into him in the bathroom a couple of times a week. And your mother, well, I see her. After all, we room together. But you, I don't see you all week long. At night when I'm home, you're downtown in the library studying. You say... When I come home Saturday, the one chance I get to talk to you, and all you ever say to me is, goodbye now, goodbye now. What's the matter? Am I so boring to talk to? Am I so stupid? Am I such a dope? Don't any of you dare answer that.
I'm sorry, Daddy, but Helene Midwell's having the gang over. We're going to watch the football game on her television set.
No, why don't you have the gang over here?
This place?
And what's wrong with this place?
Well, nothing, only... Well, this place is so small.
Oh, fine thing. You hear that, Peg? She's ashamed of this house. I worked hard all my life so I could have a decent home. Who did I do it for? For you? For me? No, for our kids, so they can entertain their friends. And believe me, it hurts to hear your own daughter say she's ashamed of her home. She likes Helene's home better.
I'm not ashamed of it, but it's just ridiculous to compare our house with Helene's. Why, she's got a music room that's twice the size of our living room.
So maybe we ain't got a music room, but if you want music, you got everything you need right here in this room. There's nothing wrong with that piano. It's got a perfect tone.
You see, Daddy, that's what I mean.
Oh, I'm ashamed of that old thing myself.
Well, it ain't my fault. Your old man gave it to us for a wedding present. Maybe it ain't exactly the latest model, but that's no reason a girl should never stay in her own house. Lately, you're always over at that Helene Bidwell's. How come you're so chummy with her all of a sudden? You're always saying you can't stand her.
Well, I'm not mad about her.
She doesn't go there to see Elaine. She goes there to see her boyfriend.
Shut up, Junior.
What? What's this about a boyfriend? What?
His name's Richard Franklin, and she's crazy about him. But he won't give her a tumble.
You mind your own business. Daddy, you got to do something about Junior. He's just impossible. Always listening to my phone conversations. Sneaky little spy.
Junior, I've told you 1,000 times there's nothing lower than a spy. What else do you know about this fellow, Junior?
Well, he's
he's just a boy I met at school.
Yeah, well, how old is he? What kind of a family does he come from? What does his father do?
Well, he's about 20. His father's in the television business, RCA Victor. My goodness, I don't see why I have to go through a 3rd degree every time I meet a boy.
Oh, Riley, stop pestering her, will you?
I got a right to know what kind of boy she's seeing. Why don't you bring him around, introduce him to your family some Saturday afternoon instead of going to Helene Bidwell's?
Daddy, you don't understand. Dick likes to watch the football games on television, and Helene has a wonderful set.
Well, you can still bring him here and entertain him for a couple of hours.
But what'll we do?
What do you mean, what'll you do? When I was courting your mother, we didn't have no television, and you can do the same thing that we did. Never mind, I'm getting a television.
Now, wait, Riley. But we can't afford a television set.
Now, look, Peg, I don't want my little girl to be ashamed of bringing her boyfriends in the house.
I'm not ashamed, Daddy.
But, Riley, where'll we get the money?
Don't you worry. I'll figure out something. Babs, you invite this here Richard over for next Saturday, and we'll have a television here that'll knock his eye out.
Oh, Daddy, you're wonderful.
But I got one condition. I expect to see more of you from now on. I want you should treat me with a little respect and want to be with me.
Oh, Daddy, don't be silly. We love to be with you.
Sure, Pop. You're okay with us. You'll be seeing plenty of us.
Maybe we have neglected you, dear, but we still love you. And from now on, you won't be able to get rid of us. Right, kids?
That's right.
You bet.
Well, that's the way I like my family.
Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye wait a minute.
Bye now.
He says, hey, come back. You can't go. We... Trapped. That's me.
Oh, Riley, I'm glad you're home. Wait till I tell you. I was out this afternoon. There was nobody home except Junior. And some company delivered a television set here.
Oh, they did?
And what a set. Come on in here, take a look at it.
Oh, boy, it covers the whole wall. You like it, huh?
Well, who wouldn't like it? That model cost $2,300. Imagine delivering a set like that by mistake.
That's no mistake.
What?
Oh, I told you I was getting a television, didn't I?
Well, yes, but I figured a set for around $200. But this one, how can we pay for it?
Who's paying for it?
What are you talking about?
Well, I went in to get a cheap set, and then I saw this one, and the sign said you can have it for a free 10-day trial. If you don't like it, you give it back. And I guarantee after 10 days, much as we love it, we ain't going to like it. No, they asked what work I do, of course, so I told them I'm an associate of Carl Stevenson of Stevenson Aircraft.
Associate. But you didn't tell them associate means a $60 a week riveter. They probably think
What
that you're
they think is none of my business. If I happen to have the face of an executive, well, all right, maybe I haven't got the face, but I got the stomach of one.
Well, what possessed you to do a crazy thing like this?
For Babs? You want her to be ashamed to bring friends in the house? This boy's coming here Saturday. You want him to be impressed, don't you? You want him to think all Babs' parents can afford is a cheap television like all the other crumbs?
Well, I don't like to pretend to be something we're not.
Oh, what's the harm? Saturday he comes here, he sees we're not crumbs, and Monday we give it back and we get a set like all the other crumbs.
I don't like this free trial business. And I don't like to get anything unless we intend to pay for it.
Oh, all right, maybe we'll pay for it.
Oh, $2,300.
Well, why not? On time. Say $1 a week. That's 2,300 weeks. That's 600 months. That's 50 years. Well, the way I figure it, if Junior gets married at the age of 13, his grandchildren can make the last payment. Gillis, come here.
What do you want, Riley?
Hey, come on into the house. I want to show you something.
I seen it.
It's a beauty, ain't it?
How do you come off getting an expensive television like that?
What's the matter? You jealous, Gillis?
Something fishy somewhere. We make the same salary. We're both in hock to the same people, but all I can afford is a cheesy $199 table model. The screen is so small, in a baseball game, all you can see is stomachs running around without heads or legs. And I can't even keep up the payments on that. So what I demand to know is how an ordinary riveter like you can afford that there set.
Maybe I ain't always going to be an ordinary riveter. Maybe I'll be getting into a new line soon.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Like television?
Oh, fat chance. You ain't no puppet, even with that wooden head.
I mean the business end of the business. There happens to be a young fella that's just crazy about my Babs, and maybe they'll be getting hitched one of these days after she's out of college. And his old man is connected with the biggest television outfit in the country, RCA Victor.
Oh, yeah? What is he, janitor?
Oh, yeah. Well, for your information, his father happens to be, he's,
What?
He's president, that's what.
President?
Yeah, president of RCA Victor.
Ah, you give me a big pain. I'm going in the house.
What a jerk, he believed me.
Can you beat that, honeybee? Some guys have all the luck.
Are you sure?
Sure. I tell you, this kid's old man is the president of RCA Victor. Riley's too dumb to make up a thing like that.
That's probably how he got that expensive set.
Sure, that's it. Got it for nothing.
And that Peg Riley didn't say a word about this. It's just like us. I guess we're not good enough for her now. Well, I'm going to phone her right now.
Hello?
Hello, Peg. This is Honeybee. Congratulations, Peggy, darling.
Well, what for?
He's quite a catch.
Who is?
Oh, you know who I mean. Babs's boyfriend. Huh? We're certainly moving up in the world, aren't we?
What are you talking about, Honeybee?
Oh, it's no use trying to pretend with me, Peg. Everybody knows his father's the president of RCA Victor.
Babs? Yes? What is it, Mother? Well, Babsy, why didn't you tell me? Tell you what? About Richard. Well, after all, dear, it isn't every day you entertain the son of the president of RCA Victor.
Oh, Richard?
But didn't you know?
I know. No, he never talked much about his family. Are you sure, Mother? Who told you?
Honeybee Gillis. Oh, that woman knows everything.
Oh, wait till Daddy hears. Will he be surprised?
Hiya, girls. And who's going to surprise who?
Daddy, guess what? Do you know who Richard is?
What Richard?
Richard Franklin, the boy who's coming here Saturday.
Oh, yeah, what about him?
Oh, nothing much. Only his father happens to be president of RCA Victor.
President? His father president? Really? He really is, really?
Yes, Daddy. Everybody knows.
What a lucky guess.
What?
I said father knows best. You see, Peg, that was a pretty shrewd move when I got that expensive model from his father's company yet. Boy, that are really impressive. I ain't so dumb, huh, Peg? You know, boys like that don't marry into families that are just nobody.
Oh, Daddy, don't talk like that. I've only known Richard 2 weeks. I'm not even thinking of marriage.
Well, don't worry. I am.
And this is my mother, Richard. Mother, this is Richard Franklin.
How do you do, Mrs. Riley?
How do you do? And my father?
Oh, glad to know you, son. Put her there.
Glad to know you, sir.
Well, the game should be starting soon.
Say, that's quite a set you've got there, Mr. Riley. RCA Victor, Berkshire model.
Nothing but the best. That's my motto. Of course, that set comes kind of pretty high. It ain't everybody that can afford it.
No, that's true, but it's worth the money. That set'll last you a lifetime.
With some people, yes. But I'm funny that way. I'll probably get tired of it after 10 days. I always say,
Riley.
The man who's afraid to spend...
Riley.
Well?
The game will be starting soon, and we've got to be going.
Oh, we're not going anyplace.
Riley.
Oh, yeah. So long, Richard. We got to go in the kitchen. Well, see you later. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. Well, Babs, let's pull down the shades.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't care if your father
Daddy.
is... Oh, for the television. Oh, well, go right ahead.
Someone on the phone for you.
Yeah, okay, Junior. Well, see you later.
Now, answer that phone.
Oh, yeah.
And when you're through, don't butt in on Babs. You come on in the kitchen.
Yeah, okay, I will, Peg.
Now, see that you do.
Yes, all right, I will, yeah. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, speaking.
This is Mr. Jenkins of the credit department of RCA Victor.
Oh, yes, that's working fine. Best buy I ever made.
I'm sorry, Mr. Riley. We can't let you have that set. We'll have to take it back.
Well, now, wait a minute. You can't do that. I still got 9 days.
You obtained that set under false pretenses, Mr. Riley.
Who says I gave you references?
We checked your references.
Well?
That set cost $2,300. Your salary is only $60 a week. Is that right?
Well, yeah.
Well, who's going to pay for it?
My son's grandchildren. I mean, now, wait a minute.
I'm sorry. We'll have to take that set back.
Yeah, well, okay. You call for it Monday.
No, that set must be back in the store today.
Oh, well, okay, 6 o'clock.
We close at 5. We've got to have it before that.
Well, no, you can't do that. The game isn't over.
Sorry.
No, wait a minute. No, wait. I'll make a deal with you. Pick it up Sunday.
Sunday's a holiday.
Well, I'll stay open for you.
I'm sorry. We've got to have that set immediately.
You're mean.
Goodbye.
What's the matter, Pop? You look sick.
Oh, this is terrible. What'll Babs say? And your mother, right in front of Richard.
Riley, who was that on the phone?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I can't face it.
Where you going, Pop?
I have to go out, Junior.
Where?
I don't know.
Oh, when do you come back?
I don't know, but I can't stay here. I'm going.
Oh, what'll I tell Mom?
Tell her that I meant everything for the best, and I love her, and in case I don't come back, I leave everything in her name, including the television set.
Pabst Blue Ribbon will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. This is a blue ribbon country. Wherever you go, east, west, north, or south, you'll find Americans enjoying the good things of life. Yes, living the life of Riley with Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. In Chicago's Loop District, the bookkeeper, homeward bound, spots a Pabst Blue Ribbon sign in a friendly tavern window and treats himself to a tall, foaming glass of the finest beer served anywhere. In Denver, Colorado, a traveling salesman picks up his hotel phone, calls room service, and orders a bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon. In the deep leather chairs of a Fifth Avenue club, two elderly businessmen relax over a game of chess and a couple of cold bottles of their favorite Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, this is a blue ribbon country. And whether you're a great movie star like Gary Cooper, or a great general like Hap Arnold, or, well, just a guy named Joe, you can live the life of Riley with Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why.
You hear it everywhere. Finest beer served anywhere. 33 fine brews blended into one great beer.
now, back to The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley with Paula Winslow and John Brown. For the last half hour, Riley has been wandering aimlessly through the streets in a driving rain.
I've got to get away from the house. As far as possible. The sooner the better. No, it ain't right running away like this. Only a coward runs away. I'm going back. I'm going to face the music. I ain't yellow. I'm turning around. I ain't yellow. There's something wrong. My feet won't move. They're yellow. I'd better keep going. They've probably come for the set by now. Oh, it'll be awful. Poor Peg and Babs. She'll be so ashamed.
What? Hey, watch where you're going, bud.
Well, I didn't see your truck.
Pretty wet out there. Want a lift?
Well, yeah, thanks.
Hop in.
Oh, thanks.
I'm not going very far.
Oh, that's okay. I'll go as far as you go.
Hey, wake up, bud.
What? Oh.
This is as far as we go.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, Joe. This is the place. Let's go.
Where are we?
1313 Blueview Terrace.
You live here?
Nah, got to pick up a television set here. A guy called Riley.
Oh, that deadbeat. What a revolting development this is.
Now step aside, Riley, and let us out of this kitchen.
Yeah, but give me 1 more hour. Just 1 hour, please.
I got my orders, Riley. That set goes out now. Come on, Joe. It must be in the living room.
No, wait. You don't understand. My daughter's in there with her boyfriend. It'll be awful.
Gee, I'm sorry, Riley.
All right, then just give me 2 minutes. I'll try to get him out of the house so she won't be embarrassed. So just 2 minutes.
Well, okay. Make it snappy. And no tricks.
No, I'll be right back.
Oh, hi, Pop. Oh, Daddy, you're just in time. Look.
What a game this is, ladies and gentlemen, that Pabst Blue Ribbon is bringing you. Football history is being made here this afternoon. Johnson of UCLA just made a spectacular 98-yard run, and now it's UCLA's ball on Washington State's 1-yard line, with the score still 0-0, and only 20 seconds of play left in the first half. Now watch this next play carefully. There's the ball. And...
What a dull game. Let's go for a walk.
And Johnson is over.
Oh, Daddy, they scored. Aren't you excited? Well, why aren't you cheering?
Right.
What? Is something wrong, Riley?
No, you sure you wouldn't care for a walk, huh?
Not during the game. Oh, Daddy, you'll never be sorry you got this set, even if it did cost a fortune.
Well, easy come, easy go. Oh.
What's the matter,
Oh, nothing.
dear?
Excuse me a minute.
Well, Riley?
I can't get him out. It's only halftime. Wait till it's over, please.
We got to get that set back before the store closes. Come on, Joe.
No, I won't let you. You'll get that set over my dead body.
I hope I'm in time for the kickoff.
Digger, it's you.
Yes, it is I indeed. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Just dropped in to catch the game on your television.
You're out of luck, mister. We're taking that set out.
How come, Riley? Don't you own it?
No, I just got it on a 10-day trial.
What an odd way to do business. Nobody ever takes my merchandise on a 10-day trial. We're strictly cash and carry.
Come on, Riley. Out of the way.
Can't you wait another hour? It's such a little favor.
Listen, Riley, I got my orders. As long as that set ain't paid for, out it goes.
Oh, Digger, you talk to him.
Sorry, Riley. It's the same in my business. Our motto is, better dig it up or we'll dig you up.
No, but they can't take it now. Babs is entertaining her boyfriend in there.
Oh, my, this is embarrassing. I'm sure under the circumstances you gentlemen will wait an hour.
Nothing doing.
Now, see here, my man.
Riley, tell this big stiff to get out of the way.
Don't you dare talk about me that way or I'll lay you out. And then we'll see who's the big stiff.
Come on. Let's get that set, Joe.
I won't let you. You'll have to fight me first.
Okay, if we have to fight you, we'll fight you. But that set's going to be in the back of my truck in 3 minutes flat.
Better keep a civil tongue in your head, my man, or you'll be in the back of my truck in 2 minutes. Flat.
I had enough of this. Come on, Joe.
You'll be sorry.
Honey, aren't you coming in? The second half will be starting in just... Oh, who are these men?
We've come to take back that television set, ma'am.
Take it back. Chester Riley, I told you.
That set's no good, so they're taking it back. It don't work right, you see.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Well-
You just saw UCLA make that touchdown, and it came in perfectly clear.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble. On everybody else's set, Washington State made the touchdown.
Excuse me, lady. We're taking that set.
Well, you'll be sorry. You don't know who's in there. The son of the president of your company. You'll be fired. You'll see.
Excuse us, folks. Sorry, we'll have to take that. Say, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Well, I...
Surprised, huh? You wouldn't believe me, huh? Richard, fire him.
We just came to take that set back.
Oh, no. Oh, Daddy.
You can't do that.
You hear? You can't do that. Huh?
You paid for this set, didn't you, Mr. Riley?
They can do it. But I just wanted them to wait until the game's over for your sake.
Well, I think they'll be willing to wait, won't you?
Well, seeing it's you. Okay, son.
Thanks, Dad.
Wise guy, huh? You found out you can't push around the son of... Dad?
Yeah, that's my boy.
You're his... He's... Holy smoke. Here I've been going nuts trying to impress him, and his old man turns out to be you.
Yeah, ain't that a killer? My boy said he had a date with a girl whose father was loaded, and it turns out to be you.
Yeah, I'm loaded all right, only it ain't my pocket, it's my head.
The Rileys will be back with us in just a moment. You'll appreciate Pabst Blue Ribbon's compact new Handy 6 carton. It contains 6 regular-sized cans of Pabst Blue Ribbon, and it's fitted with a clever little handle that makes it a cinch to carry. Get the Handy 6 tomorrow morning and live the life of Riley this weekend with Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why.
And if you ever do a thing like this again, so help me, Riley.
Okay, Peg, okay. That's enough. Everything turned out okay. We all had a good laugh over it. Anyway, I don't see why you're blaming me.
Well, who should I blame?
Well, it's really Babs' fault. She had no business spreading the rumor that Richard is the son of the president.
She's not to blame. I told her.
And where did you get the information?
Honeybee told me.
Well, who told her?
Gillis.
Well, where did he get it? If I ever lay my hands on the guy who told Gillis... It's a losing fight.
Folks, this is Jimmy Wallington reminding you that 4 out of 10 families in community chest areas benefit directly from one or more Red Feather services, which help solve individual and family problems and give young Americans a better start on the road to health and good citizenship. Let's all give to our community chest now. Remember, love costs money. Thank you. Say, Riley, would you help me make a test?
Well, sure. Okay, Mr. Wellington.
Now, here are 3 glasses of beer.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to taste the beer in glass number 1, then taste the beer in glass number 2, and then in number 3.
Oh, well, I'm going to like this. Oh, that's very good. That's nice. Oh, yeah, okay. Now what do I do?
Tell me which beer you like the best.
Well, they all taste delicious to me. I can't tell any difference. Gee, Mr. Wellington, I hope I didn't spoil your test.
No, you didn't. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say. You see, these 3 glasses all contained Pabst Blue Ribbon. I had 3 bottles flown by air. Number 1 from New York City, number 2 from Miami, number 3 from San Francisco. I just wanted to prove that wherever you buy it, east, west, north, or south, Pabst Blue Ribbon is always the same. The finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why.
Enjoy the life of Riley with Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Whenever you take a taste of it, you give it a hearty cheer. Again and again and again and again, it's Pabst Blue Ribbon you'll buy. Again and again and again and again, your taste will tell you why. So enjoy the life of Riley with Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. With Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Pabst Blue Ribbon invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley. Tonight's script is by Reuben Shipp and Alan Lipscomb. Music is by Jerry Fielding. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Babs is Barbara Eiler. Junior is Alan Reed, Jr. Consult your local paper for the correct time for The Life of Riley show on television over NBC every week. Produced by Irving Brecker by arrangement with Universal International Pictures. Now releasing Sword in the Desert, starring Dana Andrews and Marta Torrance. The Life of Riley is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois. And sent your way with the best wishes of Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast. Jimmy Wallington speaking.
Next, it's the Jimmy Durante Show on NBC.
Good evening. This is Jeep's father, Dr. Allison. If I may take a moment of your time before our show tonight, I want to express my very sincere appreciation for all the wonderful letters and cards so many of you have written to us, telling us how much you like the show. Even though we can't answer each one of you separately, we enjoy hearing from you, and we hope you'll continue to let us know if you like...
Hey, Pop, don't forget to thank him for us, too.
Okay, son, I won't. On behalf of Mrs. Bixby and Peggy and the young man you've just heard... Thanks from all us Allisons to all of you. We hope you'll be listening for a long time to come. And now for tonight's show. Do you know the best way to turn a bobcat into a wolf? Well, I'll be back in just a minute to tell you how one person accomplished that. That's right, I mean my young offspring, my son, Jeep.
Yes, it's My Son Jeep, the warm-hearted adventures of the Allison family of Grove Falls, and starring Donald Cook as Doc with young Martin Houston as wonderful, unpredictable 10-year-old Jeep Allison.
I remember reading somewhere something about the best laid plans of mice and men going astray or something. Anyway, whoever wrote it, I know what he means. Jeep had some plans not long ago. They were good plans and he meant well, but as usual, something went astray. It started one Friday afternoon with Jeep's arrival home from school.
You're just the one I wanted to see.
I know, you're hungry. Well, if the kitchen's still standing after the way you slammed that door, you'll find some apple pie in the icebox.
Oh, I don't want anything to eat.
Well, if you haven't got food on your mind, what do you want with me?
Oh, gee, that's no way to talk. Came all the way home from school just to do you a favor.
Do me a what?
A favor, you know.
Oh, listen, I'm busy. The biggest favor you can do for me is to keep out of my way.
Oh, gosh, that's not much of a good deed. I couldn't count that.
Jeep, what on earth are you talking about?
Well, tomorrow's Saturday, isn't it? There's a scout meeting.
Oh, now I get it. You mean your good deeds for the Cub Scouts.
Sure, and I'm 4 behind. If I don't make them up before the meeting tomorrow, something awful might happen.
Oh, such as what?
Well, I might stay a bobcat the rest of my life.
That would be dreadful.
Yeah. Never get to be a wolf, or a bear, or a lion.
My goodness.
Or a webelos.
A what-a-los?
A webelos. That's the highest rank you can be in the Cub Scouts. So please, Mrs. Bixby, can't I do a good deed for you?
Well, I sure wouldn't want to keep you from being all them animals, so I guess there is something you can do for me.
What?
Well, you can take the big basket from the back porch and get the wash down off the line.
You mean all of it?
Well, now, what'd be the point of taking down part of it?
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Anyway, it'll give you an appetite.
Do I have to do it now?
Don't sound so enthusiastic. Yes, do it now if you're going to do it at all.
Well, is there an awful lot of washing out there?
There's quite a bit. Why?
I was just thinking.
If there's that much wash, couldn't we count that as 2 good deeds?
Well, you might, but I wouldn't.
It's just an idea.
And not a very good one.
Oh, hi, Pop.
Oh, hello, son. What are you doing home so early?
I have some very important things to take care of.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Bixby, Miss Miller won't be having supper with us tonight.
She won't?
Well, how come?
Well, she's going to a church supper or something.
I know them suppers. Chicken croquettes and canned peas.
Oh, gee, Pop, don't let her go.
Oh, listen, you two. We don't own Miss Miller, you know. Just because she works for me and eats with us doesn't mean she can't have a life outside.
And speaking of outside, Jeep, when you bring in the wash, don't forget to pick up all the clothespins.
I won't.
There must be something wrong with my hearing.
Huh?
I could have sworn I heard her say that you were going to bring in the wash.
Oh, Pop, is there any favor I can do for you?
Well, now I know I have to have my ears examined. Have you been up to something?
Of course not.
Then how come this sudden flurry of goodwill?
Golly, Pop, you act like I never did anything for you.
Oh, I do. Well, I'm sorry, Jeep. I didn't mean to. I suppose I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Huh?
No, that's just an expression, son.
Oh, well, what does it mean?
Well, you know the first thing a man does when he's buying a horse.
No, I never bought one.
That's not the point. Before you buy a horse, you always open his mouth to look at his teeth. That's so you can tell how old he is.
Well, how do you know?
Well, I saw it in a movie once. Now, just take it from me. It's true. Anyway, where was I?
Looking in the horse's mouth.
Well, the expression means that when you're offered something for nothing, don't examine it too closely.
But if somebody gave me a horse, I'd want to know how old it was.
Now, that's got nothing to do with it. It's just a saying. Now, drop the whole thing.
Okay. Now, can I do you a favor?
Why?
Well, my scout meeting's tomorrow afternoon. And I'm 4 good deeds behind.
Oh, so that's what all this is about. Why did you let yourself get so far behind?
Oh, you know how it is, Pop. The week sort of slips by before you know it. So please, haven't you got a good deed I can do for you?
Well, right now, old boy, I can't think of any.
Gee, not even one.
Well, don't get downhearted. You've got until tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, but you don't know how hard it is to find good deeds to do for people.
Well, it's funny, but I can remember times when there were jobs to do around the house and you never volunteered.
Oh, that was different. I wasn't behind in my good deeds then. Bonjour, mon père.
Huh?
Êtes-vous aussi, mon petit frère? What's the matter with her?
Your sister is speaking French, or a reasonable facsimile.
She is?
Eh bien, mon fils, comment ça va?
Gee, you too, Pop? Je suis heureuse de vous voir cet après-midi.
No, I'm sorry, honey. I lost you on that one.
Honestly, Father, I said I was glad to see you this afternoon.
Oh. Well, I'm glad to see you too, Peggy.
Oh, that just to say hello. You're just jealous because you don't speak French. I speak Pig Latin, and that's a lot harder.
Now, Jeep, don't make fun of Peggy. She's doing very well with her French.
Thank you, Father. It's a relief that somebody in this family appreciates the finer things in life. Ha, ha, ha. Only 13, and she talks like she was in college. Father, I have something I wish to say to you.
Well, go ahead, dear.
Mon cher papa, le demain après-midi, le cercle français projet en session de notre maison.
Honey, I think you better take that in English. You see, my French is pretty rusty.
Yeah, I'd like to know what's going on, too. My French club is having a meeting here tomorrow afternoon. It's a very special occasion. What's so special about a lot of girls jabbering in French? Father, are you going to stand there and let him insult me?
Now, both of you, stop it.
I'm going up to my room and practice my French. Ah, bonjour, mes amis. Je suis heureuse de vous voir. Women. Do you understand them, Pop?
Me? I don't even understand 10-year-old boys. Where are you going?
Speaking of women reminded me. I gotta take in the wash.
You got a train to catch, Jeep?
Huh?
Well, don't gulp your milk that way. What's the rush? You've got all evening.
I've got a lot on my mind, Pop.
Well, I don't see the connection. Take it a little easy.
May I be excused, Father?
Well, sure, but can't you keep me company until I finish my coffee?
Father, I am the hostess tomorrow. I have to make a speech of welcome to the girls in French.
What's the matter with them? Don't they understand just plain English? Okay, I apologize.
Well, you're excused, Peggy. Never let it be said I stood in the way of culture. Go on upstairs and practice.
Ah, bonjour, mes amis. Je suis très heureuse de vous voir.
You're excused too, Jeep, if you want to be.
Yeah. Guess we might as well start clearing off the table.
You are going to clear the table?
Sure.
Oh, of course, your good deeds. How many more do you have to go?
Well, this is the last one.
Well, you see, I told you you'd get them all in.
Well, it wasn't easy, Pop. Do you realize this will be my 4th good deed since I got home from school this afternoon?
Turn around a minute, son.
Why?
Just wanted to see if you were beginning to sprout wings.
It's kind of funny, Pop.
Well, every now and then I get off a good one.
You know, Doctor, I can't get over this boy. He's been a real help to me tonight with his good deeds.
Well, that's the way to get to be a Webelos.
Come again?
A Webelos. That's the highest rank you can be in the Cub Scouts.
You know, if we grown-ups had any sense, we'd take a tip from the Cub Scouts. If all of us went around doing a good deed every day, this might be a better world.
Oh, isn't that the truth?
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Bixby, I meant to ask you, what was that new casserole we had tonight?
You noticed it, huh?
Well, it tasted a little different.
Yeah. How about the cake?
Oh, come to think of it, that was a little different, too.
Uh-huh. That was one of Jeep's good deeds. He wanted to help with supper, so I asked him to sprinkle grated cheese over the macaroni casserole and shredded coconut over the icing on the cake.
Oh, so he put the coconut in the macaroni.
I did?
You did.
Grated cheese on marshmallow icing. Oh.
But, Pop, you had 2 whole helpings.
Oh, please, don't remind me.
I better get the table cleared off.
Gee, don't you dare carry that many dishes all at once.
Oh, don't get scared. I can handle them all right.
Doctor, how many more good deeds does he have to do?
This makes the last one, thank goodness. Oh, no.
Well, that good deed just set you back $3.
Don't worry, Mrs. Bixby. I'll pick up all the pieces.
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. I better go supervise.
Father, look at what that child has done now.
What?
This is the end, the absolute end.
Now, calm down, honey. What's the matter?
Look at this.
What is it?
That was my diary.
Wet, isn't it?
It is positively soaked. Look how the ink is run. Page after page ruined.
Well, all right, dear. We'll get to the bottom of this. Jeep, come here a minute.
Oh, my most secret thoughts just washed away.
I know, Peg, but I'm sure your brother didn't do it intentionally.
You want me, Pop?
Yeah. How did Peggy's diary happen to get wet?
Gosh, I don't know.
You do so, Jeffrey Allison.
Were you in your sister's room this evening, son?
Well, yes. I went in to do her a good deed. See, that big plant on her desk looked awful dry. So I got a pitcher of water, and I must have poured too much.
You certainly did.
But I didn't know your diary was there, Peggy.
Well, why didn't you look? I always keep it on the desk.
I'm sorry. I'll buy you a new one out of my allowance.
There, you see, dear?
Oh, that's all very well. But what'll I do about January?
What do you mean?
Father, you know perfectly well that every night I write in my diary what I did during the day. And now January is simply washed away. How can I possibly remember what I did last month?
Why do you want to?
Oh, don't be infantile. What else is a diary for?
But Jeep's apologized, dear, and he's going to buy you a new diary. Don't you think you should forgive him?
I suppose so. But suddenly, Father, I feel so old.
You do?
How time flies. Another whole month gone out of my life forever.
Pop?
Hmm?
I was wondering, you think I ought to count clearing the table as a good deed?
Well, I don't know, son. You did break all those dishes.
All but one.
Oh, really? Well, every cloud has a silver lining.
But should I count it?
You didn't accomplish what you set out to, did you?
No, I guess not.
In that case, we don't count it.
Then I gotta find another good deed to do.
Oh, in that case, we do count it.
Okay, if you say so.
Now that you're all caught up on your good deeds, try to stay that way, won't you?
Don't worry, Pop, I will.
Which reminds me, are you caught up on your homework?
Gee, how could I be with everything else I've been doing?
Well, then how about getting to it now?
Oh, I only got my history lesson to read.
Well, tell you what. You read your history book, I'll read my medical journal, and here comes Mrs. Bixby with her knitting. And we'll have a nice, quiet evening.
Okay.
Oh, I always say there's nothing better than getting your day's work done and sitting down and relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
Pop,
Hmm?
you know history?
Oh, I used to, but we sort of lost track of each other. Why?
Boy, this Charlie Magny must have been quite a guy.
Who?
Charlie Magny, he was a French king.
Oh, you mean Charlemagne.
I like the way Jeep says it better.
Father, I have a very important question to ask you.
Oh, fire away, honey.
Would you consider it de rigueur to serve cocoa and sandwiches in the middle of my club meeting tomorrow?
No, I think it'd be fine, but don't forget, I'm no authority.
Oh, no, you sit still, Doctor. I'll get it. Dr. Allison's residence. Oh, hello there, Miss Roberts. Well, what was that? Pajamas. Well, no, of course we aren't missing any. Who? Oh. Uh-huh. They did. Oh, my land. Oh, that's a shame, Miss Roberts. Oh, I hope you find out who it all belongs to. Yes, goodbye. Oh.
What was all that about?
Oh, some poor family around here had all their wash blown all over the neighborhood. Oh, I sure pity whoever has to do it over.
Oh, my goodness.
Miss Roberts found some. Miss Cress across the street and the Harpers in back of us. All the neighbors are trying to find out who it belongs to.
But how could a thing like that happen?
Well, maybe somebody took down their wash and forgot to bring it in. Wait a minute. Jeep, Alice.
Yes, ma'am?
Did you bring our wash in?
Why, sure, don't you remember? I went out and took it off the line. And then I...
Just what I thought. You left the wash outside.
Jeep, if any of my clothes are lost...
What? You mean that's our stuff all over the neighborhood?
But golly, I didn't mean to.
Oh, well, come on now, everybody. We got work to do. Now, Peggy, you run over to the Harpers and see how much they picked up. And Doctor, you go across the street to Miss Cress, and I'll go to Mrs. Roberts and... Jeep.
Yes, Mrs. Bixby?
You go up and down the block, child, and ask at all the other houses. Now, everybody, get your coats and hats.
I'm going to feel absolutely ridiculous going up to Mrs. Cress and saying, "Excuse me, madam, I just dropped by to pick up some of my laundry."
Oh, now, just dump the clothes down here by the stairs, Doctor. I'll throw them in the machine in a minute.
Okay.
Well, when the children get back, I'll check everything to be sure nothing's missing.
This has been one of the weirdest days we've spent in a long time, Mrs. Bixby.
Well, here's Peggy.
All I can say is it's a good thing it's dark outside. Here's what I collected. Can you imagine what would happen if any of my friends had seen me with all that wash? I'd be absolutely finished socially.
Listen, if we didn't get that wash back, I'd be finished financially.
Wonder what's taking Jeep so long.
Well, maybe he stopped along the way to do a few more good deeds.
Oh, my lands, I better warn the neighbors.
No, I was just kidding. No, he's all finished.
Are you sure, Father?
Well, pretty sure. Let's see. He spread the wash all over town. He put the cheese on the marshmallow icing. And then he broke the dishes and ruined Peggy's diary. Yeah, that's 4 good deeds. He's all caught up.
Hi. Where do you want this, Mrs. Bixby?
Over here with all the rest of it. Did you look everywhere?
Don't worry, I picked up everything.
Oh, there's my very best school dress. Thank goodness you didn't lose that.
I'll get it.
Well, I'm not in, unless it's a patient.
Hi, Boots. Come on in. I can only stay a minute. I just dropped by to find out how you were coming along with your good deeds. I got them all done. You did? I didn't think you'd ever catch up. Sure. What's all that laundry doing in the hall? That's one of my good deeds. You mean getting it dirty? I'll tell you about it later. Did you get your good deed in today? Yeah. What'd you do? Helped an old lady across the street. Gosh, all the way home from school, I looked for an old lady, too. I couldn't find even one. Well, it took a lot of time. I I had to stand on the corner half an hour before one came along. Even then I had trouble. How come? She didn't want to cross the street. You can't count that, Boots. Sure I can. I took her across the street and then I brought her back again. Oh, but I can't figure out how you could do 5 good deeds all in one afternoon. What do you mean 5? You mean 4? I mean 5. Look, Monday I took out the ashes. That left Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. 4 days. Well, I did 4 good deeds today. You took out the ashes Sunday. I did not. You did so, Jeep Allison. I helped you, didn't I? Yeah. It was Sunday. Golly. So you still got Monday's good deed to do. Well, I gotta get on home. See you tomorrow morning. Gee, just when I thought it was all finished. Pop,
What do you want, son?
can I tell you something?
Certainly.
Well, I made a mistake. I still have one more good deed to do.
Jeep, I had a long day, and I'm tired. For once, I'm going to put my foot down. I don't care if you have 50 good deeds left. Do them tomorrow. Well, Jeep went to bed about 9 that night, and probably to dream about becoming a Webelos or whatever it is, and the rest of the evening passed very quietly. The next day was Saturday. Right after lunch, Mrs. Bixby and Peggy went out shopping for her party, and I had to run over to the hospital to visit a patient. Jeep and his friend Boots were left alone in the house.
Look, we've only got half an hour before the scout meeting. Come on, Boots, think of something. I'm trying, ain't I? Only one good deed. Do you think that'd be easy enough to find? I keep telling you, we're not going to find it here. We've been over the house from top to bottom. Yeah, I got an idea. Let's go over to your house. Oh, no. My mother's got a rule. No good deeds inside the house. Oh. Hey, I know. What? I'll get out the vacuum cleaner and clean the rug here in the living room. It's clean already. Well, Boots, it might be clean enough for you and me, but it's not clean enough for Peggy. What's she got to do with it? She's got a big party coming over here this afternoon. The whole French club's coming over. What for? To talk French. What else? What do they want to do that for? Oh, who knows? Come on, help me get the vacuum cleaner out. You think it's fair to count this for your good deed? Well, sure, it's for Peggy, isn't it? Yeah. I guess it's all right. Give me a hand with this, and watch out for the cord. This'll be easy. A couple of times over the rug and we'll be all through. Who's we? This is your good deed. Well, you can plug in the plug at least. Okay, it's plugged in. Turn the switch on. What are you waiting for? I turned it on. It's not working. Then put the vacuum cleaner away and find something else. Oh, what are you talking about? I'll fix it. How? Well, there's electricity in the socket, isn't there? I don't know. Well, there is, and it comes through the cord. The cord's all right. So the trouble must be in the switch. You give me your scout knife. What are you going to do? Fix the switch, of course. What's at this end, Jeep? That's where the dirt bag is. Maybe the trouble's in there. Hey, don't touch that, or the dirt might fall out. It slipped. Now look what you did, Boots. Gee, never would have thought such a little machine could hold such a lot of dirt. Don't track it all over the place. I'm sorry, Jeep. Oh, that's okay. Let's put the bag back in. As soon as I get this working, I can get that pile of dirt up in no time. Let's see, what is it? Oh, this little screw here is loose. I'll just tighten it. Yeah, now it ought to work. Nothing. That's funny. Mrs. Bixby was using it yesterday. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe a fuse is blown. Well, tough luck. We better get started for the meeting. Oh, no, I'm not giving up now. Where are you going? Down cellar to check the fuses. When I yell, you turn the switch on. Okay, but make it snappy. We'll be late.
Oh, hello, Boots. Well, you here alone?
Oh, hi, Dr. Allison.
Oh, where's what's that dirt doing on the floor?
Jeep's down the cellar.
What? Well, what for? What are you kids up to?
Okay, Boots, switch it on. Still doesn't work.
Hey, what's going on here?
Jeep's doing Peggy a favor.
What?
All right, try it again. Still ain't working.
Will you please stop all this yelling back and forth and get this dirt cleaned up before Peggy and Mrs. Bixby see it?
We're trying to. The vacuum cleaner isn't working.
Will you please tell me why you took it out in the first place?
Okay, Okay, try it again.
Try
hey,
what?
Chief, your father's here. What? I said your father's here. Oh, tell him my father's not home.
Jeep, come up here this minute.
Is that you, Pop?
Well, I think so. Come up here. Now, Boots, let's hear your version of all this.
Well, you see, Jeep still had one good deed to do.
Well, why didn't he just set fire to the house?
Huh?
Well, never mind. Go on.
So, he decided that... You really want to hear this?
No, but go on.
I didn't expect to be back so soon, Pop.
Well, that's pretty obvious. How did all this dirt get on the rug?
That was my fault, Doctor. No, it was mine, Pop. But I spilled the dirt, Chief. You wouldn't have if I hadn't gotten the vacuum cleaner out. I'm the one to blame.
Well, I'm not blaming anyone, but why get the vacuum cleaner out in the first place? The living room's perfectly clean. Or, I mean, it was.
Well, to tell the truth, I was getting a little desperate. Here's time to go to the scout meeting. And gosh, Pop, unless I live up to all the rules, I'll be a bobcat until I'm an old man.
Unless that mess is cleaned up before Peggy gets home, you may not live to be an old man.
Yeah. Boy, she'd be mad, wouldn't she?
That's a mild way of describing it. The house wouldn't be a fit place for either of us. This is a big party, Jeep.
I know. Come on, Chief. Fix the vacuum cleaner if you're gonna, and let's get to the meeting. Yeah, okay, Boots. You take
Now,
your
hold it, both of you. Boots,
Yes, sir?
sit down. Over there.
Yes, sir.
And Jeep, you sit over here. I'll fix the vacuum cleaner.
You sure you know how, Pop?
Oh, what kind of a question is that? Of course I know how. Now, what's wrong with it?
It doesn't work.
Thanks for the tip. Switch is all right. Well, let's check the cord. Oh, well, no wonder it won't work.
What's the matter?
Well, nothing much. The plug's just not in all the way.
I thought I plugged it all the way in.
There. Now, I'll turn the switch on.
Gee, something's wrong! Hey, Pop, it's blowing the dirt all over the place!
Oh, quick, somebody turn off the switch and yank out the cord. Hurry it up!
Gee, what a mess.
Well, how did it happen?
You must have had the hose on the wrong end.
I didn't touch it.
Uh-oh, somebody think of something fast. Here they come. So if you get the cocoa ready, Mrs. Bixby, I'll... Oh, Mrs. Bixby! Look!
Mercy alive, what happened?
The hose was on the wrong end.
What? Oh, Doctor, you gotta watch out for those things. I was spraying with it yesterday.
Oh, what am I going to do? My wonderful party absolutely ruined.
Now, darling, it's no such thing. We'll get the room cleaned up.
But the girls will be here in a few minutes.
Well, we'll just have to work as fast as we can.
Well, now, I'll handle this. Peggy, you go on in and start making the cocoa. And Boots, take that hose off that end and put it on the other. And Jeep, go get a dust cloth out of the kitchen. And Doctor, you stay out of my way.
No, I feel I ought to help.
Well, then get the attachments out of the hall closet.
Oh, there's some of my guests now.
Well, just keep them out in the hall,
What do I do? Talk French to them till we get the room cleaned up. And you know what, Pop? After all the trouble we went to clean up the living room for Peggy's party, Boots didn't think I ought to count it as a good deed.
Well, did you count it, Jeep?
I'll clean it up, didn't I? Anyway, Pop, it wasn't me who made the mess.
Are you insinuating it was me?
Am I what?
Are you saying it was my fault?
Well, you turn on the vacuum cleaner.
Well, isn't that exactly what you were trying to do?
But I didn't.
Yeah, okay, you win. You can count it.
I already have. Pop,
What is it now?
want to hear something?
Only if it's good news.
What's real good news?
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
I am now a wolf.
Oh, I remember. That's one step higher than a bobcat.
Yep. And just think, Pop, pretty soon you'll be able to tell all your friends that your son is a Wedelos.
That Jeep will be the proudest moment of my life.
My Son Jeep was created and written by Walter Black and William Mendrick and directed by Dan Sutter.
Music selection by John Geller. Tonight's cast included Leona Powers as Mrs. Bixby, Joan Laser as Peggy, Dick Wigginton as Boots, and featured young Martin Houston as 10-year-old Jeep. Starring in the role of Doc is one of America's finest actors and most versatile comedians, Donald Cook. And now, this is Fred Collins inviting you to be with us again next week, same time, same station, for the next delightful visit with Dr. Allison and My Son Jeep.
My Son Jeep has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Leo DeRocha, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. He's the expert on Fords in your neighborhood. He's the one who knows your Ford best. It stands to reason that he's the man to service your Ford. He has special equipment to do the job right. His mechanics are Ford trained in factory-approved methods. He has genuine Ford parts. So for an expert job done promptly, it pays to bring your Ford back home for service.
Ladies and gentlemen, to observe daylight saving time, today all clocks were moved ahead 1 hour. Tonight, we bring you the man of the hour the country lost. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In Portland, I'm glad you mentioned that mildly amusing bit that you did about daylight saving time.
When the clocks are moved ahead, does that make everybody an hour younger?
An hour younger? Yes, it does. If you had a grandfather clock and you moved it ahead enough hours, the grandfather clock would become a little boy clock with a small face and dirty hands. You'd have to move it ahead an awful lot.
Daylight...
Wait, just because your lines don't get latched, you know.
Daylight saving spoiled Mama's cuckoo clock.
Really? How?
The cuckoo doesn't know what time it is.
Really? What makes you think so?
Today at 12 o'clock, the cuckoo came out and just shrugged its wings.
If you think you're... I saw a man come out of the Audubon Society and do the same thing. I think he was cuckoo, too, but if you think your cuckoo is confused, you should see Misha Auer today. He doesn't even know who he is. Say, I just happened... We have awfully slow acoustics in here. I must speak to Mr. Trammell to have the acoustics stepped up in here. Say, Portland, I just happened to think. Jack Eigen.
What is that?
Well, Jack Eigen only listens to our program until he hears his name. Now, he asked me to mention his name early tonight. He has to go over to the circus. He's doing a special broadcast from inside Gargantua's cage. After the show, Gargantua is going over to the Copa, I think, for Jack's anniversary. It looks like a big night with fur on at the Copa. Tell me, wait till they get Gargantua to check his coat. Wait till they try. Tell me, Portland, what's in the news this week?
The subway fare is going to be raised to 10 cents.
I wonder why they're raising the subway fare.
Well, Mama says they're trying to keep out the riffraff.
Well, they should. The subway really could use a better class of people.
It's going to cost 10 cents to come from Jackson Heights.
And it's going to be worth it.
Have you heard the new subway jingle?
Really? What is the subway jingle?
The subway fare is now a dime. Commuters think it is a crime. The good old days are forever lost when a ride in the subway only costs a nickel, 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 nickel.
That's
nickel,
very
nickel,
good. I must say, you are in rare voice tonight.
Do you think I'll ever sing at the Met?
Not inside, no. Tell me, what else is hot in the news?
Well, Kathleen Windsor, who wrote Forever Amber, is divorcing her husband, Artie Shaw.
Yeah, they say she's writing a sequel to Forever Amber.
A sequel?
It's called Temporarily Artie. I don't hear any cries. I don't hear any cries of author from people wanting the name of the man who wrote that joke. I think I shall start for Alan's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, a new book called The Treasury of American Superstitions has been compiled by Claudia DeLise. It contains every superstition you have ever heard of, Portland. And so, being in the mood for superstitions, our question is, how do you feel about superstitions?
Shall we go?
As the Chinese teapot said to the auctioneer's hammer, I'm going, I'm gone. It's good to get back to Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the Senator's having mule meat for dinner. There's something braying in the barbecue pit. Oh, well, let's knock.
Somebody tapped my trellis. Oh, it's you, Jughead.
Yes, Senator.
Well, let's go, son. As the two men said when they was inventing bubble gum, let's make it snappy.
But,
you know, I'm busier than a handkerchief during a Betty Davis picture. I'm working on Senator Taft's housing bill. Everybody today is trying to get into a new house.
But,
even Senator Taft.
Senator Taft is trying to get into a new house?
Yeah, the White House. You don't get it, do you, son?
No.
You ought to give your head to a bone bank.
Now, wait a minute, sir. Take it easy with those innuendos, Senator. Tell me, what's new?
Well, I was up in New York attending that newspaper publishers' convention.
The newspaper?
Now, confidentially, son. Don't let this get around.
No.
I never read the newspapers, only the funnies.
The comics, eh?
Yeah, my favorite is Joe Palooka.
Joe Palooka.
When I was a young sprout, I used to dress like Joe Palooka.
Yeah?
Used to talk like Joe Palooka.
Yeah?
Used to walk like Joe Palooka.
Gosh.
When I'd strut down the street, everybody would say, there goes that Palooka.
And they can still say that today, Senator.
I'm honored, son.
Well, tell me, Senator, how do you feel about American superstition?
Well, son, down where I come from, we've got one superstition.
And that superstition is?
That a drink of whiskey will cure a snake bite.
I see.
For 20 years, every morning when I get up, I drink a full tumbler of whiskey.
Every morning?
Every noon before dinner, I drink another full tumbler of whiskey.
Every noon?
Every night before going to bed, I drink a full tumbler of whiskey.
You've been drinking whiskey for 20 years. Have you ever been bitten by a snake, Senator?
Not yet, son.
No?
But the first snake that bites me is going to find me well prepared. So long. So long.
I hope the snake is as well fortified as the senator. Yeah, I wonder if Mr. Moody's around.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, you look a little tired.
Yeah, last night I was up till all hours.
Oh, really?
Must have been 9 o'clock before I got to bed. And then this morning I didn't wake up till 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock?
The whole forenoon was gone.
What kept you up so late?
Oh, our Townsend Club had to do.
Oh, really? What was the entertainment?
The first act was a feller in yellow balbriggans and bare feet.
An acrobat?
Yeah, he kept skinning the cat for 20 minutes.
Oh, I see.
Next, two fellers come on dressed in blood-red tuxedos.
Yes?
They played Chinatown, My Chinatown on musical bottles.
Say, this was some show.
The grand howdy-do and climax was Miss Mona Huckabee.
Yeah?
Miss Huckabee, she gave an exciting description of a honeysuckle bloom unfolding and opening up that she'd spied on through a magnifying glass.
Hey, you had some evening.
I'd think twice before I'd go through it again.
Mr. Moody, what about these American superstitions?
Why, some of them make sense, some don't.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, some people think keeping a whale in a closet is bad luck.
Yes, that's true.
And a family I know, they wouldn't open an umbrella in the house. They said that was bad luck.
Really?
One spring it rained, 32 straight days and nights.
Yeah?
Rain started pouring through the roof down inside the house.
They wouldn't raise an umbrella?
No. Whole family was drowned.
What do you... Well, tell me, Titus, do you have any superstitions?
Why, I ain't decided.
No?
Last summer, I nailed a horseshoe up over my front door to bring me good luck. And it did.
What happened?
Why, one night lightning struck the metal horseshoe.
Yes?
And my house burnt to the ground.
But how were you lucky?
I wasn't home. So long.
Let's try this next door.
Howdy, Jappy.
Mrs. Nussbaum, I see you have your gold wedgies on.
I'm practically only now this minute from the theater returning.
Really? What play did you see?
Macbeth.
Macbeth.
It is written by Shakespeare.
Are you a Shakespeare fan?
When I am attending by Mrs. Biberman the finishing school, a young chit.
Uh-huh.
I'm starting with the Dramatics Club in Macbeth.
Oh, really? What part did you play in Macbeth?
With long hair, also one tooth, I am a witch.
Oh, a witch?
Doubling, toil with troubling, fire, brain, also cauldron, bubbling.
From the play of the same name. That's very good. That's very good.
Mrs. Biberman is saying that closing the eyes, you are not knowing me from Morris Evans.
I can say that. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about superstitions?
Oh, walking under a mirror, breaking a ladder, throwing over the shoulders saltines. I'm laughing.
Do you recall any specific instances where you have flouted superstition?
Last October.
What happened?
It's an old superstitious. A black cat is crossing the path. Is coming bad luck.
Bad luck.
With Pierre, I am out driving.
Yes?
Is crossing the path 3 black cats.
3 black cats.
We are hitting them 1, 2, 3.
And the bad luck?
The black cat is having the bad luck.
And you?
I am having a new fur coat.
Oh, my. And that brings us to the Ajax Cassidy, Sandy. Let's pass the time of day with Mr. Cassidy. Well, Mr. Cassidy, what about these superstitions?
Me boy, superstitions are not to be taken lightly.
No?
When the supernatural is flaunted, dire are the consequences that can ensue.
You know of a specific case, Ajax?
I do. 'Twas 3 on a match put Balzac Brannigan in the hospital.
3 on a match?
Well, now, you see, Balzac was at the circus.
Yes?
And the Siamese twins was just lighting 2 cigarettes.
Uh-huh.
Balzac stepped up and asked the Siamese twins for a light.
I see.
Well, after he got the light, Balzac started to walk between the Siamese twins. He was stopped.
I see.
Balzac says, whatever it is, let it down, boys. I've got to get through.
Let it...
Yeah? Well, a fight started.
Yes?
One of the Siamese twins was arrested, the other one got away, and Balzac came to in the accident hall.
Say, there must be something to those superstitions.
Oh, there is. Now, you take Knocko Nolan, the waiter.
What happened to Knocko the waiter?
Well, now, all his life, to ward off rheumatism,
Yeah?
Knocko carried an acorn in his pocket.
An acorn?
When he finally died, Knocko the waiter was buried in his waiter suit with the acorn still in his pocket.
Uh-huh.
20 years later, what happened?
What?
Out of Knocko the waiter's grave, there grew a giant oak tree.
A giant oak tree.
And the oak tree had on a tuxedo coat and a dickie.
Are you superstitious, Ajax?
Oh, I am, me boy. I'm convinced the number 13 is unlucky.
What makes you think so?
Well, 13 has caused me to disappear at frequent intervals for periods of 30 days.
13?
12 jurymen and a judge. Goodbye.
We've had enough fun. We're ready now for the DeMarco song. And so, the 5 DeMarco sisters and Maestro Goodman add up to April Showers. Girls?
Oh, April showers, they come your way. They bring the flowers that bloom in May. So if it's raining, have no regrets, because it isn't raining rain. You know it's raining violets. And when you see clouds up on the hill, you soon will see crowds of daffodils. So keep on looking for a bluebird and listening for his song whenever April showers come along. When you see clouds up in the hills, soon you see crowds, so many daffodils in the hills. So look for bluebird and listen for his song whenever April showers come along. When April showers come along.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
Senator Claghorn is outside to see you.
Senator Claghorn, I just left him a little while ago. Send him in.
All right. Right this way, Senator.
Yes, come right in, Senator Claghorn.
Well, howdy. I say howdy, son. Have a cigar.
Well, thanks, Senator. Say, what's the big idea carrying that tree trunk with you?
Well, son, I'm aiming to make some stump speeches. I'm campaigning.
Campaigning? Oh, that explains this free cigar, then. Say, what's this writing on the band? A vote for Claghorn is a vote for Ford trucks.
Well, that's my slogan, son. It's sweeping the country.
The new Ford trucks?
They're drawing the crowd, son. Everybody wants that bonus.
You are giving a bonus?
Ford trucks are giving the bonus. They're bonus built. Built extra strong to last longer, that is.
Well, tell me, Senator, isn't this something new in politics, building a platform around trucks?
Well, son, when I heard there were 139 models in the new Ford truck line, I started thinking.
Thinking what?
When I heard how truck drivers were raving about the comfort of Ford's new $1 million cab, I made up my mind.
You're setting up campaign headquarters at your Ford dealers?
I'm doing better than that, son. I'm turning in my old bandwagon for a new Ford truck. So long, son. So long, that
again,
is.
Senator. So long. For listeners who feel that a little music goes a long way, we have just offered a few bars of But Beautiful, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his They Knew Vaughn Monroe When He Was Only a Schmo orchestra. And now, ladies, yes, Portland?
Who is our guest tonight?
Well, we haven't any guest, Portland.
No guest?
That is one of the things that is wrong with radio today. Every program has refrigerators and guests.
But
radio has too many guests. I heard a guest on Mary Margaret McBride's program the other day. He brought a guest with him. Well, while Mary was interviewing her guest, the guest was interviewing his guest. It was very confusing. Mr. Bohack objected, I heard later.
But last week, you said Leo DeRocher was coming tonight.
Leo DeRocher is the reason I am finished with guests, Portland. The trouble I had with that Leo DeRocher.
What happened?
Well, last Thursday, I was walking along 50th Street. Just as I passed Peg Woffington's tea shop, the door opened, and I heard a voice say,
"Hello, Fred."
Leo DeRocher. Leo, what are you doing coming out of Peg Woffington's tea shop?
I just finished my lesson.
Your lesson in a tea shop?
Yes, I have a tutor. I'm studying the theory and proper technique of drinking tea.
Tea?
Fred, do you know when you finish your tea, you're not supposed to squeeze the wet tea bag out between your fingers?
No? What do you do?
Well, when you're finished, you pick the tea bag up in the sugar tongs and press it gently.
But, Leo...
Fred, do you know what I learned today?
What?
You drink tea out of the cup.
The cup? What do you do? What do you do with the saucer?
Well, if your tea is too hot to drink, you fan it with your saucer.
Oh, wait a minute, Leo. Leo, what is this tea routine?
Well, you have to know these things, old boy, when you're in the literary set.
You are in the literary set?
Yes, Fred. I just wrote a book.
A book?
It's called The Dodgers and Me.
The Dodgers and Me.
Well, in Boston, of course, it's called The Dodgers and I.
Oh, naturally. But, Leo, how did you ever happen to write a book?
Well, last year, Fred, I had a lot of time on my hands.
I know.
And I read that Babe Ruth was writing a book, and it gave me an idea.
Oh, so you started to write a book, too?
I wrote day and night for 6 months.
And when you finished?
I had a sentence 300 pages long.
One sentence was 300 pages long?
The publisher made me go back and break it up into paragraphs. Then he showed me what periods, commas, and hyphens were and told me to punctuate it.
And when the book was finished?
I had 200 commas, 30 periods, and 1 hyphen left over.
1 hyphen, eh?
I finally got rid of the hyphen.
How?
I stood the hyphen up on end and used it for an exclamation point.
Good.
Well, Fred, I must dash. I'll be late for my etiquette class.
Etiquette class?
Oh, yes. Attending all these literary teas, I can't afford to commit a faux pas.
Oh, you're polishing your manners?
Oh, I'm also learning my knives and forks.
Oh, fine.
Fred, you know that little fork way down at the end of the forks?
Yes.
That's for eating oysters.
No kidding. An oyster fork?
For 30 years, I've been eating oysters with a spoon.
Gosh.
Last night, my homework was correct napkin usage.
Correct napkin usage.
The napkin is supposed to be unfurled and tossed casually on the lap.
Oh.
Well, I used to stuff my napkin down in my collar.
Oh, and now that your napkin is in your lap?
My shirt is loaded with gravy.
You're a mess, eh?
Well, I'm a slob, but I'm correct.
Leo, take my advice. Stay a slob. What do you want with etiquette and writing books? Why, you're one of the best managers in baseball.
But I'm thinking of my future, Fred. That's why I became an author.
Why?
Well, George Bernard Shaw is 92 years old, and he's still writing, isn't he?
Yes.
When a baseball player is 92, where is he?
Where?
He's pitching for the Giants.
Leo, I wonder if you...
Oh, I'll be glad to, Fred. I'll have my publisher, Ziff Davis, send you a copy of my book, The Dodgers and Me, tomorrow.
No, not the book, Leo. I know the Dodgers are playing at Ebbets Field. I thought you might have a ticket.
Oh, it just so happens I have 2 extra tickets. Eugene O'Neill couldn't make it. Here you are, Fred.
Gosh, 2 tickets. Thanks a lot, Leo.
Well, I'm having a beret made. I've got to get a fitting. So long, Fred.
So long, Leo. Well, Portland, the next day I took the 2 tickets and went over to Brooklyn to see the game. I got out of the subway. I seemed to be in the very heart of Brooklyn. Natives crowded around me in their quaint costumes, chattering in a strange tongue. I stopped a native girl and said, "Pardon me." The native girl replied,
"What's eating you, jerk?"
Can you tell me, miss, how to get to Ebbets Field?
Ebbets Field?
Yes.
Latch on.
Uh-huh.
This is my landing first.
Yeah.
You go down first, you see an oyster bar.
Uh-huh.
Crossing the oyster bar is a moon picture.
Yeah.
Next to moon picture's third.
Yeah.
Go down third, 30 blocks. That's 33rd and third. That's Ebbets Field.
Well, I know, but where is Ebbets Field?
Oh, you refugees.
Now, Miss, by any chance, are you going towards Ebbets Field?
I noted a wolf in creep's clothing.
Now, Miss, I have an extra ticket to the game if you'd like to.
Oh, yeah, I'm calling a car
Come back here, miss. Miss, I have an extra ticket. I haven't...
Pardon me, mister.
Yes, sir?
I heard you yelling. Are you selling tickets for the Dodgers game?
No, not selling. No, I just happen to have an extra ticket here.
I'll give you $5 for it.
Oh, no. I couldn't take your money.
But I insist.
No, here, you take the ticket.
Here's the $5. So long.
No, wait, come here. I don't want your money.
Hey, you there, just a minute.
Yes, officer.
You got a license to sell baseball tickets?
A license? No.
I thought so. A scalper.
A scalper?
That's the Joe Copper. He tried to give me the eye.
Molest him, too. All right, come on, Chisler.
But, officer, I can explain.
Tell it to the judge.
But I'm going to Ebbets Field.
Oh, yeah?
I'm Leo DeRocha's guest. He invited me to see his team.
Never mind the team. I'm calling the wagon. Come on.
Now, wait. Take your cold hand out of my collar, officer. You're chilling my Adam's apple, officer, and Well, Portland, the next morning I had to go to court. I called Leo DeRocha, and he came over to be my witness. We got to the Brooklyn court just in time. The judge was rapping his gavel.
Here yours. The next case. People of Brooklyn versus Fred Allen. The charge, ticket speculating. Guilty or not guilty, Allen?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
That's what you think. Wait till I get going. All right, who's the first witness?
I am, Judge.
What's your name?
Shirley Hesselfinger.
What happened, Charlie?
Well, Your Honor, I'm standing on Myrtle Avenue when this Geronimo give me the eye. Well, I throw him the chill. The next thing I know, he's hawking tickets to the Dodgers game.
Your Honor, this is ridiculous.
Order in the court! Officer Clancy.
I caught him two-handed, Your Honor.
Two-handed?
In one hand he had a ticket, in the other hand he was holding $5.
Where's the evidence, Clancy?
Right here. Here's the stub of the ticket.
Clancy, how was the game?
Oh, great. And here's the change from his $5. I had 17 hot dogs.
Allen, this evidence is incriminating.
Your Honor, I can explain.
Order in the court! Whereas you opened your trap once more, I'll throw me gravel in it. Now, wait a minute. Don't talk back. You New York wise guys has got to quit coming over here trying to smirch the good name of Brooklyn.
But, Your Honor...
Last week, a guy in a parking lot had a television set on top of a beer barrel. He was simulating a saloon. Now you come over with your ticket speculating. I ought to habeas your corpus.
But, Your Honor, I have a witness.
All right, where's your witness?
He's right here. Tell the judge, Leo.
Your Honor, I feel that the prosecution of this innocent man is a grave miscarriage of justice.
Hey, just a moment, character. Who are you?
I'm Leo DeRocha.
What's on your mind, Bud?
Well, I'd like to say a few words on Mr. Allen's behalf.
Yes, tell the judge just what happened, Leo.
Yeah, no perjury, neither.
Well, Your Honor, the quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven.
What is that, a weather report?
Your Honor, that's from the Merchant of Venice.
I don't care if it's from Abraham and Strauss. This
Your Honor?
Tell him where I got the tickets, Leo.
Your Honor, I gave Mr. Allen those baseball tickets.
What are you, a printer?
Oh, a writer.
You're a writer? Oh, Clancy.
Oh, yeah, Your Honor.
I think I got this bum trapped. Give him a pencil and paper.
Okay, Judge.
All right, Mr. Writer. Now write something.
Gladly, Your Honor. There you are.
Hey, look, Clancy, what is this?
It's writing, Judge.
No kidding. I thought writing was bigger than that.
No, Judge, that's writing.
All right, Mr. Wise Guy, you wrote it. Now read it. What does it say?
It says, The Dodgers and Me, on sale May 18th at all bookshops.
How'd you hear that, Judge? The Dodgers are for sale.
Yeah, that does it. Allen is scalping tickets, and this con man is trying to sell the Dodgers. Clancy, hand me reservation book for Sing Sing.
Your Honor, this is ridiculous. Leo, tell him who you really are.
But Fred, my literary standing.
But Leo, Sing Sing.
Oh, all right. Your Honor, I'm manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
What did you say your name was again?
DeRocha, Leo DeRocha.
Leo DeRocha. How long you been managing the Dodgers?
9 years.
Oh, yeah? Where was you last year?
Well, it's a long story, Judge. Part of the time I was writing a book.
And you say this year you're managing the Dodgers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Better you should start writing another book.
What do you mean?
Well, what happened last Wednesday? The Giants beat us. What's the big idea, using 24 men?
Well, the Dodgers had a bad day, Your Honor.
Why don't you fix the lineup?
What's wrong with the lineup?
Well, you got Ward on first, Robinson on second, Cox on third.
What lineup would you use?
Well, first I put Stanky on second.
Stanky's in Boston.
What's Stanky doing in Boston? The Dodgers is playing in Brooklyn.
We sold Stanky to Boston.
Brooklyn sold Stanky? Would the Mine Workers Union sell John L. Lewis?
I'm not managing the Mine Workers Union.
Well, anyway, there's one consolation. We still got Dixie Walker.
Judge, haven't you heard?
Leo, you didn't.
Dixie was sold to Pittsburgh.
Leo, do we still have 9 men left?
What do you think we're playing with? You knucklehead bat boys?
Okay, Leo, but let's get them organized. Maybe we won't win the pennant, but at least we won't fall out of the league.
Hey, Judge, Your Honor, what about my trial?
Quiet. The court's busy trying to save the Dodgers. Now, Leo, here's your line.
All right, Judge. Who's on first?
Now, what's on first?
That's what I said. Who's on first?
Who's on second? What's on first?
Your Honor, what about me?
You're on third. Now listen, Leo. Quiet,
Campana, creators of fine cosmetics, including Solitaire, Campana's completely different kind of cake makeup containing lanolin, presents My Little Margie, starring Gail Storm and Charles Farrell, transcribed in Hollywood. And now, let's look in a minute on Gail Storm and Charles Farrell.
Gail, there's something wonderful about you.
Yes?
Your complexion always is as fresh and alive looking as if you just stepped out of a bandbox.
Oh, Charlie, you're just complimenting Solitaire cake makeup. Because when a girl wears Solitaire, her complexion does look fresh and natural and flawless. Flawless even close up.
But, Gail, I never see you dabbing at your face with powder puff or something. A habit that most girls have.
Yes, it's Solitaire again. You don't need to dab at your face or redo every little while when you wear Solitaire. Solitaire's loveliness lasts for hours and hours and hours. No need to redo it.
There you have it, ladies. Why don't you start wearing Solitaire? Begin tomorrow. You'll be amazed at the compliments and the flattering glances you'll get. Solitaire, Campana's famous cake makeup with lanolin. Only 33 cents, 65 cents, and $1 a compact. In 7 gorgeous shades at your cosmetic counter. In the Albright apartment high above Park Avenue today, Margie and her father are busy making plans. Vern has a few days off, and he and Margie are trying to decide where to spend them.
Margie, let's fly down to Bermuda. The swimming is great there this time of year.
No, thanks. It's awfully dangerous on the beach.
Why? The sharks come too close?
No, the wolves go too far.
Well, okay.
Oh, here's a travel folder from a dude ranch in Arizona. They've got both hiking and horseback riding at this resort.
Hiking and horseback riding?
Mm-hmm. Guests who travel on foot and guests who ride horses.
Yes, sir. One man's blisters, another man's callus.
You're not interested in a dude ranch, I take it.
I'm not interested in a dude ranch. You got it. Boy, I wish I had more time. I'd really go places. To be in Paris during the Spring Festival. To be in Holland during the Tulip Festival.
To be in Hoboken during the Pizza Festival.
Mrs. Odette.
Your friendly neighbor.
Mrs. Odette, you've been spying on us again.
Oh, I don't know. There's 2 ways of looking at it.
Yeah, through the keyhole and over the transom.
So you want to go away for a few days, huh?
Mm-hmm. Dad and I'd like to take a little trip somewhere.
Oh, I'll never forget a trip I once made. I went from Chicago to Cleveland, then back to Chicago, then on to Pittsburgh, then back to Chicago, and then...
Hey, wait a minute. Why'd you keep rushing back to Chicago?
My suspenders were caught on the Wrigley building.
Your suspenders? You don't wear suspenders.
Have you ever seen me in slacks?
Heaven forbid. I couldn't tell you from the Wrigley building.
Well, now, if you'll permit me, I'll suggest a place to visit. Hollywood. Oh, it's wonderful. Have you ever been there?
Yes, and it is wonderful. The minute I stepped off the train, I was walking on air.
Walking on air?
Yes. The porter forgot to put the stool down.
Well, Hollywood is a thought. Would you like
Hi,
to go
everybody.
Oh, hi there, Freddie.
Am I interrupting anything?
Yes, you are.
Dad and I are planning a little trip for a few days.
Travel, huh? Boy, I wish I could travel.
Why can't you?
Well, if a trip around the world cost $1, I couldn't even get out of sight.
Well, here's $2. Stay out of sight.
Mr. Albright, I am going to ignore that remark, even though I am a sensitive type of youth. Have you decided where you're going, Margie?
Well, we were thinking of California.
California?
Mm-hmm.
When you can go to Las Vegas? Fabulous, romantic, glamorous Las Vegas. It's the only place where you can come away with a small fortune.
Yeah, if you went there with a big one.
You know, Las Vegas does sound attractive. Think of the nightlife there.
And all the movie stars.
And all the big shows and the fancy swimming pools. Boy, if I was going, that's where I'd go.
Well, for suggesting the ideal spot for our trip, I'm rewarding you by taking you along, too.
Oh, boy.
Gee, Dad, you're aces.
In Las Vegas, that's a good thing to be.
Mr. Albright, would you mind if I went along, too? Paying my own way, of course.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Odette's. Glad to have you.
Thank you. You know, I've never seen modern Las Vegas, although I was there once before the town got so big. I remember I got a traffic ticket there.
Oh, what for? For double parking your covered wagon?
Dad, this hotel is simply beautiful. And look, you can see the gambling casino at the other end of the lobby.
It's full, too. Everybody gambles in this town.
You know it cost $7 million to build this hotel?
Yeah, and they made it back in the first 2 hours.
Come on, let's register.
Okay. Oh, young man, are you the desk clerk?
Well, I'm filling in. The regular clerk was given a day off by the management. He's terribly broken up. He lost his wife last night.
Oh, that's a shame. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not too bad. Tonight he might win her back. And now then, who would like to register first?
Me.
Would you like a room with a shower?
No, I prefer a bed. I can't sleep standing up.
Well, it looks like you're doing very well right now.
Oh, that's very good.
Dad, you register for Mrs. Odette's and me. I'll look around for a bellhop with one of those little wagons for our luggage.
Okay.
Oh, there's one. Oh, bellhop, would you bring me a wagon?
Not a bellhop. I'm a lieutenant in the Air Force.
Well, in that case, bring me a plane.
Well, I'd love to, honey. You and I could really fly.
For a pilot, you're kind of cute.
Oh, it's really just a uniform. Without these brass buttons, I'm really much handsomer.
Are you stationed nearby?
Oh, yeah, I'm at the new air base and guided missile center in the desert. Where can I get hold of you?
I don't know. I'm awfully ticklish.
Oh, now you're just kidding. Look, I'm Lieutenant Bruce Howard.
Oh, Margie, we're all registered.
Not right now, Dad. I'll see you later.
Come on, beautiful. Let's you find ourselves a couple of chairs out in the sunshine. We'll sit down and hold hands.
Hold hands?
Well, I've got to put you through some sort of basic training for tonight.
But there won't be any sunshine tonight.
I'm counting on that.
Bruce, I'd love to see the base where you're stationed.
Oh, sure, as soon as they finish final construction. And then they're all excited about a new contest they've got. They're going to elect a girl Misguided Missile.
Misguided Missile?
Yeah. Say, I'll bet you could get elected. Boy, what an idea. Look, let me submit your picture. You're beautiful enough to win in a breeze.
You're sure you're not just shooting the breeze?
Oh, no, really, on the level. The election's next Saturday.
Oh, that's a shame. Dad's going back to New York on Tuesday.
Oh, can't you persuade him to stay on?
Well, he won't just because I'm in a contest. Hey, wait. There's only one thing that'll keep him here. A beautiful girl. And I'm going to find him that girl.
Swell, and you're a cinch to be misguided missile. Until I see you tonight, you'll be running through my mind.
I'll have to. I wouldn't dare walk.
Well, Margie figures Vern will stay on in Las Vegas if she introduces him to a beautiful girl. The problem is, what girl? It's the next day now, and we find Margie with Mrs. Odette's near the swimming pool.
Want to come in for a swim, Mrs. Odette?
Oh, no, thanks, Margie. They have such a beautiful bridle path here. I think I'll go riding.
I didn't know you could ride.
Oh, sure. When I traveled in Africa, that's how I got around. I used to ride side saddle.
That's a sissy way.
On an elephant?
But, Mrs. Odette, they don't have elephants here.
Well, that's funny. There was a man in the cocktail lounge last night who said the place was full of them. Pink ones.
Yes, and I suppose he... Hey, Mrs. Odette, look. That girl coming toward us. Now, there's a girl Dad could get interested in.
I don't see anything about her that would interest a man. All she's got is a beautiful face and a gorgeous figure and lovely hair. After all, what has she got that if I had, I wouldn't know what to do with anyway, so she can keep it?
Mrs. Odette, you're priceless.
Pardon me. I see you've been in swimming. How's the water?
Nice.
This place is so dull. I wish I could find a man.
Step into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
What?
Shakespeare.
Oh, I'm Sheila Grant. How do you do, Miss Shakespeare?
Excuse me, Margie. I'm going.
Where to?
To the cocktail lounge. I want to see some pink ones.
Miss Grant, did you say you wanted to find a man?
Sure. Say, would you know of a man for me?
I think so.
You know, you have to be so careful these days. Is this guy the kind who would hold my hand right away and start telling me what a gorgeous figure I have, and then try to figure out how to get me into his convertible for a moonlight drive, and then start hinting that he wants to neck?
Oh, no.
So keeping that kind's no fun.
Oh, fun. You want fun? Then this boy's for you. He's more fun than a clam at a people bake.
Oh, Vernikins, I'm so glad your daughter introduced us.
No, so am I, Sheila Kins.
I love to dance with you.
Naturally, I'm a sizzling dancer. I'm known as Vern the Hotfoot.
Gee, you're fun. And you have such a handsome physique. How do you do it?
Exercise. Every morning I go 1, 2, up, down, 1, 2, up, down, and then I start on the other eyebrow.
Vernikins, I heard something so exciting. The Air Base is having a contest. Misguided Missile. I'd like to enter.
Well, why don't you? If it's looks they want, you can win easily.
But I need somebody to sponsor me. Would you be my sponsor and submit my picture? Please? Please, pretty please.
I'd be delighted. And stop puckering your lips so temptingly at me, or so help me, I'll kiss you.
So kiss me, I'll help you.
Hi, Cutie Pie. I got news.
About the contest?
Roger. It's narrowed down to 2 entries. You and another trim little fuselage. But I'm counting on my flyboys to wave you in.
Gosh, wouldn't that be thrilling? By the way, Bruce, who is this other girl that's so close to me in the contest?
Oh, it's somebody named Sheila Grant.
Sheila Grant? That's so funny.
It is?
Sure. That's the girl I introduced to Dad. Wait till he finds out. I'll bet he has a good laugh about it. His daughter and his girlfriend competing against each other.
He'll probably get a kick out of it when he finds out that you and Sheila...
But Sheilakins, what am I going to do? I can't ask Margie to withdraw from the contest.
I don't see why not. I want to be misguided missile.
Well, you're already misguided.
Huh?
I mean, look, now, Margie wants to win, too.
But it means more to me. I'm starting a modeling career. Don't you want me to be a successful model?
Of course.
Well, I've already been on the cover of the Farmer's Home Companion.
Really?
Of course. I was voted Miss Candled Egg.
I'll bet your picture was on the wall of every hen house in the country.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Albright?
Freddie, I need some advice.
You've come to the right place, my son. Sit down here on Daddy's lap and tell him what's troubling you.
Well, if I ever sit on you, it won't be on your lap. And stop needling me. I'm in enough trouble with Sheila.
Trouble?
She and Margie are neck and neck for that darn misguided missile contest. And she wants me to get Margie to withdraw.
Well, that's a good idea.
The thing that worries me is how to get Margie to step out.
Yeah, you don't ask a girl like Margie to do a thing like that. She's got such pride, such self-respect, such a temper.
Well, actually, winning the contest doesn't mean a thing to Margie, and it does to Sheila. It'll help her modeling career, but I don't know what to do.
Well, I wish I could help you, Mr. Albright.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I've got it. I'll introduce Margie to a certain mysterious stranger.
What is it, a gag to fool her?
Yeah, it's perfect. And if it doesn't work, my name isn't Vern Albright.
And if she finds out you tricked her, your name won't be anything but Mud.
Let's see you roll a strike.
Okay, here goes.
Hey, that's terrific.
Strike or spare, bowling or boating or bongo boards. Young America sure knows how to have fun. And why not? Their senses are sharper, their tastes are keener, their enjoyment is deeper.
Well, Vern Albright is determined to get Margie to withdraw from the misguided missile contest. He's devised a plan that he's sure will work.
Dad, I'm curious. Who is this mysterious person that's coming over tonight?
Oh, well, that must be him now. Freddie, will you answer the door?
Sure. Good evening.
Good evening. Is this the Blaze?
Well, this is this place. What place are you looking for?
Oh, come in, Professor. Come in. Folks, I want you to meet Professor Hammerschlag.
Hammer who?
Schlag.
Gesundheit.
I thought you'd all be interested in meeting Professor Hammerschlag. He's an inventor.
No correction, please. A famous inventor.
Oh, I'm so thrilled. My second husband, Throckmorton, was always fooling around with inventions.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. As a matter of fact, he once perfected a device for looking through brick walls.
Looking through brick walls? What did he call it?
A window.
It sounds like a mental case.
Professor, maybe you can help me with an invention of mine. For years now, I've had a theory that you can make shoes out of banana skins.
What kind of shoes can you make out of banana skins?
Slippers.
Freddie, whenever I look at you, I wonder.
What is it, Mr. Albright?
That's what I wonder. What is it? Folks, Professor Hammerschlag is the man. Professor Hammerschlag is the man who invented the new guided missile.
How does the guided missile work, Professor?
Well, now, my little Pupchen, the secret is in the thermonuclear activity, which is propelled by neutrons that are broken down by electrons until they become bon-bon. Well, this creates a cosmic drive to outer space. Do you follow me?
I lost you right after little Pooption.
Well, never mind. You're going to see it for yourself.
Oh.
See for myself?
Oh, well, that's why the... Well, that's why the professor's here, Marge. You see, the girl who is named Misguided Missile will have the honor of taking the first trip in the guided missile.
Where is the trip going?
To the moon, Mars, Jupiter, who knows? The sky is the limit.
Marge, are you still awake?
Yes, Dad. Thinking of going up in that guided missile scares me.
Well, don't worry about it. If they don't name you Misguided Missile, you won't have to go. I'll close your door so you can sleep. Good night.
Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy. But if I do win the contest, I'll have to go. If I do win... If I do win... If I do win... If I do win...
Margie, you won! Yes, your misguided missile.
Oh, how exciting!
And you shall be honored by making the first trip in the guided missile.
But I don't want to go up in this... missile?
Too late, Margie. We're already up 60,000 feet.
Dad, how did you get into my dream?
I don't know. Must have been something I ate.
Well, I'm certainly glad you two are going along with me.
How about me?
Freddie, how did you get in on this?
Well, I figured if I could make the first guided missile trip to the moon, it would be a feather in my cap.
Oh, this is awful.
Well, you wanted to be Misguided Missile.
How do we stop this thing?
Ach, I knew I forgot to invent something for this missile.
Well, what did you forget to invent, Professor?
Power brakes.
Professor, where are we now?
Well, according to the instruments, we are somewhere in a radius.
I'll look out the porthole.
What do you see?
Nothing but smog.
Then we must be over Los Angeles.
We're looping the loop.
Mrs. Odette, are you strapped in tight?
I'm strapped in, but not tight. I haven't had a drop.
What happened now?
Ach, we've run out of fuel.
We're not moving. What's going to happen now?
Nothing. We're going to stay up here in outer space forever.
Professor, what's the joke?
Oh, I'm thinking what they're going to say at the asylum when they find out that I've escaped.
I knew we never should have made this trip. Why did they name me Misguided Missile? I don't want want to be misguided missile. I don't want to be misguided missile. I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
Margie, wake up.
Huh? Oh, good morning, Dad. Gosh, that was a horrible nightmare I just had, wasn't it? Hand me that phone. I'm going to withdraw from the contest.
Well, Sheila, it looks like you're a cinch to win that misguided missile contest. Margie has withdrawn.
So have I.
Why?
I heard that the winner will make the first trip in the missile. And I'm afraid of high altitudes. It makes me lightheaded.
Oh, boy. You must have been up there a long time.
What?
Oh, I said you might have a good time. But Sheila, there's nothing to that story. I made it up and introduced Margie to a phony professor to scare her out of it.
What? Oh, of all the sneaky tricks. I'm going to get back in that contest.
Me too.
It's too late, girls.
Mrs. Odette, what do you mean?
You are gazing at misguided missile herself.
Mrs. Odette, do you mean to say that the men at the air base chose you?
Yes. When Margie and Sheila withdrew, the men figured it was best. The beautiful girl's picture on the missile wouldn't mean a thing.
What do you mean?
They decided to put a face on the missile that would scare the enemy. So I won in a breeze.
Well,
that's our little Mrs. Odette.
Oh.
You know, Dad, on second thought, it might be fun to see Mars and Saturn and Pluto.
Huh. The only Pluto I want to see is in the funnies. But I suppose you young people would get a kick out of space hopping.
Sure. You know how it is, Dad. We know how to get fun out of everything.
My Little Margie stars Gail Storm and Charles Farrell and is based on characters created by Frank Fox and produced, directed, and transcribed by Gordon T. Hughes for Hal Roach Jr. and Roland Reed. My Little Margie is written by Lee Carson and Jack Harvey. Verna Felton is Mrs. Odette and Gil Stratton Jr. is Freddie. Others in the cast were George Neese, Frank Nelson, Hans Conried, and Gene Tatum. I'm Roy Rowan.
Here is Jimmy Clitheroe as the Clitheroe Kid with Peter Sinclair, Patricia Burke, Danny Ross, and Diana Day in
Beware of the Neighbor. Well, one more plank and the old log cabin will keep out all the Apaches and Blackfeet for miles around.
Jimmy, where are you?
Is that Calamity Jane shouting for Wild Jim Hickok? I'll be in the ranch next door.
More of your silly games of bang, bang, you're dead.
You're not Calamity Jane. You're a Blackfoot squaw. Although on second thoughts, you're more of a dirty neck.
Well, don't be so childish. Mrs. Higginbottom's just phoned to say Ozzy can't come to play with you. He has a bad cold in the head.
Well, it's his own fault. Yesterday he was wearing Wellingtons, and all the way to school he kept jumping in puddles and splashing me and Charlie Thompson. So as soon as we got to school, Charlie grabbed his arms, I grabbed his legs, and we sat him in a fire bucket. Still, you wouldn't think that that'd give him a cold in the head, would you?
You'll get into serious trouble one of these days. You shouldn't be over there anyway, playing on someone else's lawn.
Lawn? You mean cabbage patch? Anyway, the house has been empty for months.
Well, that doesn't mean to say you can build a dog kennel in the back garden.
Dog kennel? This is a cowboy's log cabin.
You are an infant. I can't waste any more time with you. I'm going round to see Mary Thomas for a minute before Alfie comes for me.
Don't worry, if Alfie doesn't come for you, the van will. Oh, sisters.
Why couldn't me mum have asked for 2 sons? Or just me and a pup? Oh, well, I'd better get this last plank in. Ow! Ooh, me blooming thumb. Ooh, you definitely need a mug to help you with this sort of thing.
Hello, Jimmy.
Oh.
What are you doing?
I found one. Hello, Alfie. Come round the back into our garden. I've got a ladder here.
Oh, you're here. What are you doing in next door's garden?
Building a log cabin. Me granddad won't let me build it in ours. Come in and give me a hand.
I can't. I've got to meet Susan.
Oh, she's just gone to see Mary Thomas. I've only 1 plank to nail. We'll be finished before she gets back.
Oh, all right, then. I'll climb over the fence.
Oh, watch the ladder. There's a rung missing.
You are?
I said, careful. There's a rung missing.
Which one's me? Help!
That's the one.
I banged me funny bone.
Well, when you finish laughing, climb over.
You'll laugh on the other side of your face if I do.
Hey, shut up. I can hear footsteps. It's our Susan coming back.
Oh, good. I'll go in the house.
No, tell her you're here. Shout her round the back while I get my lasso ready.
You are?
Shout her.
Oh, all right. We're here, sweetheart, round the back.
Now to rope me a steer.
Oh, good evening. I'm looking for a Mrs. Oh, what's that? Oh, take this rope off.
Oh, sorry, mister. I didn't mean to lasso your throat. I thought it was my sister's. Alfie, he's going blue. Hey, rub his ears.
I'm sorry, mister. He thought you were a girl.
Oh, I can't get my breath.
Well, I'll tell you what, you breathe and I'll shove your chest in and out.
Oh. Get off me, you ruffian. Stop squeezing me. I'm not an accordion.
What are you doing out there?
Oh, just having a game, Mum.
Well, you'll have to stop now. Your tea's ready. Oh, Alfie, is this gentleman a friend of yours?
Friends? He's no friend of mine, the lout. I came round here to see a Mrs. Clitheroe, and this mod lured me round here to attack me.
Alfie, what have you been up to?
I thought it was Susan. I shouted, come round here, sweetheart. And when she came round, it was a fella. Damn. Well, I mean, he isn't my sweetheart. Oh, heck. I'll go in and wait for him. My real sweetheart. No, Susan, I mean.
I'm glad I'm not his sweetheart. If he always attacks her with a rope. If you ask me, he's kinky.
Hello, I'm sorry there's been a misunderstanding. You said you were looking for me?
Yes, I'm the estate agent for this house next door, and it's been let furnished, and the new tenant will be moving in tomorrow.
What? Somebody's moving into my ranch?
As a matter of fact, that's why I'm here, Mrs. Clitheroe. My assistant told me that a boy had been using this garden as a playground, and I really think it should be tidied up. And I would like your boy to remove that wooden contraption he's built.
That's a log cabin, if you don't mind.
Well, whatever it is, you move it.
Oh, heck, what does anybody want to move in there for? Couldn't you talk him out of it, mister? Tell him the house has got worms.
You mean woodworm?
Woodworms, glowworms, any blinking worm. Tell him the house is falling down.
Don't be so silly. It's a very solid house.
Well, I could loosen a few bricks. Alfie, hurry up. I've got another load of rubbish here for you.
Oh, just you hang on a minute. I want to rest. You carry some for a change.
Now, Luke, it was agreed that I did the collecting and you did the carrying.
Who agreed?
I did. Oh, all right, have a rest for a minute. And while you're resting, mend the fence.
I'm doing nothing for 10 minutes. I'm going to have a break.
Oh, you'll have a break. If this fella gets here before you finish tidying up, he'll break your neck.
What do you mean?
Well, you heard what the estate agent said. Your sweetheart. He said that the new tenant is a lumberjack from Canada, Mr. Ironside. He'll probably pick up an axe, shout, timber, and chop your head off.
The man said Mr. Ironside's a very nice fella. Yeah, anyway, he's not a Canadian. He comes from round here. He's just been in Canada for 4 years.
Hey, I wonder why he's coming back here. Do you think they've run out of trees in Canada?
I don't know why he's coming back, but I wish he'd stop there when he finds out he's living next door to you.
I say, hello there.
Hey, Jimmy. Who's that?
Well, it's too late to be the first cuckoo.
Pardon me, is this not 43 Lilac Avenue, the empty house is to let? You're here, so it's not empty, but it's 43 on the door. I mean, have I come to the wrong place?
Yes, the doctor's surgery is just up the road.
You shut up. Well, you're at the right place, but you're wrong, because it's 43, but it isn't. To let.
Oh, you mean I've left it too late?
Oh, no, he's a very good doctor. He'll put you right.
Doctor, but I don't need it. Oh, I see, yes. It's a joke.
No, it's Alfie. Look, mister, this house has been let to a lumberjack from Canada. A big, tough timber chopper. Chews trees and spits cricket stumps. Mr. Ironside, so I'll clear off, because if he catches you trying to pinch his home, you'll need 2 doctors.
I am Mr. Ironside.
Because Mr. Ironside will pick you up with one hand and... You?
J.B. Ironside, I've rented this house.
You mean you're the big hefty lumberjack who chews cricket bats, stumps, trees?
Well, I did work in a lumberjack's camp for 3 years, but I didn't chew the trees. I mean, chop the trees. I cooked them. I was a cook.
And we've been clearing your garden up because we were scared that you'd... Alfie, go and fetch the rubbish back.
Hey, don't be daft.
Oh, I say, have you been tidying up for me? Well, that's jolly decent of you. Helping a complete stranger. You must be too jolly nice.
Twits.
No. Chaps. But I can't let you do this for nothing. I feel I ought to offer you some kind of recompense.
You what?
Money. I mean, could I offer you 5 shillings each?
Oh, no, we couldn't take any. Boo, army leg!
Sorry, Alfie. Did I catch you with the rake? Oh, no, Mr. Ironside, we couldn't take all that money off you.
It's only 10 shillings.
It's £1. There's 2 of us. Oh, no, we couldn't take money off you. Could we, Alfie?
Of course not. I don't want 10 bob.
No, you see, Alfie's too shy to take money off you.
Oh, very well, then.
But I'm not shy. I'll take his as well.
Jimmy, what have you been doing all this time?
Helping our new neighbor. Ha, ha, ha. Happy ha, 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 Harry Copperton. Mr. Ironside, I've been helping him. Running his errands and all that.
Oh, how much for?
Nothing clever. It's his first day. I did his errands free.
Oh, that was kind of you, Jimmy. And did you pull down those old planks you nailed together? I mean, your log cabin.
No, I told Mr. Ironside it was a tool shed and flogged it to him for 5 bob.
You're learning to be a real wee money grabber.
Aye, you're right there. Teacher.
All right, now that'll do. Here, what's this lumberjack fella like? I haven't met him yet.
Oh, he's a jolly nice chap. He's not much of a lumberjack, though. This morning he sprained his wrist sharpening a pencil. Anyway, you'll be able to see him for yourself when he comes round.
Is he coming round here?
Yes, Mum. You and me Grandad said we had to look after our neighbour, so I asked Mr. Ironside to come round for his tea.
Oh, Jimmy, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, not without warning anybody.
Oh, it's all right. I've warned him about you. He's going to wear his dark glasses. Oh, that'll be old Tin Ribs now. I'll let him in.
Look, Jimmy, as soon as you bring him in, go down to the grocer's for a large tin of peaches. We better have a sweet.
Right you are, Mum.
I'll give that boy a good talking to when this fella leaves.
Oh, come in, Mr. Ironside. Go in the living room there. The banquet is all prepared.
Oh, very well, James. After you.
Oh, I'm going to the grocer's for me, Mum. We're going to have a sweet because you're here.
I'll murder him. Come in here, Mr. Ironside.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello there. So you're Ironside the lumberjack? I mean...
no, not a lumberjack, actually, a cook. And you must be Mrs. Clitheroe.
I'm Mr. Sinclair.
No, I mean the lady. I mean, she must be...
Yes, I'm Mrs. Clitheroe, and this is my daughter, Susan.
Oh, how do you do? I must say it's a great pleasure to meet you all.
How do you do, Mr. Ironside? Mother, I'll just go and see to the food.
Right here, love.
I must say, being invited to tea so soon was quite a surprise.
It was a bit of a shock to us as well.
I beg your pardon?
Father means that we weren't sure that you were coming. Do sit down. Tea won't be long.
Oh, thank you.
No, not in that chair. It's mine.
Oh, Father. Mr. Ironside's our guest.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll sit somewhere else.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Ironside. I'm sorry. But you get a favourite chair. You know how it is.
Oh, indeed I do. I remember in the lumber camp I had a favourite hammock. You see, the men slept rough, the lumberjacks, that is, on the floor, and they were pretty heavy drinkers, and it wasn't so far for them to fall. But I liked to be off the ground because of the squirrels.
Squirrels?
Yes, the squirrels. They were always gnawing away, hiding their little nuts. They once demolished a complete cabin. Oh, perhaps I'm confusing them with beavers. Anyway, I assure you I do understand, Mr. Sinclair.
Eh? Oh, aye. Very interesting, Mr. Ironside.
Oh, no, please. Do call me J.B.
J.B.? Oh, you can't call a man J.B. What's your name?
Julian Basil.
Aye, well, all right, J.B.
It's, what are you talking about, hammocks? J.B.? Father was in the Navy.
Oh, really? Well, you should have a chinwag with my old pater sometime.
Was he in the Navy?
Oh, no, as a matter of fact, he was a lighthouse keeper. Very funny life, you know. He only got home 3 days a month. When I was 9 years old, he was still asking me what my name was.
Yes, I suppose he didn't see much of you then.
Well, he saw rather less than you would think. You see, he never drank on duty, very strict about that he was. So he had to do a month's drinking on his 3 days off. Of course, when I was a toddler, I never knew he was tight. I just thought he was stupid.
He sounds quite a character.
Oh, he's all right now, except sometimes, in the middle of the night, he wakes up shouting, "The light's gone out! The light's gone out!"
Oh, what a shame.
Oh, it's quite all right, really. My mother just hops out of bed, walks round the bed, flashing a torch in his eyes, and he goes off to sleep like a baby.
I've had enough of that fella Ironside. He's nothing but an interfering nuisance, and I feel like telling him so.
Well, I must admit, Father, he does pop in here at all sorts of odd hours.
I know. In 1 week, he's borrowed milk, sugar and cornflakes. He's used our phone 3 times, and he's been in twice for his tea. I'll bet he's been in this house here more times than the rent man.
I know, and he's had more luck.
Now, that'll do. You just keep quiet and read your comics or something.
Oh, I can't read me comics. You've still got them in your bedroom. And I hope you haven't made a mess of the Tiny Tots crossword again.
Oh, Jimmy, find something to read and keep quiet.
Oh, all right. I'll have a look at the Radio Times. Now, what's on the telly tonight? Hey, there's amateur boxing on tonight. Hey, you like that, don't you?
Quite a minute, Jimmy. I think I can hear somebody coming up the garden path, and the front door's open.
Well, if it's Jovial Julian again, I'm ready for him. It's about time that squirrel found another tree.
Pardon me. Am I interrupting anything?
Oh, not at all. Come in and give us a nut, Mr. Squirrel.
Jimmy.
I see. You're having a little jest on my expense. Well, as I always say, let us laugh today, because tomorrow we might be gone.
Well, I'm sure we'd miss you.
Was there something you wanted, Mr. Ironside?
Oh, yes. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, I wonder, could you warm my meat pie in your oven?
You what?
Oh, you see, I've got a jammed shilling in my meter, and I've run out of gas.
Ooh, that'll be the day.
What was that, James?
I said it'll be a big day for the Army boxing team if they win the match on the telly tonight.
Oh, yes, I saw that in the paper. I must watch that. You know, cheer on the old Army boxing team.
I wouldn't have thought you'd be interested in boxing. I'd have thought you were more for hopscotch.
Yes, you seem full of it tonight, Mr. Sinclair.
It will be later on when the pub opens.
Don't you be cheeky, Jimmy. I'll just go and put your pie in the oven, Mr. Ironside.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Clitheroe.
Hey, were you in the Army boxing team, Mr. Ironside?
Well, no, not actually in it. I was the assistant to the trainer.
He means he carried the bucket.
Well, I don't suppose you'd be interested in the noble art, Mrs. Sinclair. I mean, being Scottish, I suppose you went in for throwing that long pole about.
I presume you're referring to tossing the caber.
Oh, yes, of course, that's it. Oh, it seems rather a childish game to me. Still, you Highland folk have some naive ideas about sport. I'm surprised you don't play football with a haggis.
Now, look here, Julian Basil.
Grandad, watch your temper. Your neck's going all blotchy.
Shut up, Jimmy. For your information, J.B., I was a boxing champion in the Merchant Navy.
Oh, fancy that. No, I always used to look forward to our scraps with the old red duster. We always used to give the Merchant Navy a royal shellacking.
Is that a fact? Well, I'll tell you something, J.B.
Seconds out, round one.
The only army boxers I ever met were a lot of loudmouth windbags that couldn't knock the skin off a rice pudding.
Oh, Rowley, what are you suggesting?
He wants a good, clean fight, no holding, no rabbit punches, and no hitting below the spurren. Alfie, you're here. I want you to help me. It's urgent. Come in the Snoggers retreat.
In the what?
The front room here.
All right, stop pulling me. I'm coming.
Alfie, I'm absolutely broke.
Look, I've told you, you're getting nothing off me. Go round and see your new mug next door. Old spare ribs.
That's just it. Me granddad's falling out with him, and he won't let me go and run his errands. Here I am, living next door to an oil well, and they won't even let me fill me lamp.
Oh, there you are, Alfie. I just want a word with you.
Well, you'll have to come back later. Alfred and me are having a private discussion, man to man. Or whatever he is.
Don't say shut up. Hello, Susan. Hey, you're not ready for the dance yet. Am I early?
No, it's my fault. I washed my hair and I can't get it dry.
Well, hang it on the clothesline.
That's enough from you. I'm sorry, Alfie, but I'll be at least a half an hour.
Well, I don't mind waiting till you've made yourself look glamorous.
If you wait that long, we'll be charging you bed and breakfast.
Oh, you and your childish jokes. I'll be as quick as I can, Alfie.
Jimmy, you know, sometimes I feel right sorry for you, Susan. I couldn't imagine anything worse than having you for a brother.
Ooh, I could, having you.
You're asking for a clout.
I'm sorry, Alfie. I like you, really. I think you're very clever.
Oh, me?
Yeah. I mean, you're good at fixing things.
Am I?
Yeah. What about when Susan's hairdryer wouldn't work? You had it fixed in no time. It was just bad luck that instead of blowing, it sucked. Should have disappeared if her ears hadn't been so big.
Now, look, don't start being funny.
No, I mean it, Alfie. There's something I want you to fix for me, and it's dead simple. A kid of 4 could do it. So I'll go and get one, and he can show you how it's done.
I warned you.
I'm only kidding. This is something you'll enjoy doing. You'll be patching up a quarrel and making everybody happy, especially Jim.
Oh, this is the limit, Jenny. Boxing starts in 15 minutes and I can't get a picture on the TV set.
Well, perhaps you've got fluff in your vertical holes.
Well, it was working all right last night. Jim, you watch the screen while I lean over and try this knob at the back. Here. Here, Jim, is anything happening?
Yes, the seat of your pants is splitting.
Oh, I give up. I was really looking forward to that boxing match.
You'll be sorry to miss it, won't you, Grandad?
Ah, well, that has ruined my evening.
Fear not. Cinderella Sinclair shall see the boxing tonight.
What do you mean?
Mr. Ironside will have it on. I'll go and ask him to invite you round.
You'll do no such thing. I've got my pride, you know.
Oh, never mind your pride. You'll soon forget that when you've called the referee a few rude names. I'll go and ask him.
Jimmy, come back. Do you hear me? Come back. Come back, Jimmy.
I can't hear you. Tell me when I come back. So far, so good. Now all I've got to do is to butter up old JB and I'll be back in the money again. Oh, he's coming up the path.
Oh, hello, Jane. Is your grandfather still in the house?
Yes, he is.
Oh, good, because I thought I'd come round and apologize. You know, see if we could smoke the pipe of peace.
Oh, Jim, Indian scout, take iron horse in wigwam to meet big chief howling bagpipes.
Oh, all right, then. Me come, agag.
He's in the living room here.
Oh, you're back, Jim. I suppose that Canadian Charlie was out.
Canadian Charlie has come round to apologize.
You what? Oh,
I just popped round to see if, to borrow James's metaphor, we couldn't put our heads together and bury the hatchet.
Oh, heck, they're going to scalp each other.
Now, I'm very sorry that we had the disagreement, Mrs. Sinclair. I apologize.
Oh, well, if you put it that way, well, I suppose I was a wee bit hasty as well.
Well, no hard feelings then?
None at all, JB.
Well, now you're pals again. What about the boxing match on the telly, Mr. Ironside?
I beg your pardon?
Young Jimmy had the idea you might invite me round to your place to watch the television. You see, our set's not working.
Oh, well, of course, nothing would give me greater pleasure than just one snag.
What's that?
My set isn't working either.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, it doesn't matter, really. We can find something else to do. How about a nice wee walk down to the Rose and Crown?
Oh, well, as a matter of fact, I was going down there later on.
Well, it's a good pint of beer, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I was only going to get some cooking sherry for my trifle.
Oh, well, that's not quite what I had in mind.
You don't have to go anywhere. You can watch the boxing here. I'll just have a word with Alfie Lonely Heart in the front room. Make yourself comfortable. The first punch-up will be on in a couple of minutes. Well, it's all fixed. Normal service will be resumed as soon as the steeplejack gets up his ladder again.
You what?
Alfie Hall is fixing the aerial. Grandad, see if the picture comes on.
Well, just a moment. Didn't somebody fall?
No, only Alfie. He's used to it. He spends more time on the floor than he does on his feet.
Well, perhaps he's hurt himself.
Oh, no, he's very clever. He never hurts himself. He has a knack of falling on his head.
Look, we'd better go up and see what's happened to him.
There's no need. Here he is with me mum and Susan.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear me. Oh, I feel awful.
Alfie, what's happened?
Oh, it was terrible. I landed on my back and sprained my ankle.
Help me to get him onto this chair, Susan.
All right, Mother. Careful now.
Oh, I think he should have some fresh air.
Yeah, stick his head out of the window.
Keep quiet, you young rascal. Alfie's told me all about your little scheme.
Alfie, what were you doing up that ladder?
Putting the plug back in the aerial.
Oh, yes, he pulled the plug out earlier. Well, that's why the set wouldn't work.
Alfie Hall. Fancy you doing a thing like that.
You know very well you told him to do it. So your granddad would have to go next door to watch with Mr. Ironside.
You little...
No, Mr. Sinclair, I don't wish to interfere.
Good.
But after all, James was doing it with the best of motives.
Good lad.
I mean, charity does begin at home. And also in the homes of one's neighbors.
Exactly. And that's why I did it.
Very well. You want to help your neighbour, do you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do things for people.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Run errands for Mr. Ironside.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. That's what you can do. Run all Mr. Ironside's errands from now on.
Oh, thanks, ma'am.
For nothing.
Oh, blooming heck, ma'am.
Well, clever boy, I hope that's taught you a lesson.
It has. When you've got a job that a 4-year-old kid can do, never give it to a grown-up twit.
Those involved with the Clitheroe Kid this week were Peter Sinclair as grandfather, Patricia Burke as mother, Danny Ross as Alfie Hall, and Diana Day as Susan, with Brian Truman and Derek Nimmo as J.B. Ironside. The recorded program was written by James Casey and Frank Roscoe, produced by James Casey, and starred Jimmy Clitheroe as the Kid himself.
I thought you might like to know that me grandad and Mr. Ironside went to the Rose and Crown after the boxing, and me grandad must have put something in JB's cooking sherry, 'cause on the way back, they woke me up, and I heard him shouting, "You're no bad fella for assassinate, JB." You're quite a nice old bagpipe squeezer yourself. It's been a very jolly evening, even if we have had to walk home in the rain. Rain! What rain? It hasn't rained tonight. So I looked out of my window, and what do you think I saw? Mr. Ironside walking up the street with me grandad on one side of him and the corporation water cart on the other. Ta-ra!
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.